brief break. You refilled your drinks. You got cozy in your seats, maybe stretched a little bit because we're bringing the energy right back to the show today with the next speaker. And we're going to roll right into it. First and foremost, make sure that you guys are sharing the live because sharing is caring, that you are dropping the green and black hearts in the chat boxes. And also, if something is said that you love, that you connect with, make sure that you are responding back to that in the comments, as well as hitting that red heart over and over and over again, showing your love for the speaker and for the event today. The next speaker is a husband. He's a father, a firefighter serving the kingdom and businesses to help grow both. Without any further ado, please welcome Ian Thurber.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm excited to be here. Excited to jump into this. Quick note, if you see me keep looking off screen, I'm watching my 2-year-old so my wife can sleep. So she's on the phone right now, but I got to keep glancing over to make sure she's okay. I'm sure she'll make an appearance. She likes to be front and center of the attention, but I am very honored to be here. I'll get into it. My name is Ian Thurber. I am an 18-year veteran of the fire service serving Central Florida here. Where I live currently, about 30 minutes west of Orlando, but I serve Central Florida, Orlando, Orange County. Married to my beautiful dream woman bride for the past 11 years as of last week. And we have 2 amazing kids, a 10-year-old redheaded boy who is right now downstairs with his cousins in the pool, and our 2-year-old daughter, who, like I said, I'm kind of keeping an eye on while we do this. But I'm just really honored to be here, really honored to share with you one of the many life-changing moments that God has brought me through in my life to really kind of help steer my course and get me back on track, and just some of the lessons that I got from it, right? So while I was kind of speaking or kind of figuring out what I wanted to talk about and how it all related, the one word that kept coming to mind is resilience, right? And so resilience, I feel like people, when they often picture or hear the word resilience, they often picture someone who never fails, someone who's, super tough and strong. It seems like no matter what life throws at them, they're just powering through. Nothing knocks them down, nothing knocks them off course. But my life has been quite the opposite for resilience, and I think it has been for everyone here, right? I think we've all learned that resilience is never about failing. Resilience is quite the opposite. Resilience is the getting back up when every reason and everyone in the world says you should stay down. It's taking those hits time after time after time, whether people see the hits you're taking or not, and standing back up and choosing to stand strong and tough even when you don't feel like it. Like, it's choosing faith when over fear, it's choosing purpose over pain. So for me, that journey started way back when I was a child. One of the first, actually, I think it was really the first loss I ever experienced is when my father chose to leave. And I know you heard my buddy John speak about it, his experience with his father leaving yesterday. He and I have worked very close. We've become really good friends over the past 5 years. We work together, we do life together. So we have some similarities and some differences, but kind of like there wasn't any ginormous like storm out moment that happened, right? It was just I woke up one morning, if you can just picture a normal life, right? For a 10-year-old kid, he's got his mom, he's got his dad, he's got his 2 younger brothers. They're living their life, they're doing their thing. And then I wake up one morning and I go out to the sofa. My mom's crying on the phone, and she just looks at me and she simply just says, "Dad's not coming home." And that was it. I don't think she knew how to explain it anymore, but just picture at 10 years old, at the cusp of where a young man especially needs his dad, needs a leader, needs someone to be like, "Hey, we are about to enter some really pivotal years of growing up here. I'm gonna need some help. I'm gonna need some guidance," looking back. And that's all just gone and taken away, right? So I love the concept, or the topic that this is carry the fire forward, right? Or carry the torch forward. And that whole picture, I love that, because as a firefighter, I've learned that there's something really important about fire itself. And that's that not every fire is visible. Honestly, a lot of fires start kindling, smoldering really small in areas and pockets that don't even get noticed until they just grow to the point where they burn through the walls or they finally burn through the roof. And then it's visible. And then it's this huge freak out moment, right? It's this huge emergency. And I feel like that's the same for a lot of us when we struggle with loss, when we struggle with rejection. So there are fires that burn the houses, right? And then there are fires that burn inside of people. And obviously the fires that can leave scars, right, on the physical side of things, but the fire that burns within us can leave scars on our soul instead of our skin. And so the fire that shaped my life wasn't one that I responded to, obviously, because I was so young. I didn't even know what career path God had for me at the time. But looking back, it was definitely a fire that had started smoldering right then and there when I woke up to my mom saying, "Hey, my dad's not coming home." And as a young boy, like I said before, like I didn't fully understand the weight of that, right? I didn't understand all the circumstances surrounding it. I didn't understand any of the whys or even fully comprehend what that meant. All I knew is that, well, dad's not here right now. So what does that mean? He's not coming home. Like he's not coming home tonight. He's not coming home this week. You know, what does that mean? And as we started working through that whole process, and when any father just chooses to leave and abandon his family, there's obviously those questions that a child starts asking, right? That they speak a lot of times internally to yourselves. And it's not just with, fathers leaving. This encompasses a whole multitude of loss in general. But specifically when a young man loses his father, he starts asking, am I enough? What did I do wrong? Why wasn't I worth staying for? He loses not just a person, not just a lot of times his hero, right? But he loses his security, his identity, a picture of what life was supposed to be. Because, you have this family mentality. And as a child, you think nothing can ever touch that, ever harm that. This is how it's always going to be. And then to wake up and realize that all that was gone was a huge struggle for me that I dealt with leading up into my 20s, leading up into the marriage I have currently and will have for the rest of my life. And a whole bunch of different issues that led to that. But one of the greatest dangers that I realized looking back based out of that loss is the lies that get whispered to you, right? The lies that say you've been abandoned, you're not valuable, you're gonna grow up and repeat the same thing. It's just a part of who you are now. And for years and years, I wrestled with those lies. And I'm sure a lot of you have too. Like I haven't been on screen, but I've been here. I've been listening, chasing my daughter around, but listening to your stories. And I've heard that because, obviously maybe your loss wasn't a father, but maybe it was a spouse or a dream or a friendship, a season of life you desperately wanted to keep. But that loss has a way of making us question who we are. And I love coming back to scripture because that's where I just feel most at peace. And even King David, right? I think we know King David, obviously very famous, but he's also very troubled at times. But he writes this one verse, this one psalm in Psalm 27:10 that says, though my father and mother forsake me, the Lord will receive me. And that is just so encouraging to me because God knew that there are going to be people sitting in rooms just like where we're at today with all of our stories, people who would experience that abandonment, people who would feel forgotten. And even back in King David's time, when he felt that way, he wrote this encouragement, not knowing 2,000 years later or whatever, that we could be encouraged by that and to remember that even when people in our lives leave or are taken from us, God stays. So at some point, we all reach a crossroad with our pain, right? We can come bitter or we can become better. And I think we're all familiar with, and we can all agree that you can't let your pain define you, and we can't allow God to refine us through it. And I wish I could tell you that as I grew up and as people led me and walked me through, the loss of my dad and kind of how to handle it, I wish I could tell you that when it came to that crossroads for me, that I took the better path, that I allowed God to refine me from a young age. But I did not. I did not. I chose to learn the hard way. And I spent years and years afterwards trying to fill the holes in my life that I felt I could get from all these other issues, from promiscuity and drinking and just living life on my terms that only God could fill instead. But instead, I was out here trying to prove myself and earn my worth and become enough to everybody and everything. I became a chameleon, trying to fit in with every single, person or group or demographic that I hung out with. And here's what I discovered now, looking back during those years, is that you can definitely spend your entire life chasing a validation from people who don't have the power to heal what is broken inside you. And my whole belief is that only God can start and do that. So two quick lessons that I learned, if you guys don't mind me jumping in, is from my first loss, right? From my first traumatic experience as a 10-year-old, is that one thing we learned in the fire service is that avoiding the fire, they actually teach you this pretty early because they need you, because our natural instinct is to run from fire, to avoid it. As soon as you join the fire service, they start to tell you that avoiding the fire isn't always an option. Sometimes the only way to rescue what's valuable is to go through the fire itself. They actually teach you in search and rescue classes that if you are assigned to search and rescue in a fire, you are actually supposed to go immediately as close to the fire as humanly possible and start your search there and work your way out. And I believe that same is true in life, right? Many people, including myself, I spent years trying to run from pain, right? Try to run from the hurt and the scars that I was left with, that I didn't want to address, that I didn't want to admit were there, that I didn't want to admit were my fault, right? As I started making bad decisions and hurting people and getting into bad relationships and stuff like that, I tried everything I could to numb it, to distract myself from it, to bury it deep inside. But healing, that's not the way it works. It doesn't happen by just avoiding it and piling more stuff on top of it. It happens by confronting it and bringing it into the light. That is so hard to do after you've experienced loss, especially after you've experienced multiple versions of it in one way or another. But again, the Bible has many great verses to coincide with this. And one of my favorites is James 1:2, that says, "Consider it pure joy whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that the testing of your faith produces perseverance." And I believe this verse gets tossed around a lot and misquoted and misinterpreted a lot, but here's what I get out of it. Now, obviously, trials aren't going to be enjoyable. I don't think anyone raises their hand and it's like, "Hey, God, can you give me some more tribulations, please? That'd be great. I'm loving this. Can you please send me more?" Because I sure as heck do not. I'm like, "God, get me out now. I'm over it. That's enough. I get it." It doesn't feel good. And I don't think that's what James is saying here. James isn't saying it, "Hey, you should be like so thrilled that you're going through hard seasons of life because that's just what God calls us to do." No, he's saying it because God can use the suffering to produce something greater. That is where our joy should come from. And obviously, excuse me, one of my fears growing up was becoming my father, like I had mentioned earlier, right? Like repeating that same cycle. One of the lies that kept coming up is, "Well, you're just gonna be just like him." And I was dead set against it, man. I was never ever gonna break a family apart. I was never ever gonna leave my kids. I couldn't even understand still how someone could just up and leave their entire family like that. And I think many of you understand that feeling as well, right? You can look at the broken pieces of your past and say, "Well, what if I repeat some of these same steps? What if I become the thing that hurt me?" And God showed me along the way. It took many years, right? It took many years for me to finally be humble enough and broken enough to be like, "Okay, God, what are you trying to show me here?" But he finally showed me something powerful, that our history doesn't explain you or excuse you from anything. And it sure as heck doesn't define you. But at some point, you have to decide when the story stops with you and realize that you can't control what was done to you or what you lost, but you can control what you do next with it, what you do through that loss, through that refinement, right? Today, like I said, I am a very proud husband and father, and I get the opportunity to show up for my family every single day. Far from perfect, not even close, but I'm intentional with it, right? And I believe a lot of you do the same thing, showing up every single day, and every day giving a chance to my kids something I desperately wanted growing up from my father, right? Which is presence. So, lesson number 2, as I wrap up, kind of, is just the importance of connection. The importance of connection, because a lot of us, again, myself included, we like to just retreat after that loss, and I've heard that a lot this morning. But again, tying it back to my career in the fire service, especially in a fire, everyone goes in pairs of twos. Not a single firefighter ever enters a hazardous situation alone. We operate as a team. We stay connected, because if you get isolated, if you get separated, if you freelance and you go in by yourself, that's when that danger becomes exponential, and that's when isolation kills. And I think the same is true emotionally and spiritually for us that have experienced things like this. Because one of the worst things we can do, obviously, after a loss is isolate ourselves, right? We convince ourselves that nobody understands or nobody cares or nobody can help, or maybe that's honestly the truth. Maybe we just don't feel that support from people who are supposedly there to support us, encourage us, be there for us. But things happen in a community that can't happen on our own. And that's one of the reasons that I'm so passionate about helping men now. John and I actually have a men's group together that we work together, because I've seen and he's seen, what happens when men suffer in silence. I've seen what happens when they finally speak up. The moment they speak up and they finally bare their souls, and other men start raising their hands and they say, "Hey, me too. I feel that way too." And then everything changes. And unfortunately, I've seen the other side where they choose not to speak out. And their final words are also, or their final actions are also that of loss. So just be encouraged, if you will, through the story, that God never wastes pain. As hard as that is to see in the moment, I know this for a fact. God never wastes pain. The wound that we have through that trial, through that tribulation, it becomes part of the mission he's given you. The struggle that you went through becomes part of your story. Obviously, we're all here. The loss created a certain compassion, and abandonment created a certain empathy. That hardship built resilience. And today we are all here sharing that and leaning into each other and feeling this community. So I will leave you with this, as everyone in this room, like I said, has experienced loss on some, um, form or level. People have left, some things have been broken, something has hurt. The question isn't whether you're experienced pain before, because that's obvious. The question is what we're going to do with it, right? And a lot of you are well on your way to healing and making it better. So just remember, you have that choice what to do with the pain, because I'm sure there will be another area in our life, all of us, where we experience something similar, maybe not to the same extent, but we get a choice. Will it make us bitter, or will it make you stronger? Will it become your prison or your platform like we have here, which I'm very, very honored and thankful for? Will it become an end of your story or the beginning of a new chapter? Resilience is not the absence of hardship like so many people, and even I, when I was younger, believed, right? You look at someone who's made it to the top, they're like, oh, he can take on anything. But resilience isn't the absence of hardship. Just remember that resilience means standing in the middle of hardship and saying, I will not quit, I will not surrender, and I will not allow this pain to define me. I've learned this about the fire that we are carrying forward today. Fire reveals the things that we are made of. And it's the same is true for adversity. The hardest moments in your life reveal what is inside of you. And I believe when your life is built on faith, purpose, God's promises, the fire that may test you, but it doesn't consume you. And I want to leave you with that. So I really appreciate y'all's time today and this opportunity to speak.
Awesome job, Ian. How cool is it that we got to hear about how to carry the fire forward from a firefighter, right? That was great alignment right there. Thanks, both Ian and David for that one. Great job. Oh, never mind. Their hands are up before I even get done saying something. I don't know who was first. We're gonna start on the left-hand side, Sierra, and roll right into it. Go ahead, C.
Yeah, and I loved how you blended spirituality, logic, and emotion throughout the whole speech. Like it really kept me paying attention. And I love that your daughter didn't interrupt you and you were able to keep going. But I loved what you said about God doesn't waste pain. And I think that was a big reminder that I needed today. So thank you.
Praise God. Thank you.
Meredith.
So we talked just before everything was live streamed that somebody needed to hear what you had to say today. And I think I'm one of those people. So thank you so much for sharing that. There were so many things that you said throughout that I was like, oh, yes. I think you were like, I keep running from it. And I put in the chat, I've never been a good runner, but I totally relate to that. And so thank you. And thank you for sharing. And you are totally not like your father. You've got your daughter on the floor near you, hanging out with your family, and you're setting a really wonderful example for future generations.
Thank you so much. I don't like running, by the way. I hate running. I don't run. Yeah, no anti-runners club. John will run all day, not me.
Deb, you're up.
Ian, hello. Hi, how are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
After listening to you, I am over the moon. You're a powerful speaker. I love your messages, and being a party to a firefighter household, I learned early on about how it's the smoke that often kills long before the flames get at you. And a lot of people in this group know that. I mean, this is back in 2010. This is ancient history, but my condo burned down. We were all home. It was 2:30 in the morning. And so listening to you talk about the event, and it was one of those things where there were smokers down the level below. They actually set the bed linens on fire, thought they put it out, went to air it out. You know what happened next. And even then, what really, hit the high charts was he was on oxygen, and it got cooking to the point that it set the tank off. No casualties, by the way, in this event.
Oh,
And we had a fire, we had an alarm that went off every single month, and it was the little boy that cried wolf. And eventually, and this is like 10 years into it. So I hear the alarm go off. I did my little routine. I touched the door. I opened it. And I saw just the thinnest little veil of the most innocent white smoke creeping along the ceiling, and thought, someone, yeah. So I shut the door. I called 911. They went, oh, yes, you're on fire. That never happened before. And so I grabbed a bag and whatever, still pretty chill about the whole thing. And I opened it up. Couldn't have been more than 10 minutes at that point. Now, this has been cooking a while. I opened my door. And you know how sometimes I tell you to crawl along, the bottom? Yeah, no, that wasn't an option. Floor to ceiling, inky, black, undulating smoke. So I shut the door again because I was taught, I was fortunate enough to have a firefighter in my life and taught me, yeah, that's really deadly. And then I also thought, hey, there's professional actually, no, this was Connecticut. There are volunteer firefighters that are going to come and rescue my sorry butt off the balcony.
Right.
So for your profession, for all of those here in that profession, and I love the fact that it's like, it is a team. We are a team. We're a community, and that's what saves. Thank you, sir, for your service.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm glad you're safe.
Amber, you're up.
Ian, I don't know if I've had the opportunity to catch you speak before, and I just wanted to say thank you. So much of what you said just spoke to my soul. And there were two things you said that really resonated that I wanted to thank you for. The first one is that you can spend your entire life seeking validation from somebody who doesn't have the power to heal what's inside of you. Like, I've said that and heard that said in so many different ways, but that's the gut punch way of saying it that I think so many people needed. And then I wanted to just comment, because you mentioned wondering why your dad didn't stay. And it was a couple of years ago when I acknowledged for the first time that I was mad at my dad for dying. And it's so powerful to hear somebody else talk about really unreasonable thoughts that come from loss and death and the bullshit that we make up in our head because of experiences that we have. And I just want you to know that that's an incredibly powerful thing. And I hope you lean into that more.
Thank you so much. I will, for sure.
James.
Well, Ian, I was not incorrect when I said I don't know you, but I feel you before we kicked off the live stream and you started. Number of ways. One, brother in Christ, so that automatically makes us family, and then brother in service. I was a volunteer fireman from 06 to 2012. So everything that you were discussing and you were talking about, absolutely no, resonate. I'm nodding my head because, yeah, you don't go in by yourself. Any type of danger zone, you don't go in. And you also have to make sure you have everything properly set up before you even walk in the first place. And one of the things that actually brought to memory when you were talking about getting as close to the fire as possible in search and rescue, I was assigned search and rescue for like 2.5 years. It was one of my favorite things to do because I'm insane. But when you do search and rescue, when we were trained for it, one of the things that they did for training was they walked us into the burn building and actually kicked the heat up so we could feel what it felt like inside our gear. And they were like, 700 degrees, you'll start to feel sweat if you haven't already, right? But like 900 degrees, you start to feel the heat. And the one thing they tell you about it is this isn't designed to save you. It's designed to minimize damage around you. Communication is important. Being very, very aware of what's going on is important. And I love that. And then you were like, not everybody here is praying to be in trials all the time. I do, actually. Way back when there was a speaker on stage and they were like, I don't pray for peace. I pray for trials because I don't get better with peace. I get better in trials. And I was like, I like that. I'm going to adopt that. And it was the worst mistake I ever made in my life, but it was also the best one because I'm constantly always learning and growing. Everything you said was fantastic, man. Like, and what I love about it is you're not puffing up. You're not leaning on expertise. You just flat out showed up. Hey, what's up? I'm Ian. My daughter's over here. I just want to pour into you. I'm going to lead faith forward. I'm going to lead personal experience to be relatable. And I'm not going to sound, like more intelligent than what, God's giving me because it's not the point. And dude, home run, man. I'm so connected to you. You do not even know. So thank you for your story, your insight, and what God gave you today. I want to say I appreciate it.
Dude, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you for your service also. Volunteers, they get it even worse.
Yeah, we're doing it for free.
Right.
David, you're up.
Ian absolutely crushed it, brother. I'm always grateful, like I say, for people making connections and introductions. And I knew right away when you and I met, what was it, 2 or 3 weeks ago? When John introduced you to me, that I knew you were going to be a perfect fit for the mountain. I always can tell within the first 5 minutes of a conversation. The only one that I always doubted, and not doubted, but questioned was Amber. Because you never know with her, because she's a Golden Knights fan, and you never know with those Vegas folks. I absolutely adore her and love her, but you never know after what they did to the Avalanche fans. But bro, you absolutely rocked it, crushed it, and I will be reaching out again for future summits. We may do another virtual in August. Right before the live event coming up in September. Just depends on the bandwidth with me and everybody's schedule, because this movement just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's amazing. Appreciate your story, and I just what's her name?
Anya, this is Anya. Say hi.
Hi, Anya. How you doing? And absolutely love you. He's just had a little baby girl, Mr. James, who is the least favorite Miller. So,
That's awesome. Congrats, man.
Thanks, brother. Long story. We'll catch up.
Yeah, for sure. We need to, bro.
So if you have to jump off quick, Ian, hope you can stick with us, but drop your contact information in the chat below. Or if you want, go ahead and send it over to me. We're going to put everybody's contact info on our community page on our website, and just pulling everybody's info together so everybody can have that. And just thanks for being a part of this with us. And love you. Thanks for being a part of it. And take care of that little girl.
Absolutely, man. I already love this group. It was an honor, guys, to be a part of this. And yeah, any chance I get, man, God's doing great things through this. I love it.
I appreciate it, man. Back to you, Ash.
Awesome. Guys, make sure you're putting the love and flowers on social media in the comments for Ian so we can check out and engage with you guys later after the summit. Also, really quick, I want to shout out the sponsors for the summit because we can't do it alone, right? David brings all these great, amazing speakers in this lineup here, but there are some other moving parts to it. And so really quick, I want to shout out the Mountain Summit sponsors, Michael Hummel and Mary Wood. I also want to make sure that we give some love to the Legacy Year sponsor, Tim Gillette, and the Legacy sponsors carrying the fire forward, both May Scott and Tish McDaniel. You have heard from some of these people, or you will be hearing from them today. So I'm excited, but make sure that you're giving them love and flowers throughout the day as well. Going right into the next speaker really, really quick. I want to announce this empowering woman who empowers individuals and companies to create excellence in their services, performance, and profit. And we're going to allow her to pour into us today. So everybody get ready to hear from Melissa Marks. And without further ado, ma'am, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, David. And hello, Mountain Summit Virtual. How has this been? Amazing, right? A ton of speakers, great stories, and great insights. And I'm super excited to share with you today. So I do invite you to grab a piece of paper. You're probably going to have some nuggets here. And I'm actually going to ask you to do a little bit of math. I hope that's okay. So maybe a cue to grab your phone. So just give you a little fair warning. I know. I'm sorry, Deb. I'm giving you that heads up. So before I get started, I do have a question for you. How many of you have felt successful in life and on paper, but exhausted actually in your real life? Yeah. And how many of you would have considered yourself maybe a recovering perfectionist, or maybe still a perfectionist? A couple of hands here for me. Ish. Okay. Yeah. Well, I definitely would. And I would say for years, I lived my life as perfectionism was my greatest strength. It helped me achieve, it helped me lead, it helped me produce results. It had allowed me to check all the boxes to be successful. And in fact, at the height of all of this in 2014, I was actually managing a program and managing people on a $38 million project. And I was actually able to do most things that most people would never get to do. And I had to ask myself, like, if I were to ask myself at that time how life was going, I would probably put it on like an 8, 9, or 10 scale at that point in my life. So my career was rocking. And so my question for you, so that piece of paper that you have, and you can take note, this is not going to be a huge amount of math. When you think about your career, whether you have a business, whether you volunteer, where you're contributing, how would you rate that on a scale of 1 to 10? What would that number be? Go ahead and put that down. And for me, for at the height of my career, I actually got my wake-up call. For me, at that time, I got diagnosed with an aggressive form of breast cancer. And my life was about pushing through, about the hustle, about avoiding sleep. There were things in my life that could wait, like relationships. Joy was one of those. Can anybody relate to that? Joy gets to be put on the back burner for later. And so I'm curious if you can relate. Cancer for me was actually a time in my career, it was a wake-up call. And like I said, I could rate my career as a 10. I could also, for me, I could rate fitness up there. Fitness was very big and important to me. If you were to not find me at my career, you'd find me in the fitness gym. I taught fitness. If I wasn't teaching, I was out running and doing those kinds of things. So that would have been an 8, 9, or 10. So fitness was never the issue for me. So for you, if you were to rate that for yourself, fitness, and I would add energy to that, where would you rate that on a scale of 1 to 10? And so one of the things that cancer helped me realize is that health was actually bigger than fitness. Health is about that energy. Health is about getting sleep. Health is about recovery. It's about stress, or maybe stress management, mindset, more than anything, peace of mind. And really, health is how your body is feeling, how your mind is feeling, and how you're actually living it in life. So again, rate that on a scale of 1 to 10. Where would you rate your health and your energy? So when I got to the point of I was going through treatments and I was going through my cancer recovery, I started looking at life a little bit differently. A lot of people will ask, how do I get back to my normal? How do I get back to where I was? And I started looking at it from, how do I get to create something different? For me, I thought I was living a life of excellence and perfectionism, and I was trying to be perfect, which is really hard to do. I would say impossible. But instead, I got to choose, and I realized at this point I had a chance to choose, and this is where excellence for me started to evolve. And so I would love to share excellence, what it means to me. Excellence is me being able to do the best I can with how I'm currently resourced and how I currently feel. So if you think of your life, excellence will probably evolve over time. We can use that scale to see, like, compare to what's possible in somebody else, but really we may compare to ourselves as where we were before. Oh, I see I'm freezing up a little bit. There we go. Am I back? Okay, good deal. I could see that I was freezing a little bit. But really, excellence is where I am right now. And so for me, like I said, career was high, fitness was high, but the things that I was putting on the back burner were things like joy, fun, relationships, and my overall well-being were not what I would consider on that higher part of the scale. So take another moment. When you add relationships, so like significant other relationships, maybe relationships with friends or in the places that you spend the most times, what would your number be on a scale of 1 to 10? I know I'm asking you to think hard. I do apologize. I do this to my 5:30 a.m. fitness classes. They don't like it. So what I really discovered is all these things actually matter. So if you were to take like a wheel on your car, if you have a nail in it or something, it's going to be impacted and it's going to ride wobbly. And so for me, focusing on career, health, relationships, and joy, and I want to speak into that a little bit too. As adults, oftentimes that's this thing we throw out the window. That's for kids. Fun and joy, it's for kids. However, I'm here to share, it's for adults too. Do you realize that innovation comes out of creativity and joy? I was an engineer, y'all. Like, innovation matters in that area. Yes. Yes, Tina. Innovation matters. And so you get to add that joy and have fun. That's not just for kids. So this is actually what I consider your excellence score. When you look at these 4 areas, and now here's where you're going to do the math. So grab your phone. It's not your perfection score. It's not your potential score. It's not your current experience score. It's a snapshot of how you're doing in this moment and the resources that you have available. So take that number, add all 4 numbers, do your best if you don't have the calculator, and then divide by 4. That average would be your individual excellence score. So for me, although the areas I was focused on and I was comfortable in was closer to that 10, the other ones brought the average down. Ooh, Josh, I love it, an 8.25. So you've got some balance in life. You're focusing on all the things. Thank you for sharing. So this is just a way to look, and I would invite, I didn't say this up front, and I should have. It's not a way to judge. It's just a way to look. For me, cancer interrupted my life and told me I needed to look. The other thing I will share, this last part of my life, I have had the opportunity to retire. And in this phase of life, I got the chance to really look at what is it that I want to focus on. I knew I was going to be taking on a bigger leap of faith, a bigger deal in my life to be able to speak on stages, to be able to pour into others. And I knew that my foundation, specifically my health, got to be rock solid. And I don't know about you all, but if you think about building a house, maybe some of you have had the opportunity to build your own house. Who gets excited about the foundation of the house? I mean, when you know the result, yes. But usually we're excited about the cool kitchen, the master bedroom, the landscaping, and even the view. But the foundation, not so much. Just get it right. But yet, if you've ever experienced a horrible foundation in your house or in any kind of building, it's going to affect the rest of what we're building upon. And so for me, I knew I was going to get to up level who I got to be as a speaker and a coach and pouring into others. And so health excellence has become my focus. The other little tidbit I'll give you is if you get to a point you're like, I can always get to that 8, but I can't get over that hump. Usually we become more embodied in something that we are teaching. And so with that, similar to David, that's actually this summer, this August, I'll be doing a Health Excellence Summit. So I get to teach the things that I've learned in this time, which is awesome. So in this time, I've learned more about my hormones, my recovery, my energy, my mindset, and everything that it takes for me to truly know what health means and really get to pour into that as I've worked alongside Tina, who I was chatting out earlier. By the way, she's going to kill me for saying this. Y'all, today is her birthday. Y'all be sure to celebrate her today. She's 25. I got you, Tina. But this scale that we talked about, usually the way I look at it, if anything's below a 5, if you were to look at that, it's a 5 or below. That's something that's not whispering for attention anymore. It's starting to shout. So if you did have something below a 5, just look at it and say, what would it take to get to a 6 or a 7? How do I show some intention and attention to that area? So if it was health, maybe it's just putting our shoes out and having our clothes ready. If you're a morning bird like me, having it ready to go the next day. I see, Josh, it looks like you're out walking. You've got that one covered. If it's career, what am I going to do to maybe improve upon my skill sets? If it's relationship, how am I going to be intentional in that relationship? Absolutely. Sierra, I'll come back if you don't mind. I see you're asking for the questions here. I'll drop them here in a moment. And so just look at that scale. What would it take to bump it at that next level? For me, even in health, like sleep was something that I was avoiding. So, making sure that I'm planning, reverse engineering my sleep. And then joy, we talked about that. Joy is actually a resource to refuel and create that creativity and create that innovation. And so those things matter. Health matters, relationships matter, contribution matters, like work or a business. So I would say one of the greatest gifts I had was cancer actually gave me a chance to wake up and realize I actually mastered surviving rather than thriving. Ouch. That was an ouch moment for me. And so my invitation for everyone, same, Ashley. My invitation is really don't wait for that wake-up call. I wanted to share this with you today so that you had some kind of resource to really self-check. That's all we're doing, checking in, where we get to show up intentionally and create our own individual excellence. And where you are in your age and stage in life also matters. So with that, David, I thank you again. I did want to leave some space for questions, so I do thank Sierra for asking. And what questions might y'all have?
Great job. Girl, when you said, Tina, the are we surviving or thriving, as somebody that used to think like it was the cool thing to do to be a survivor and like that was my personality, and then realizing that like, you don't have to always survive. Like there's a thriving part without that. So thank you for sharing that. That's amazing. Who has questions or wants to show Melissa some flowers?
And I see Sarah asked me to repeat the questions, y'all. So I'm a what would be called a promoter in the way I show up. So once I say it, it's gone. So you have to remind me, Sarah, what did I say?
I got a noisy toddler, but I was just wondering if the rating scale, if you can repeat those questions or put them in the chat. Because I
Absolutely.
missed
So
one and I was like, oh, I didn't get my score.
okay, which ones did you have?
I had the first three and it was just the last one I missed.
So we have health,
The health.
we have like career and contribution,
Yep.
we have relationships,
Okay.
and then we have our joy and our energy.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And I could put joy and energy with both health and energy, joy and energy.
David has a question. David.
My question is, how do you get joy and energy to counterbalance each other? Because sometimes my joy overtakes my energy and then my energy is down, but then my joy skyrockets and then my energy goes way over that. So how do you counterbalance that?
Ooh, that's a great question. I don't know if I would want to. And your body's going to tell you. Your body's going to tell you when enough is enough. Hopefully it's before you get to something like I have. But at the same time, it's if you're paying attention to everything that we talked about, and you can add your own things. I oversimplified it today, but you can add your own things that you want to add in and just give it a check. So for me, it's a monthly check. What do these areas of my life look like now? What is my rating scale? And then what would it take for me to shift it from where it is, maybe a couple steps higher? And I would recommend, like, if you're at a 5 or if you're at a 1, 10 is a big jump. And that's usually where we get into the shame, blame, guilt, fault. Go 2 steps higher. Because I will tell you what I've done in my life, that fitness that used to be like an 8, 9, or 10, I got to back it down a little bit. No more 3 hours in the gym a day. 1 is plenty. If I need a rest day, that's great. So that's the way I would look at it, and really checking in with yourself. You have an inner knowing, we all do. Oftentimes we do it from here, which I will tell you tends to be fear-based. From our gut is our instincts. And then from our heart is actually where we have that pure love and inner connection and inner light. So if you're always making decisions from here, again, if it's fear and you need to be risk avoidant, great. But if it's from the gut, okay, I have an inner knowing that this is right or wrong. And if it's from the heart, that's just pure joy, love, and light. And so you get to decide, from where you're making that decision, which am I choosing from? Did that help, David?
Yeah, it definitely did, because the old me from 4 years ago, before my body got beat up, before I slipped on the ice and the shoulders and the head injury, sometimes the head hurts when I just had my left shoulder operated on 7 weeks ago. So the head hurts, the shoulder hurts, and I want to go to the gym. And the old me wants to work out for an hour to an hour and a half. But I know when the head is not feeling so great with the shoulder, and my body's telling me you need to rest, but I've got certain people in my life telling me go to the gym, go to the gym, go to the gym, and I know my body can't take it. That's when the fear in the head tells me, well, you got to get your ass up and get moving. And so I appreciate the perspective out of that. So it does help.
And I love that you brought up the shoulds. So any of the ouds, shoulds, coulds, woulds, all those are an indicator that it's coming from kind of the fear and scarcity. And it goes back to you have your inner knowing. And so for me, like those 3 hours in the gym correlated to being a competitive gymnast and a marathon runner. I'm not doing that anymore. My body can't handle it, just like you said. So the 1 hour creates the sustainment, and really for me, the major energy release when those things kind of build up like you're talking about. It's a major energy release for me to ground and get back settled into what I want to focus on.
That's awesome. Thank you. Back to
Yes.
you, Ash.
Deb, you're up.
Miss Melissa Marks, fellow Energy Bunny or Energizer Bunny, not plugging any products. First and foremost, love everything you said. I've got a takeaway or two, and then I've got a very poignant question for you.
Okay, I'll be prepared.
So the takeaways are the fact that, you pushed the limits, and you ended up with dis-ease.
Yes.
Dis-ease.
Mm-hmm.
Nature will force us to slow down or stop.
Mm-hmm.
Right, David? Nature is always trying to help us out there. So the poignant question is you tied perfectionism to your identity. I won't ask you to do the math and give me a percentage, but you tied, I suspect it's a fairly high number. You tied perfectionism to your identity.
Mm-hmm.
When we tie things to who we are, that can be very difficult to overcome, sometimes not even possible. So my question is, A, how the heck did you do it? Or did you just morph it into being a perfectionist at life-work balance?
Well, so that's a very good question. And it is still something. So I say recovering on purpose because we are constantly, like, once we've created an identity, that's a mask, a suit, something that we wear all the time. And so for me, it took a lot of work. And quite frankly, while I was going through the year plus of treatments and recovery and all of that, I got to let a lot of that go. Like it really just got to be out the door. A lot of my identity changed with cancer to include a new definition of even thriving and realizing that I was surviving life. I was doing kind of as David said earlier, here's what you're supposed to do. Here's how you're supposed to show up. One of the best gifts I got was actually having a stand. My stand is I'm an authentic, powerful, loving leader. The first reminder is that I get to be authentic. So as I was leading my teams later in my career, if I had emotions coming up, I did not hide them. Now, I didn't spew them on people, but if I was upset about something or whatever, I didn't mind that showing through because I'm human, just like they are. But I could connect, and it wasn't like a forced, a manipulative thing. It was, I'm being real right now with what's coming up for me. Guess what? That allowed other people to come into that gap I was creating and be able to do the same thing. And so it's still a work in progress. And I got a big crash course during treatments to really shift that, because there was no other choice. One of the things that I really thrived upon, my degree is physics engineering and chemistry engineering. So guess what my identity was? Being smart. During cancer, if anybody's had it, there's something called chemo brain. There's a fog around you, and it's really hard to remember and everything that you're doing. I remember doing my timesheet in the time that I was doing all the preparatory doctor's appointments and surgeries and all that kind of stuff. And I could not do my timesheet. I was teaching others how to do timesheets. I couldn't do my timesheet. I also learned in that time, Deb, to actually lean on others. I was a very big individual. I learned to lean on others and ask for support. And one of my very good friends at work, I went to her and I said, I've tried this 5 times. It keeps crashing out. Can I get support? And at that time, she gave me permission. Always ask me for support. Always ask me. I'm here for you. And that was a big deal because I was very independent. I still am very independent, but that was a big deal because I started to learn to ask for support.
Awesome. Anybody else have anything for Melissa? All right. So if you are watching from socials, live on YouTube or on Facebook, make sure that you are dropping the green and black or any comments that you have or questions for Melissa so she can go check that out. Melissa, we are streaming live on YouTube and on David's Facebook page. So make sure that you go and check out the commentary from the attendees later and interact with them. As well as if you can drop your contact info and where to find you in our chat over here, that would be amazing. Guys, make sure that you are sending the love and pressing that red heart on the lives to show Melissa love for pouring into us and appreciation. We are going to be moving right along to the next speaker. This is an encore situation. And if you were here yesterday, you felt the powerful, sometimes she leaves me speechless, okay? And I also swear every time she speaks that we are related. Like, I think we have the same family members in some capacity. So we're gonna have to get together and figure out our family tree, sister. But she said something yesterday, like she does every single time, that just touched me specifically in the heart. And that was seeing the possibility of who you are the moment that you're held by your parent. And I think that will stick with me forever. It was so powerful for me to hear. And so when I found out she was coming back for day 2, I was thrilled. And I know you guys are too. So I'm going to get out of the way and let her do what she does best and just move us. And Amber Fearman, please take the floor.
Thank you guys so much for having me back for round 2. I'm super excited to pour in again today. A few years back, I realized that when I got on stages and I talked, I was talking about the wrong thing. I used to, going back to 2019, when I first started speaking on live stages, I used to get up and talk about the courage that it took to run obstacle course races. I used to get up and talk about what I learned from law school and from community. And I realized that those were all important topics, but I was doing a really, really big disservice, because there's a lot of shit that happens before you have the courage to take action that I wasn't ready to dig into yet. And I remember the moment that it happened. It's really when the Break Your Bullshit Box brand was born. Anybody who knows me knows that my appropriateness filter is very unreliable. So putting me in live situations is a proceed at your own risk situation and choice. And I was in a networking meeting. I had been speaking at that networking meeting, and I had shared my story of going from being an attorney to being a coach. And person after person after person after person came up to me and asked me what made me make that choice to go from being an attorney to being a coach, and talking about loss and talking about limiting beliefs and sharing my story on stage and writing a book and all of those things. And with each person that asked, I got a little bit more irritated and a little bit less professional. And it had nothing to do with them. I told you yesterday that everything that we feel has something to do with us. And the reason that I was getting more frustrated is because with each person and each way that I tried to adjust the answer, I realized that I was spewing my own bullshit and I wasn't being honest about what the answer really was. The very last person that kind of went white when I gave my answer, I had hit my filter limit. I could no longer control what was going to come out of my mouth. And they said, I'm really curious. How did you go from being an attorney to being a coach? And I said, my bullshit box overflowed and I had a mental breakdown. And they just looked at me and expected me to laugh. And I said, I'm not joking. My bullshit box overflowed. I had an emotional breakdown. And in the process of trying to figure out how to rebuild myself and learn how to operate and be human again, I learned how to help others do the same. And I get so much more joy out of that than I do out of walking into a courtroom and defending somebody for bad decisions time and time and time again. And I leaned into that for a minute. And that's where the Break Your Bullshit Box brand was born. And I thought it was just a statement. And over the last 4 years, it's become very real to me that this is where the stories start. And there is absolutely no place that this is more true than in the world of grief. If you've read my book at all or listened to anything that I've talked about on it, you know that I believe that we have 2 separate metaphorical boxes in our brain. The first is our bullshit box, where we hold all of the things that we think make us less desirable, that we think bring us shame and guilt, and that we would be judged because of all of the excuses that we hold, that those excuses come from those things. And we will grab those excuses at a moment's notice. Then we have our compartmentalization box, which is where we really put all of those things, the stories, the truths about ourselves that we've decided are true, the stories we can't tell another person because would they love me if they knew this? And we go out into the world with our bullshit box open, willing to grab our excuses at any given moment, and our compartmentalization box closed. And I don't know about you, but every single time I have dug in to that box that I don't want to open, the one that has the heartfelt stories that I don't think I can share with another person, every time I dig into that, somebody walks up to me and says, I thought I was the only person that felt that way. So I want you to lean in as we dig into what we're going to talk about today, to the fact that that story that you're sitting there saying, I can't talk about that, we're going to go deep today. I'm going to share some things with you that I've never shared before. That's the only way that you can connect with the person who is meant to hear your story. I was talking to somebody the other day about a speaking engagement they were going to give. And they said, I just feel like I'm saying the same things that everybody else is saying. And I said, you are, because there's no original thought anymore. The only thing that makes it yours is you, your stories, your truths, your beliefs, your spin. If you're not sharing you, what the hell are you doing? So let's talk about the bullshit box for a minute. Limiting beliefs, we hear that phrase all the time. Limiting beliefs are this seemingly complex thing that we try to decode. I'm going to make it real simple for you. A limiting belief is nothing more than a decision that you decided because of an experience, and then you made another decision to believe that for the rest of your life. And if you chose to believe it, then you can choose at any point in time to unbelieve it. That's it. That's all a limiting belief is a decision you made once and chose to believe for the rest of your life. So where did mine come from? You guys have heard me say on stage multiple times that I've suffered an immense amount of loss in my life. And I have sugarcoated that for you. So we're going to take the sugar off today. When I was 8 years old, I used to sit in, and this is where my love for sports comes from. I used to sit in my great grandma's back bedroom with my cousin, and he collected sports cards from every different sporting event you could imagine. And he would teach me the players and he would teach me the sports, and we would organize them. And it was his passion. And I will never forget being 8 years old and going over to his house and sitting down and getting ready to go through for the fun we were going to have that day, reorganizing these cards, and then for him to give me the binder and say, I really want you to have this. My 8-year-old brain thought, I'm so excited I get something. When we're 8 and we're given a gift, what is it that we're so excited for? Somebody gave me something. It's the last conversation I had with him. He took his own life the next day. When I was 14, I was getting ready to go camping with some friends. I had my bags packed. I was walking out the door. I was about to get in the car, and my dad comes running out the house, and he says what I thought, Shane sawed himself. And I thought, can I still go camping? And my dad looked at me and said, how selfish can you be? Your uncle's no longer alive. I said, what do you mean? My uncle was an airplane mechanic. He worked in shops all the time. I thought that he had cut himself. My uncle had been target shooting in the backyard and decided that life was no longer worth living. His 8-year-old daughter found him when she was dropped off for their custody. My grandma was traveling that day, and this was pre-cell phones. We're talking 1997. We didn't want her to come home because they shared a driveway. We didn't want her to come home and go over to his house and have him not be there. So we all stayed in my uncle's house the night after he passed away for 2 days until she got home. The emotions that I felt during that period were insane, but the selfishness and the shame and the guilt that I carried for wanting to still go camping when I misunderstood a statement is something that will never leave me. In 2001, for the first time, I sat in a hospital room old enough to understand what it meant to say goodbye to somebody and watched my grandpa take his last breath. Before that, in 2000, I traveled to Canada to say goodbye to my other grandpa and watch my dad grieve and cry for the first time. In August of 2001, I woke up to a call from my mom telling me she wanted to take me to lunch. Showing up at my house, I knew something had happened. My mom and I did not have the relationship where somebody came to take someone to lunch. She wasn't going to drive an hour to do that. When she showed up, for the hour before she got there, my phone was ringing off the hook. My best friend called me in tears. And I said, I don't want to know. I looked at my then boyfriend, soon to be ex-husband, and said, my dad died. And he says, that you can't possibly know that. And I said, my dad's no longer here. And so he started rationalizing with me, as most people do. If your dad was hurt, they would fly him to Salt Lake because it has a better hospital than anything in Idaho. And I said, sure, but he's not here. My mom pulled in the driveway. She had my bishop, my grandma, her, both of my brothers. One brother was asleep in the back seat. Everybody but that brother gets out of the car, and for just one single moment, my brain, trying to find any circumstance in the world where my dad is still alive, says, oh my God, did something happen to my brother? The guilt that comes along with me convincing myself that I would have traded them, which is not true in any way, shape, or form, took a long time to leave. That's the day I found out that my dad died. I went to bed the night before and my dad was alive. I woke up the next morning and he was gone. I never got to say goodbye. In 2009, I lost both my paternal grandmother and my maternal grandmother. In 2024, I lost my most recent cousin. In 2012, I lost my cousin that was my age, that I got everything with. The first person that I could relate to. The 2009 loss was the first one I never went to. I share all of this, not because I want you to say, oh my God, Amber, like you've lost so many people in your life. It's not about me. What I want to share more than anything are the lessons that each one of these losses taught me. Because I can compartmentalize with the best of them. And these aren't even all of them. These are just the ones that were unexpected. These are just the ones that weren't because of sickness or old age. I learned a long time ago, before I could put a name on it, that relationships aren't worth building, that people don't stick around, that you have to do life alone, that it is way too possible that you're going to rely on somebody for something and then you're going to wake up the next morning and they're not going to be there. So what the fuck is the point? I learned a long time ago that I was selfish and that was a bad thing. I learned a long time ago that memory is supposed to mean sadness. I learned a long time ago that if you laugh and you smile, that it means that you have forgotten them. That in order to miss them, you have to be sad. I learned a long time ago that you have to be okay, that you can't let anybody see you cry, that you can't let anybody see you be weak. You know, when my dad passed away, I had a doctor's appointment 2 days after he passed away for an unrelated event. I went to that doctor's appointment. She could tell I wasn't okay, and she asked me what was going on. I told her my dad had just passed away, and with zero questions, she offered me depression medication in case I needed it. That's the moment that my brain made the decision that if I tell anybody I'm not okay, they're going to medicate me. Every single funeral that I went to, up until the age of 27, when my grandma passed away, I sang at, including my father's, because you have a job to do and your feelings don't matter. You put your feelings in a box and you do your job. I sang at my dad's funeral and then I collapsed. They had to come up and get me off stage. Each one of these lessons from each one of these losses created an excuse of why I can't build relationships, why I can't connect with other people, why I can't build a business, why I can't be trusted, why I can't make decisions, why I'm a bad person. And until I became aware that those existed, until I started to allow myself to realize that that was all bullshit, nothing lifted. The moment I started being able to lean into relationships, the moment that I started to be able to build a true business that's built on referrals, the moment that I was able to know that I am a good person that can be relied on and trusted, was the moment that I was willing to call out that voice as exactly what it is, which is complete and utter bullshit. You see, that bullshit box is meant to keep you small. You will hear over and over and over again throughout the course of your lifetime that your brain is wired for success. Who here has heard that? It's not. Your brain's wired for safety. And safety isn't always successful. Safety is what your brain knows. My brain knew pain. My brain knew loss. My brain knew hurt. My brain didn't know reliability. It didn't know trust. It didn't know the person who's going to stick around. It didn't know the person that inside of me that would be okay if they didn't. Because when I was so afraid that if I connected with somebody and they were going to leave me, what I was really afraid of is if they leave me, I'm not going to be able to take care of myself. But if I said that to anybody, they would never believe it, because on the outside, I was the attorney. I was alone. I took care of myself. I paid my own bills. I was self-sufficient. I was the person that was always going to be there to help someone else. So how the fuck could I not take care of myself? But I was so scared that if all I had to do was rely on me, I wouldn't make it. And in 2016, when I had my first panic attack, that's exactly what happened. For the first time in my life, I was meant to rely on only myself. I had nobody around me. I was 8 hours away from anybody that I could control. I was 8 hours away from any experience that I could immerse myself in to move my thoughts. And for the first time in my life, I was left with just me and I couldn't breathe. That is the moment that I started seeking change. So I say all of this because I want you to start to call out that voice as bullshit. I don't know what yours is. I can tell you it probably sounds a hell of a lot like mine. I want you to start realizing that whenever you have a thought, whether it's in your heart or your belly or your brain, that cannot pop into your head if you are not capable of achieving it and you don't deserve it, and it is not something you're supposed to give to the world. And then that voice that pops up after that says, yeah, but that's the bullshit, right? We all get that voice that says, I want to go change the world. And then you get, yeah, but you're you. That's the bullshit. Start calling it out for what it is. And you have a whole community of people that can help you understand that. Start getting really curious. Take what we talked about yesterday, where we said that it's all about you, and understand that every single feeling that you have, every single thought you have about you or someone else is really about you. And start getting curious about why, what the purpose of that is, and how it relates to the lies that you're telling yourself, because the world needs you to be you, and the world needs you to be truly you, not the you that you have told the world that you are. And I'll leave it with that.
Oh, so beautiful, per usual. Thank you so much for all that. Guys, let's dive right in, because I'm gonna have to get Amber one-on-one at some in-person event someday, right? Who wants that? Sierra, awesome, let's get it.
Oh wow. I know I said earlier that it's not a competition today, but you're running up to Meredith's speech earlier. Amber, like we just started really building our connection and our relationship, and I love seeing this. I don't want to say softer in a bad way, but this more feminine, very soft side of you is coming out with the vulnerability. And God, she's beautiful, so powerful. Like the way your storytelling comes out and the power you still bring with that badass behind it. I've heard you speak a few times and it just gets better and better. So thank you for being
Thank
here.
you.
Who
I
else?
agree with that
David.
1,000%. Amber, every single time. You rock my heart, Senorita. You changed my life in so many ways, and I cannot wait to attend one of your trainings. Because I know once I do that, after talking to Myrna and how it affected her life, it's going to change my life in so many ways, because there are still some demons that I need to work on. And I got to chat with you back in October on the cruise, and boy, oh boy, can you call me out of my shit. And that's what I love about you. You're not afraid to call people out on their shit. And I love that about you. And, you know, it's always amazing to have you.
Thank you.
You're very
Same.
welcome. Beat you to it, James.
That was intentional, David. Oh, what's up, Amber?
Hey.
My girl. God. First time I saw you speak on a stage a couple of years ago, I knew I had to connect with you and talk to you. We don't talk much, but every time we speak, whether it's one-on-one or I watch you speak, it's just been deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and more relevant, and the revelations and the breakthroughs and the surgical precision of figuring out what's going on and how you're operating and where you're like, that's bullshit. You're one of the most impressive women I've ever met on the planet, next to my wife. And I do not say that lightly. I know I compliment, and my compliments are always genuine, but the level of amazement that I have for you, respect and love that I have for you, and the ability for you to be so open, it inspires me to do it more. And anybody who sits with you at any point in time will not only know that, feel that, be validated by that, but will never forget it. Anytime you come on on an event, you have a mission, and your mission is executed perfectly. Because you execute it really, like in realness and in authenticity, and they're not just buzzwords for you; those are codes that you live by. And I love you, like in every facet of the word. I love you. You are so freaking awesome. And I know whatever switch you found between the last time I talked to you to this one, I am so fucking proud of you. Like proud. Like I want to run. Like I know this woman personally, but I know the strength and courage that it took, and I just want to let you know I see it, and I appreciate you so much. Thank you for being you, honey.
Love. Deb.
Amber. Hey, baby. How you doing?
Hey, baby.
I concur with everyone who has been showering you with these flowers. I am especially drawn to this softer side of you. I mean, I love the kick ass, you know, come in like a wrecking ball. Love that. Love that you can flip that switch and do that. This is speaking to me, and thank you so much for just being you, baby. Love you.
Thank you. Love you too.
All right. Anybody else before we move on? Eric, I feel like I can see gears grinding for you, that you have some. I was right.
Amber, oh yeah. I'm much easier to read, I guess, than I think about. Exactly what Sierra had said. I put it in the comments. But to see you evolve and change and to embrace the softer side of you is incredible, because you can balance both the masculine, cut the bullshit, really address it head on, but then open up and share that it's not just words and phrases, but it's really you living and embodying it. And it's just impressive. Every time that I listen to you, every time that you and I get a chance to talk, there's always gears going. There's new depths and we're never finished. One thing I've realized that for all of us, no matter how good we think we're like, all right, now we're at a great level. It's like, well, just hold on, right? God's got something else for you. So wait for the next curveball. But just really proud of you. Really proud of you for everything that you've accomplished, where you're going, and you opening your heart, softening your heart to share, because your relatability is just going through the roof. So much love for you.
All right. Thank you, Amber, as always, and looking forward to oh, Justin. Okay, Justin. Let's hear it.
His eyes just went wide.
Did I raise my hand?
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Me too.
Good. I don't know how it says lower hand. I can lower it now. Look, Amber, real quick. I don't have a whole lot to say. I've seen you speak multiple times in person and virtually. And And maybe it's just the point where I'm at in my life or what's going on around me. But that was probably the most powerful speech I've heard you give so far.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Dope. That's all I gotta
Thanks.
say.
And when Justin says dope, that means like the best, right? Jay. Anyways, Amber, of course, always love you. Look forward to seeing you speak over and over and over again. And I think that the consensus here is that is across the board. So thank you for coming back for day 2, and supporting the movement in the mountain. So
Thanks for having me.
yeah, absolutely. We are going to go to our next speaker. Guys, make sure you're showing Amber the flowers and the love on the social media chats as well, so she can come back and answer any questions you may have, or also dive into any of the flowers you guys are throwing her way as the attendees on the socials. I apologize if you hear heavy breathing in the background. That is my big fat dog that just moved 5 inches and now he lost his breath. So I apologize if you hear that. But anyways, our next speaker is amazing. I actually had the luxury of connecting with this person about homesteading and doing country folk stuff, and the animals and the gardens and that kind of stuff. And then it came to obviously do what we all do and become friends with him on his socials and watching him and then hearing him speak a few times. And I don't know what he's going to talk about today, but I do know that one of the things that I appreciate about him is that he talks about men's mental health, and he has this this openness about the struggles of men, right? And he shows courage, and that kind of leaves the door open for other men to be expressive of that. And as a mother of 2 sons, and raised by men that were like, we're men, no feelings, right? I love that there are men like this person out in the world to share the wisdom and the importance of taking care of you. So without any further ado, please welcome my dear friend and homesteader, Eric Yusko. Did I mess it up? I'm sorry.
No, Yusko. It's all good. I've heard Yusko, many other names that probably aren't, appropriate for right here. The hillbilly in the woods, all of them, right? Whatever works. So funny enough, secret time, what I had planned on talking about just completely got destroyed this morning. So reworked the whole thing. So we're going a little off the cuff. But around carrying your fire forward, if you've ever tried to carry a flame outside, you know that shit's hard. A candle in a quiet room is one thing, but trying to have a torch outside is a completely different thing. When the rain starts falling, when the wind starts pushing up against you, when your hands get tired and you realize, hey, this takes some effort. And I wanted to define a little bit what that flame is. What is that fire that we are carrying forward? Our flame is our purpose. It's a part of us that God had put us here for, our essence. Those gifts, all the stories, our voice, our courage, the stuff that transforms the rooms that are different after we leave them. But the world has wind. The world has rain, which can look like loss, trauma, rejection, pressure, disappointment. Insert everything that you feel, that heaviness. And the next level of leadership, and this doesn't matter whether you're leading a family, an organization, or just yourself, because who here knows that it's hard to lead yourself sometimes? That on an answered prayer, the thing that you thought would be easier by now that really isn't. So today I really want to talk about what that carrying the fire forward means. Not only just when life is easy, but when you're really up against some stuff. So the first piece of this, there's three pieces. The first one is the wind and the rain are not the proof that your fire is weak, because that's often what we immediately go to. Amber just talked about that. It's your bullshit. We tend to believe that something is hard, that we're not strong enough for it. But what if the hard thing is not proof that you're weak, but what if it's that God is trying to strengthen your fire? Because there's one thing that I've learned across all of life is every level that we get to, no matter what it is that we want in life, there's the thing that we want ultimately, and that could be success, it could be the relationship, it could be much love, it could be all these things. And then there's the vessel. Are we able to carry all the other stuff that goes along with it? And that's the stuff that we don't really want to know or talk about. We just want the golden gem at the very end of it, right? The successful marriage, the happy relationship, the money, the fame, the purpose, the impact, but not necessarily all the pressures that goes along with it, right? That can transform into the wind and the fire, the rain that's trying to pour and snuff out the flame. Secret time. This season has been one of my heaviest seasons I have ever walked through in life. For those that have been following along, my wife Amber and I have been going through a fertility journey, which has been disappointment after disappointment, month after month, lots of fears, lots of tears, lots of conversations, very difficult, hard conversations with God. At the same time, changed careers, nonstop learning, uncovering one dumpster fire after the next, tons of instability. Transfer that into my grandmother. My last living grandparent has been declining, which has faced me to face into finality and recognizing, when an entire generation, when the last generation or last person in that generation goes away, the whole ratchet system goes up. Now your parents, who you thought were young, are now the older ones, because now you have the next generation and you're just kind of ratcheting your way up, and it forces you to face into the music. Some of our closest friends have been walking through unimaginable pain. They lost one daughter with suicide, and they just had found out that their second daughter had an attempt. So trying to be there for all the people in my life. My goal is to try to get through this without tears, so let's see what we can do. But when all that starts stacking up, I did what I always had done, what I've been good at. Picked up a shovel, got to work, put the emotions on the back burner, much like what I've heard from other people. So the fact that others hear it, feel it, and see it, it's real. So here's where some of the learning comes in. God, what I realized, does not remove the weight, because the weight is part of the preparation. We just don't like what that weight brings. Somebody yesterday had said that grief is the price to pay for love. Expand on that. Responsibility is what comes with influence. More pressure when you want more success. And the challenge is to not avoid all of that, but to lean in. The challenge isn't to just push it away, to face that bullshit box that Amber was talking about. Open that up. Because there's things in there that everything is a lesson. There's blessings and lessons, right? Jeremy tells us that. And you just got to look for them, and you have to realize. So I share all that. Again, not like what Amber was saying, right? Not sharing that for this is all the stuff that's going on, but recognizing that there's things that everybody can take away from this. So whatever it is that you're going through, and I've heard a lot of people speak about loss and trauma, and they were at moments where maybe I had trauma that was from the past, but I wasn't living it real day in and day out. You never know when that's going to come. You never know when you're going to get any random phone call that could completely disrupt your life. But know that every time that wind and the rain comes, it's not about, are you strong enough? It's how you might be needing to be strengthened so that you can be there for not only yourself, but those loved ones that are around you. Takeaway number 2, pay attention to when your flame gets down to the embers. as you can probably imagine, everything I just went through. It's been heavy. But there's another side of this. Yeah, the pressure can strengthen us. Yes, God can use the hard seasons in order to go improve us. But that doesn't mean that we ignore our warning signs. Doesn't mean that we're just going to be able to just shoulder through, man up, and just continue to keep going. So a couple Sundays ago, we went to church, and one of the brothers from church came up, and he's an ex-special ops guy. So him and I just connect on a ton of different levels. And he had said one time, he's like, you know what's hard about talking to you, Eric, is that you know exactly what I'm going through. You know all of the ways that you can try to hide and shelter and put on the happy face when you're dying inside. That pendulum was time to come back around and swing. So 2 Sundays ago, he asked me, he's like, hey man, how's life been? It's been a while since we talked. And I said, man, I wish I could just slow life down. It's just every dimension of life, there's just heaviness. And there's constant change happening. There's nothing stable. It feels like everything is just kind of going. And he said, uh-oh, he's like, that's a warning sign. I heard him, but I don't know that I really absorbed it. And so a week later, he came back, back at church or whatever, catching up. And he's like, hey, did life slow down for you? And I said, no, it just sped up. And he gave me a hug immediately. And he said, I know you're going through stuff. He said, because your eyes smile everywhere you go. And your eyes aren't smiling, bro. You can try to hide it, and you've been successfully hiding it from a lot of people, but I see you. The reason it hit me so bad is, and I'm sure you guys can all relate, is when somebody sees you, they see through your bullshit box. That's why Amber's so powerful, because she's been able to unpack a lot of that bullshit. Sarah's another one that she can see through the bullshit and recognize where you're living and where you're thinking that you're fooling everybody, but you're not. And so when I specifically got seen in church, right, it became probably one of the hardest church services, because I had to spend the entire 45 minutes trying to fight back tears and not just to completely break down. Because for the first time for a little bit, somebody didn't see me as the productive person, the helpful version, the strong version, the one that says, I'm good. How can I help? What can I help you with? So some of us are really good at carrying those burdens. Sometimes that's too good, and that's not a good thing. I know for a lot of guys, we always take that as a badge of honor, right? How much shit can we all take? But that doesn't mean that you're not struggling with demons that are trying to take everything from you. That bullshit in that box can really do a number on you if you let it. We know how to keep moving. We know how we keep serving, keep solving, keep showing up. But sometimes the most dangerous version of us is the version that can still function while falling apart. And this is where you need to look at your warning signs. So your flame might be down to embers when you keep saying, I just need life to slow down. When you stop feeling joy in things that normally give you life. You might be present physically, but emotionally, you're absent. Your smile still works, but your eyes aren't. You're going around trying to help everybody else breathe while refusing to put on your own oxygen mask. So carrying that fire forward does not mean pretending that you are fine. It means having to have enough humility and enough honesty with yourself to admit when your fire needs tending. So takeaway number 2 is you cannot carry that fire forward if you ignore the warning signs. You can't carry a fire forward if it's just embers or ash. The third thing I want to talk about was when we carry that flame forward, we need others around us. And we also need to be there to see where others are on embers, just like Jeremy at church. Very, very thankful that he was there, that the universe kind of put us together at that moment. brings me to this morning, which is why kind of everything kind of just changed in the whole speech. So this morning, good news. We had egg retrieval. Now, super grateful. So for those that have been following again, right? We've been hoping for some good news, but we had 7 eggs that were retrieved. So that's good. So we'll see where that takes us. So a glimmer of good news. 7 little reminders that even in painful seasons, God still can place signs of life in your hands. But one of the biggest lessons for me had been this, which was we are not meant to carry that fire alone. We need to have people around us. And I know we've heard this message before, and every time that we hear a message, sometimes it hits and resonates with us, and sometimes it needs to come across in a different version, a different example. And I believe fundamentally that we all learn and exist and become better versions of ourselves when we see examples of where we're trying to go, which is why this forum, David, that you put together is so impactful. Yesterday, Tish said something powerful about people who have lost loved ones. Go up and ask them, tell me about them. I think that matters because that gives someone permission to bring their love, their grief, and their story into the room. But I want to expand it. And I wonder if we need to take the same posture with us, which is not just how are you, and not just are you good, but tell me what has really been going on in your life. How is your fire? Where has the wind been hitting you recently? You don't seem like yourself, everything going on. Because sometimes we can hide our bullshit box. It has a good frontline defense mechanism. But after a couple questions, people can kind of fall apart pretty quickly. So check in on the people that are also carrying that flame. Because part of carrying the fire forward is becoming the kind of person that also notices. So that was another big key takeaway for me, was when Jeremy spotted me and recognizing, seeing things that aren't just the normal conversation, not just the headline that exists, but what are the people not saying? What are they not doing? And are they inconsistent? Are there inconsistencies in how they're showing up in their life? So notice when someone's eyes aren't really smiling. Notice when that person may sound a little more tired than usual. Notice when that helper tends to disappear. Notice when somebody keeps saying, I just want life to slow down, and honor them. So I truly believe that we are meant to, the rising tide raises all the boats, and it's in each one of you. And I've talked to many of you, and you are all powerhouse people. And I know you are all put on a strong front. And I know that everyone has their own trauma that they're working through. You're not alone. And if you feel like you're alone, just ask. Am I alone in this? Just put that post out and watch how many people pour into you, ready to help you at any given moment. I truly think that there's a divine piece of this that puts the pressures of life in order to cause us. If you're not going to consciously go in and open up that box yourself to face into it, then situations, circumstances, and people will be put into your life in order to force the narrative. Because we weren't meant to just settle. We weren't all meant to just kind of go about our lives day in and day out. We were meant to be leaders. We're all here because we're leaders, whether it's a leader of ourselves, a family, a company, an organization, or a movement. So recognize the power that you have and keep that torch, not only for you, but for those around you. Thank you for listening.
Well done, Eric. And I just want you to know that I'll be praying for you and your wife's journey in the biggest way. Okay. Thank you for sharing everything with us, being vulnerable in your moment. Who has questions or wants to give Eric his flowers?
I made it through no tears, so I'm going to take that as a win for the day. So.
By the way, guys, I'm going to say this again. We appreciate emotion here, right? And we do not judge the tears. It makes it relatable. And if you're making us cry, you might as well cry along with us. Right?
That's true. Except I couldn't get the words out otherwise. I would just completely crash. So
Right. James, you are up with your hand ready to go.
Ladies first.
Oh, thank you. Eric, I adore you. I always love listening to you speak. And I will continue to say this, the world needs more Erics because your vulnerability to me, like, and I don't know how to say this without being mean, but it's also nice to you. You are like the ultimate man, right? Like when I think of a man, I think of you. You have the emotional maturity and intelligence. You have the actual intelligence and then the strength and the love, the way that you love your family. Like I can't wait for that other little baby's face to come out and just she's gonna grow or she or he is gonna grow you more into into that next version of you. So I'll be praying for you too.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that, Sierra.
Yeah. Hey, sir, I'm in charge here.
David,
Deb,
you want to tell her,
She's
David?
been doing an amazing job at that, by the way. Can we just
Deb,
honor
go
Ashley
ahead.
for a second?
Thank you, Eric. Deb, go ahead, because James is gonna refuse. So just go ahead, girlfriend. Oh, unmute, babe.
We still see the red microphone.
Thank you, MC. Eric, hey, baby.
Hey, hey.
How you doing?
Better than I've been in a long time, actually.
I took one note. And it's with all of the weight that obviously you've been performing under. Your personally, immediate family, extended family, extended family, us. Your message was check on others.
Yes.
Squish, squish. You reached into my heart and squish, squish, squish. You're amazing. And yeah, I'm going to chime in a little bit as far as Sierra, as far as what a shining example of masculinity, of non-toxic masculinity. We love the non-tox here.
Non-toxic.
And thank you so much. Love you.
Thank you. Love you too, Deb.
David, you can go next.
No, I'm gonna let James go.
I'm glad we get the order of operations. Yes, I'm very much a ladies first person, and especially if it's Sierra and Deb raised their hands before. No. We let the ladies go first. Eric, my brother, man, I love when you show up. I think you were just talking to me. And I'll tell you why, because you and I both know that when we stop communicating with each other on a regular basis, some stuff's going on. And you and I both have the patience to let grace give a little bit before one or the other reach out. But sometimes we often let that grace go to life, right? I want to take you back to something you told me at the men's retreat that carries memory and probably I'll never forget. You pulled me aside and you said, I never, ever thought that you felt or experienced what you're experiencing the way that you had said that. And you said, I promise you that I will make sure within my power that you will never feel like that again as long as I'm around. I want to reiterate the same thing to you, man.
Appreciate that.
I want to reiterate the same thing to you. Life's. I think every single one of us here can agree that life's. But life's easier when we have people that we can rely on and trust. And in order to do that, we have to take the chance to truly open and go into the depths of the places that we don't want to talk about to find the people that are willing to stick with it. And you named a bunch of names throughout your conversational piece, so you know a few. You're one of mine. And as I have said, or as you have said, if yours aren't reaching out to you more, you got to check in. And that's something that I need to step up my game up on a little more, because isolation breeds doubt and doubt breeds fear. Fear breeds insecurity and insecurity leaves you alone. And you're going through it, man. Now I'm praying for you, and I know you're praying for me, and I'm sure everyone else who has a prayer list with their family and friends and all that. Is one thing to pray, it's another thing to take action and actually check. And so I really appreciate the powerful reminder, my friend. I love you. You are the ultimate male. So I have something to look up to now. I have another level to reach. But proud of you, man. Love everything that you're doing, and I know that God's got you, and I'm really grateful that you're in my life, brother.
Likewise. I'm just gonna put a calendar invite that if I don't hear from you on a weekly basis, I'm just gonna hound you down. So
That's what David does. I love you, man.
thank you, brother.
David.
I let you down, Eric. And I'll admit that because I always talk about I built this mountain, I built this base camp so that nobody ever has to feel alone, no matter where they're going through in life. And you and I don't talk enough. I know when people are hurting because I can feel it. I knew something was going on with Ashley a year ago when she was going through something with her grandmother. I knew something was going on with James when he wasn't talking to me. And something was nagging at me surrounding you. And I apologize for not reaching out sooner because I make it a personal mission to reach out to those when something is eating at my heart, because it's an intuition in my book when I know something is going on. So you're going to be hearing from me a lot more. And if anybody knows about my annoyance when I have a feeling that something's going on in their life, you can ask Amber, you can ask Ashley, you can ask James.
I'll vouch for this one. He is annoying.
I will too.
Yeah, I don't give up.
Lovingly annoying, but annoying.
If I don't hear from you. That's number one.
Yeah.
Number two, if they're ever looking to recast Chris Hemsworth's character for Thor, I know somebody that can go and step into that role, and that's you right there, dude, because you are the ultimate male. Because when I'm standing next to you, I just suck my gut in a little bit, and I gotta push up my shoulders a little bit because you are the ultimate male. And every time you come to the mountain, you bring the Thorness with you, and you bring as I think all these ladies have a secret crush on you, and for good reason. So thank you for bringing the masculinity, and thank you for being you and for being amazing, bro. Absolutely love you, man. And I'm going to become more present within your life. So you have just unleashed the mountain. And so get ready. Back to you,
Awesome.
Ash.
I
Thank you.
love Eric, you're the ultimate man, and they don't even realize that like you could build your own home and forage your own food and stuff. So wait till they find that out. Game
That's
over.
true. There's level. Who is the one that's saying this? There's levels of this shit. Sorry, levels of this stuff.
Right? I love it. Great job, Eric, as always. You guys make sure you're following him on socials because he is a wonderful dose of just power. When you catch his posts, he has reels and he makes posts all the time that really speak to the soul. So make sure you're checking him out on socials. Along with, if you are watching live on YouTube or Facebook today, make sure that you are hitting that red heart and showing some love to Eric and David, the hosts of the event, of course, and moving right along into our next speaker. So I met this speaker in person at a in-person speaker virtual event, if that makes sense. The speakers were in person and the guests were virtually, and I will never forget him probably for the rest of my life because he made us up and he made us down, and I have ADHD, so I had my stimming going on and it was perfect for it. It's feeding it perfectly, right? And so I will never forget him. And he's just one of those bubbly, high energy personalities that's contagious. And so we're going to jump right into it. So author of Upbeat Mindset, Mindfulness and Leadership in Music and Education and Beyond, and High Pocketed Energy. Please welcome Matthew Arau. I hope I said your last name right.
Perfect. All right. Ashley, thank you so much. And of course, I remember meeting you and was so moved by your story and your heart when we met in Delaware. And just, it's really a special treat to be here amongst such beautiful souls. And yeah, just really amazing. And I've been thinking about a message to share for today. David, thank you for the invitation. So glad that I could join you today. So proud of you. So proud of you for bringing so many people together, and your consistency is admirable. You know, it's just like we can count on you, and it's amazing how you bring such incredible souls together. I really think of the law of attraction and magnetism with you, right? You just bring beautiful people into your circle, and we get to grow and learn. And it's not often that I get to follow Thor, so it's pretty cool. Eric, it's great to see you. Sierra, it's awesome to see you. Hi, Deb. And so I was thinking a lot about us as entrepreneurs and leaders has come up a lot. And I want to talk to the high-performing leaders in the room and what that can mean for us as high-performing leaders, and what that responsibility can feel like, maybe even that weight on our shoulders. I grew up in California, and my family, it seemed like all my siblings were really high performers in so many different areas. I admired my sister Maria. She was a piano player, flute player, and so of course I wanted to join the band and be like her. But she was also valedictorian and skipped a grade, and I kind of worshipped her. And she could do no wrong in my book. My older brother Jose was captain of the football team, and my younger brother Javier was a musical prodigy, on the same level as Mozart. And I did the best I could, and I was the best me. But there was always this sense of people would be like, what's it like having siblings like you do, Matthew? What's it like growing up in this family of, superheroes? And I decided to become a music teacher. And I moved to Colorado after going to school at Lawrence University in Wisconsin, where I now teach, where I'm a professor now. But I moved out to Colorado to become a band director. And I was a middle school band director and high school band director for 15 years, and I loved it. But for any of you that are listening that are teachers, you may have heard that thing. What's it like to just be a teacher in a family of superheroes? And, whenever you hear that word just a teacher, oh, that grates, right? And to me, I have the highest respect for teachers in all fields. I really think it's such a noble profession. So I never think it's just. And the reason I chose to go into teaching is because I think it's the most important profession, because what we do for children affects the future of our society. So I was always proud to be a teacher, and I worked super, super hard. And I adopted what I call high-performing leadership patterns. And let me share some of those with you, because some of these patterns may have helped me get to a certain level of success, but eventually ended up becoming the ceiling. They ended up actually becoming the roadblock or the bottleneck that stopped me from getting to that next level. And also these leadership patterns ended up leading to a high amount of stress and approaching burnout and severe health issues. Let me share some of these patterns with you, and just drop a 1 in the chat if you have ever felt any of these leadership patterns in your life. Okay, my friends? If it's going to be done right, it's got to be done by me. If you've ever felt that in your life, drop that baby. Drop a 1 or an emoji or amen, or I can relate. If you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, drop a comment. If it's going to be done right, it's got to be done by me. How about this one? A source of pride to be the first one to work, the last one to leave. As a band director, I'd arrive about the same time as the morning custodian and leave after all the coaches. And I thought, well, that's what it took, right? I can outgrind you. How about that? Here's another leadership pattern, number 3. I will out-willpower you, baby. I may not be the smartest person in the room, but I will will you. I will will it beyond your willpower. Right? I will outgrind you. As a high school runner too, I think that was one of the things I felt a lot of pride in too, that I will out practice, and in the race, I will outwill you. I may not be the most talented runner, but I will outwill you to the finish line. And all of that kind of high grind, those were values that I looked up to and aspired to be like. I actually thought that was a source of pride for me. And I became valedictorian and excelled in sports, in academics, and in music. And I took a lot of pride in that. And then that led into college, where I also was a high performer, and that grind continued until it hit so hard or it knocked my health out. And in 1995, I was diagnosed with my first autoimmune disease. I was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis, and it knocked me on my butt. I dropped 20 pounds, and I didn't have 20 pounds to lose at the time. And I had to take an incomplete from school. And that was my first lesson. First big life lesson. And that turned me into alternative health and meditation and inner healing, as because the Western doctors at the time told me, I don't think diet has anything to do with it. I said, what about stress? Oh, there's no evidence that stress has anything to do with it. Really? Okay. So that actually led me into the personal growth arena, where I started digging into my own health and how I could heal myself, and discover that the only true healing we ever do is from within. And I think about the biggest lessons we ever learn in life come from the hardest moments, don't they? They certainly have for me. A concept that I teach and that James loves is upbeat. There he is, baby. And in fact, it's the name of my first book, right? As Ashley mentioned, Upbeat. And I've been teaching leadership to folks all over the United States and all over the world. And at first I started teaching the leadership there it is, baby. Thanks, James. I started teaching the leadership I taught my high school band students, because it transformed our culture when we started teaching leadership, and particularly servant leadership, to my students. So in 2014, I gave my first international conference presentation, and it caught on with people, not just because of the content actually, but because of my vulnerability. But I need to share with you, at the time, I didn't realize that's what it was. But I shared what was behind the doors of my high school band, what was behind the curtain. We had been state champion and nationally ranked in the marching band field. And so people saw us as a successful band, but what I shared to people was that it wasn't always like that. We had students tearing each other apart from the inside out, and our greatest competition wasn't the other bands, it was ourselves. We had a culture problem, what I call a toxic culture. But because of 2 students who knocked on my office door, Brad and Greg, and they said, what can we do about it? How can we help? They asked me, I think it was the most important leadership question, is how can I help? I said, thanks guys. Let's talk about this. And we started meeting once a week after school and talking about what kind of band we wanted to create. And we started training on different leadership principles, including Stephen Covey's 7 Habits of Highly Effective People and John Wooden's Pyramid of Success and John C. Maxwell's 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. And it was totally voluntary, open to everybody in the band that wanted to attend. About 30 kids would come a week. And because we were training on leadership and empowerment and how to serve others, students really bought in, because they started seeing the impact on their personal lives and ended up impacting our culture in a real positive way. So when I left the high school to pursue my doctorate degree in conducting, I started sharing about this leadership program we had created. And I think it was because of the story that I told that it resonated with people, because after I shared, people would come up and share their story with me. and they would share the problems they had, they finally felt free to say everything's not perfect behind those doors. See, when you watch a great football team, you only see they see the players out there. You see you don't see what's happening in the locker room. You don't see the conflicts that happen amongst the players on the practice field. You only see the final product. Same thing with bands. But because we're dealing with human beings, there's always conflict and disagreements, but we learn how to work with each other. And that's what we were able to do. And so what I was teaching caught fire and spread. And before I knew it, to today, I've now had the honor to speak in 42 states. Isn't that amazing? 42 states live and 4 continents. But I think, as it's been shared throughout the day, and I've been watching throughout the day on Facebook, that it's when we're real and authentic and genuine that people are really touched. I think people are just done with like the surface answers, surface solutions. Like, just smile, everybody. That's going to change it. Just put a smile on your face. That's going to solve it. Hey, I got no problem with smiling, right? Smiling does help us feel better. There's a lot of Amy Cuddy has a lot of great research on that. We can smile and feel a little better, but that's not enough, is it? Right? Because it's the inner work where we have real change. And what I discovered is the leadership patterns that helped me get to a certain level of success were now the same patterns that were leading to burnout and stress and overwhelm. And they were getting in my way of becoming the leader I could be. And so I've learned to reframe those leadership patterns that I shared earlier. And that it's so important to be able to empower others to lead. If I'm always the one taking the lead, I'm not able to build up other leaders on my team. And so what I really have a passion for now is working for high-performing leaders, discovering what their patterns are, and then helping them reframe them while giving tools to address our adrenaline addictions. Anybody else have an adrenaline addiction? Right? The cortisol addiction, right? It's like, if there's not a problem, we got to create one, right? How many of you have trouble resting even? You're like, okay, I'll take a day off, but like more than that, you're like, oh my God, things are falling apart, right? How can we just be present? And that's what I really think has made a huge difference for me, is focusing on the now and being present, even present on the breath, but being fully present with whomever I'm with. That's made a huge difference. To go back to Upbeat and James Moeller and what he loves about it, and what Ashley referenced is what I mean by Upbeat is, folks, I'm also a professional conductor. And the neat thing in music is that when the conductor raises their hands up to start the piece of music, they often will go like this. They breathe in and then they breathe out, and then the music's created. It's a magical moment. So when you go watch an orchestra perform or a band or choir, and there's a conductor in front of many of you were in music, I'm sure, in middle school or high school. You get it. But what I realize, folks, is that music's always created twice. First in the mind, and then with the instruments or voices. I think that's a powerful thing to remember. Music's always created twice. And because it's created twice, we actually hear it first. We hear what we want to create. We have the vision first, and then we create it. And I believe that life can be that way if we're intentional. What I share is that our thoughts are the upbeats to our actions. Our attitude is our upbeat to any situation. And we choose our thoughts and our attitude. We choose our upbeat. And when we are consciously choosing our upbeat, we now take back control of our lives. It's not that we can control what's coming at us, but we get to choose our response. We also get to set our intention of, what difference do I want to make today when we wake up in the morning, and setting our mindset. One of the leadership patterns I had, because I was such a willpower over you grind, I'll grind it out, was it felt like my to-do list was a series of have-to-dos. I just had to get through it. I'll raise your hand if you feel like your to-do list is often a bunch of have-to-dos. Boom, I have to do this, I have to do boom. And if I can succeed, there he is, Tim. Yeah, and if I can succeed in knocking out a bunch of those, then I've been successful at the end of the day. But something in my life, a moment that I'd like to share with you, changed my perspective completely. It was on September 12, 2020. And I woke up that morning looking forward to going for a swim in our swimming pool. As you might remember, September 12, 2020 was in the midst of the pandemic, and I became much more introspective and reflective during the pandemic. I don't know if any of you did as well, but I started journaling every morning. I would take nature walks, really just became more in touch with the present. I think I thought about mortality more just because of the pandemic. What is life about? What's going on here? But that morning when I woke up, it was so cold outside. It was 40 degrees. It was raining so hard. It was windy. I was like, oh, there's no way I'm going for a swim. So instead, I made some tea or coffee, and then I started journaling in a notebook just like this. And I just started journaling. And because of September 12, I thought about the day before, September 11. But I didn't end up journaling about the day before. It actually brought me back to 9/11, September 11, 2001. And on September 11, 2001, I was a middle school band director at Walt Clark Middle School in Loveland, Colorado. I was in my 5th year of teaching. As I drove to school that day, I had no idea that my life, our lives, were about to change forever. I heard from the principal when I arrived at school that something tragic was going on in New York City. So I went into the band room and turned on the TV, which is above the whiteboard. And I could see now for the first time one of the most horrific, tragic moments I had ever imagined. About 10, 15 minutes later, my first students started coming into the band room, 6th graders, 11-year-olds. And we did not get our instruments out. We just set them on the floor. And together we watched happen in real time what was going on in New York City. At the end of that first class, we saw the first tower crumble in flames, and we had no words. And then the second group of 6th grade students came in for a band class. We didn't get our instruments out. We just set them on the floor. And in silence, we watched the news happen before our very eyes. At the end of that second class, we saw the second tower crumble in flames, and we had no words. Then I had a planned period in lunch, followed by 2 7th grade bands and 2 8th grade bands. Well, the 7th graders started coming into the room, and I remember clearly one student, she looked up at the TV and saw what was happening in New York City. She said, "Can we turn the TV off? We've been watching the news in every class today, and it is so hard. Can we get our instruments out? Can we play today?" And I said, you know what? That is a great idea. So I turned the TV off. We got our instruments out. We started warming up, and we got out our band method book. And it turned out that number 6 in that book was the first piece to teach the 3/4 time signature. But it was also a piece titled America. And we played America over and over and over again. It just sounded like this. Da, 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 da. We played America over and over and over again. Same thing for the next 7th grade band class. And then the 8th graders came in, and after we warmed up, it turned out we had an arrangement of the most appropriate piece for that day. It was Amazing Grace. We played Amazing Grace over and over again. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. We played Amazing Grace over and over and over again. And on that day, my students and I came to understand the true superpower of music in a way that none of us had ever experienced before. But on that day, I now knew what it's meant when it says, when words fail, music speaks. Because on that day, there were no words, but we had music that spoke to the human heart. And as I was journaling about 9/11 and all that we can learn from the hard moments in our life, I started making a to-do list for myself. My to-do list, though, as I shared earlier, normally would be a bunch of have-to-dos, but something in my mind switched that morning, and I just added a 3-letter word to that to-do list, and that word was get. And now my to-do list read something like this: I get to email Sarah, I get to call Mark, I get to study my music, I get to prepare to teach my classes. And then I wrote, I get to dance in the rain. And then I wrote, I get to go for a swim. And I dove into the swimming pool. As I'm swimming in the pool, I'm thinking about all that I get to do. I get to have this life, I get to have this breath, and I realized I want to live in this spirit forever now. What if I could live in the spirit of get? What would that mean? See, I realize that when you live in the spirit of get, you live in the present moment, don't you? We get to be together. Hey, there's 7 of us that I can see with videos on live on Zoom. We get to have this moment together. And if you live your life that way, realizing that every moment is a get, it changes how you perceive everything coming at you, even the challenges. I get to learn the lessons from my 3 autoimmune diseases, right? The challenges I face make me stronger. They've brought me deeper into self-healing. They've allowed me to help and serve others that have challenges. That my leadership patterns that ended up leading to my stress and overwhelm and burnout that I've been able to reframe and clear, now I'm able to help people with the same. I took those 3 letters, G-E-T, my friends, and added meaning to them. G means gratitude, to live life with a spirit of gratitude. E means enthusiasm, to live life full out, to be all in. When I was writing my book Upbeat, I looked up the meaning of the word enthusiasm, found the origin of the word. It comes from the Greeks. Thus means God. En means within. And ousia means the essence of. Enthusiasm literally translates to the essence of God within us. If you knew that, how would you choose to live your life? And T is treasure. To treasure the loved ones in our life, to treasure the moments, to treasure the opportunities, to treasure what we do have, but to remember what I often call the lost or the hidden treasure, which is not the treasure out there. It's the treasure that lies within you. The treasure that lies within you is the golden light that's meant to shine brightly, and each one of us has a unique light. But so often there's many forces in our world that are pushing on us to try to dim that light. Don't let them. Be you fully. Shine your light. And when you do, you're able to shine the spotlight on others and elevate them. If you think about shifting the world that you live in, which for most people really is a have-to world. They think about their day. I have to do this. I have to do this. I have to do that. Just think about the weight on your shoulders when you think about that. Here's one. I have to do the dishes. Just say that. I have to do the dishes. Feel the weight on your shoulder. Hey, now try it. Just have some fun with it. Now say, I get to do the dishes. I get to do the dishes. See, it just feels different in your body. And you can adopt this mindset, this upbeat mindset of get, and change one leadership pattern today from I have to I get to. Whereas Tim's caveat is I don't do dishes. I love it. I love it. So folks, I want to encourage you to live in the spirit of get. I actually call this the power of get. And because we are all leaders, I want to offer something for everybody here to go to powerofget.com. Just go to powerofget.com. And when you go there, you can take the leadership quiz that I put together to help you know your leadership strengths, your leadership patterns. But in addition, it will also highlight your leadership blind spots, which is the most helpful, I think, because we all have blind spots. And then we can find pathways forward so that you can continue to move the fire forward. Thanks, everybody.
Fantastic, Matthew. So one of my favorite things about your talk is how you kind of really focus on attitude, even though you only say the word once, right? Because I talk to my leaders in business all the time about attitude, because it doesn't matter how great your skill is, how good you are in your industry. If your attitude doesn't align, right, it disrespects all the skill and the will that you possibly have. And so I love how you have this upbeat attitude and you kind of do the checkup from the neck up in the way that you do it, so people can receive it. So thank you for that. I love when you pour into us, of course. And Mr. I don't do dishes, but I get to have my daughter do them is first up with his hand raised. So Tim, let's hear it.
Matthew, oh man, every time I hear you speak, you are an inspiration to me. From the very first time, I was so overwhelmed that I was shocked that my mentor could not be there. And then I hear you at Virtual in January. And brother, you have no idea the success vehicle that is coming out of me because of your talk and your life, because you live it and you talk about what you live and then you help others do it. And that inspired me to actually go out and literally create a whole new program, a whole new direction for my company. And even today, you sit there and make me go, oh my God, I got to do this right. I get to do it. I get to do it. I get to do it. And I love it. And I appreciate you for it, brother. And I can't wait. We got to have a private talk about it. It's going to blow your mind. Thank you.
I cannot wait. Yeah, well, Tim, first of all, I'm just real proud of you for, even reinventing the innovation, always carrying the fire forward, my friend. That's awesome. Yeah. And I look forward to some one-on-one time with you, brother. Absolutely.
Yeah. And Deb.
Mr. Matthew.
Hi, Deb. Pleasure.
Hey, baby. How you doing?
Even better now.
Ooh, that's what I like to hear. And other things that I like to hear are your perspectives on life. And they are gorgeous and beautiful. And while I'm a bit daunted to have to follow you, you did kind of a layup for me, and maybe that'll become evident shortly. But because you have these deep perspectives, and thank you for sharing them with us. And I get to speak after you.
I love it.
I'm not daunted at all.
I love how you even brought in sports into about the layups. That's great. That's great. Yeah.
Because I'm so athletic.
Oh, go ahead, Deb.
I was just saying I'm so athletic.
That's great.
You're so cute. Anybody else have anything for Matthew?
Matthew O'Row. How the heck are you?
Awesome. Good to see you, brother.
You too. I like how he said awesome. I think he was a little hesitant how I said his name there for a second, but it's always great to see you, Mr. O'Row.
Absolutely.
You're awesome. You're incredible. It's always fun how to remember your last name, especially from Movement Maker Virtual, when you explained that to us. I love how you explain that, but it's always a privilege to have you, man.
Honor.
Thank you for joining us, and you're awesome.
Thanks, David. Yeah, love what you're doing here, and you're lifting up so many spirits. Actually, but you bring everybody together, so this is really synergy. It's about the community that you're creating here. So we do it together. It's awesome.
Thank you, brother.
Eric.
Matthew, incredible, as always. You're like the living embodiment of music.
Wow.
You can make me tap my foot no matter where, like how far away, whether we're in the same room together or whether we're on the complete opposite ends of the earth. And I love you for that. As a musical like drummer myself, like I love that you have that gift and you use that gift with music to transform messages that stick with us, not just a moment, but out in the real world. So thank you.
Wow. Appreciate that, Eric. It means a lot. Yeah. Look forward to seeing you in person next time.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Matthew, thank you again for pouring into us today. And for those of you watching on live and on other socials like YouTube and Facebook, make sure that you are showing the love in the comments, pressing over and over again that red heart, and engaging with Matthew. And Matthew, make sure you go back and check out the comments and commentary from the attendees online, so they know how to reach you. He put his website in the chat in the Zoom, and so make sure you do the same on the social medias, please. Guys, this is your
just real quick, I just dropped in my actual like company's website, Upbeat Global. So that's another option. Power of Get is where people can take the Get Leadership quiz, and then upbeatglobal.com is my company's website. So
fantastic. All the tools and resources to be able to connect with Matthew and to dive into his teaching in the comments on the Zoom. And then, of course, make sure, Matthew, you do that on the socials as well. Really quick, this is the time where I tell you about subscribing to the YouTube channel for New Beginnings. And also, I want to have everybody flood all of the chats with the green and black for the New Beginnings community and for David, because like Matthew said and many other speakers said, we are all here because of David. He has a passion on fire, and he wants to help people and come from contribution, and he is doing that in such a big way by doing this. And when Matthew said consistently, right? It is, I look forward to it. Like I said, I explain it to my kids that it's like every quarter. I'm like, every quarter I'm doing this virtual thing, right? So you've made an impact on my life and so many others, and I know you played a huge part in a lot of people's healings. And so David, flowers to you once again and throughout the rest of the day for sure. Now, the next speaker. Okay. She is loyal and committed to the mountain climb. She is here as one of the two women that is here from the beginning to the end of the summit, right? She never leaves our side. She has great input and feedback for everybody. She pours love into all of us, right? Outside of that, she is an uplifter, an author and speaker who sees the good in the grieving process, hence the joyful griever. And without any further ado, okay, Deb, hey baby, it's your turn, girlfriend. You're muted, boo.
Here I am. I got so excited with the flowers you were showering me with. Center. Well, as I mentioned just moments ago, the slight daunting of following Matthew. Thanks. Whoever came up with that schedule. But the one who actually does come up with the schedules and pulling us all together is David. Oh, my heart. I've mentioned several times how fate brought us together, but it's shared respect and commitment that keeps us together. So thank you so much, Brother David, for creating this sacred, safe space. Yesterday and this morning's experiences are literally awe-inspiring. And now as we are approaching the summit, nearing the top, I am so honored to be sharing this virtual mountain stage with my esteemed colleagues and spiritual leaders. Quick intro. For those who don't know me, Deb Rossman, Amazon bestselling author of 2 compilations, It Is Done and Women Who Trust. And yes, authored a solo project, The Grieving Heart, about loss, hope, and living. And the emphasis is always on living. It's a collection of poetry and prose. And it's also a journal. So I liked the layup from Mr. Matthew. The importance of journaling. I consider that my opus, I'm so much for Latin, I got a D. My great work, because I consider that to be everyone's silent companion. Unlike me, who's very chatty. And thank you so much for listening. The theme of the climb today is carry the fire forward. And I've been just soaking up all of the shared stories, and many of them, I don't know about all, but many of them are, personal losses of loved ones, et cetera, as well as marriages and all of the things, and all within, I would say, recent memory. So I want to take us back a little bit further, because carrying the fire forward to me means reflecting, honoring, sharing the past. Before, I do want to share my profound belief in physics. I don't know if we still have our physics engineer here, but I personally love the law of energy in physics. And that states that energy cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only change form. My interpretation of this physics law is that our spirit, our soul, our essence, if you will, is energy. It cannot be destroyed. It can only change form. And to me, my poet's interpretation is that we remain whole and intact once we shrug the mortal coil and we go back into non-physical until we decide to reincarnate, because Bruce Lipton said, you can't eat chocolate or you can't taste chocolate in non-physical. Good reason to come back. So I think that carrying the fire forward falls into that description that I just shared with you. And by our storytelling is how we do carry that fire forward. So today I want to share a portion of an unpublished essay, Restorations of a Victorian Home, Visiting the Past. It was Memorial Day 2010. I was living on the East Coast. Earlier that year, my condo burned down, which ironically or not, I had just remodeled. And in it, I lost many family heirlooms. No loss of life. We were all very fortunate. And yes, the heirlooms were just things. But I found myself fragile and struggling for a while thereafter. And a dear friend of mine, a coworker, invited me to come up for that long weekend, and as she was using her timeshare. So I drove up to the Berkshires, don't know why I had to say it that way, but I did, to join her. And now she'd been up there the entire week. So I was really just coming up at the end of her week, which left us really just, one day and an evening and the next morning. So that next day was Sunday, and we had breakfast together, and she packed up and I packed up, and I was able to still lounge and enjoy the pool and the hot tub and the pine trees. And I was left to my own devices. Now, the day before, I had grabbed several flyers from the kiosk at the timeshare, and one of the area attractions was for Ventfort Hall. And that caught my eye, probably because it was built by Sarah Spencer Morgan, sister to J.P. Morgan. And they had just acquired the energy company that I worked for. Well, Sarah's home was completed in 1893. And I adore touring grand old estates. So I typed the address into my GPS that I called Bessie, and off we rode. A short time later, Bessie announced the destination is on the right. So I pulled into the drive of Ventfort Hall and I parked in the shade. It was a very unseasonably hot day. So you can imagine my surprise and delight when I went to the hatch of my car and found that the leftover ice cream from the night before, which I had triple wrapped in plastic bags and sweaters to insulate, somehow it was still cold. It was not frozen. but it was still cold. So I took a moment to savor my snack. The rich, creamy cold of the mostly melted ice cream was delicious. But something even more magical was taking place. I felt a distinct connection between my departed mother and myself. It was palpable. Sitting in my car, feeling a lovely cool breeze caress me, silently savoring the ice cream, I could almost feel my mother's spirit inhabiting me. It was like she was somehow sharing my taste buds. You must understand that my mother really, really loved ice cream. Well, I did finish my treat, and the shared moment with my mother quietly slipped away. It was time for the tour. I was actually just catching the final tour of the afternoon. When I went to open the door, it was locked. Did I get it wrong? But then I noticed the note by the bell, instructing, please ring the bell and be patient. It's a big house. Well, that changed my perspective entirely. All of a sudden, I felt like a private guest, not part of a touring public. The guides were this adorable couple, married some 53 years. The husband spoke of the rich history of the home and more incredibly about the details of the restoration efforts. I won't go into that detail, but if you want to go down a rabbit hole, hop online. It's all there, and it will boggle your mind as it did me. I fully appreciated the talented artisans that they found to recreate woodwork, plasterwork, painstakingly recreating the kind of detail which is enough to make a person weep for joy that it is not lost. The restoration was far from complete at that time at Ventfort Hall, but it's so obvious that it was a labor of love. And restoration, again, in my humble opine, is a carrying forward of the flame, the fire. One can become a bit overwhelmed when looking at the dedication to bringing this estate back from the brink of ruin. It turns out that the house had been abandoned for decades and suffered tremendously. In fact, it had fell into complete and utter ruin and was condemned. It was literally heartbeats away from the wrecking ball. When serendipity showed her lovely hand and a movie location person spotted Ventfort Hall and said it was the perfect spot for the backdrop of the movie Cider House Rules. They were correct. Even though they couldn't use the inside, the building itself is sublime. Well, I noticed that unlike other tours I've been on for grand homes, this one felt different, possibly because of the dynamics of the group or the lateness of the day. It was very relaxed, fun, and casual. The tour guides didn't seem to mind if you wandered away from the group at any point to respectfully spend a few stolen moments privately in one of the previously viewed rooms. Well, I found this freedom to be priceless and a luxury rarely afforded to a member of a guided tour. Just being able to stand perfectly motionless, calmly breathing in and out the lost centuries, I found to be awe-inspiring. We live in an age of constant chatter. Whether it's audio, text, video stream, we are rarely brave enough to be truly silent with our own thoughts and feelings. After just a few quiet moments alone in the dining room, which had been carefully returned to glory and featured a table set for guests, showing off an exquisite fresh floral bouquet, fragrant and lovely in the center of the table. I could almost hear the spirits residing there. Wait, did you hear that? The gentle tinkling of crystal goblets, along with the hushed rustle of taffeta dresses, that slow, sultry murmur of dinner conversation. I swear, if I listened hard enough, I could hear them. Soon I became aware that the essence of the house itself was communicating with me, the communal voices expressed in thoughts. We have so much to tell you. First and foremost, this was a happy home. While families and houses experienced their share of grief, even tragedy, this was essentially a happy home. It continued to share with me, inviting me to come and sit comfortably on its porch, which was dappled in late afternoon sun, but where cool pools existed under the green and white awning. Well, after the tour ended, I obtained permission to stay behind long after they locked up to sit on that glorious porch, enjoying the soft, gentle breeze of the approaching evening. I must admit, I was lulled into a trance of sorts. So the house continued to tell me its tale. There's so much to tell you, not only of my own impressive history, but of all the people who lived and stayed, and yes, even died here within my walls. Just when I thought nobody cared, after falling into a state of disrepair, it was all I could do to hold my walls together. For my roof had partially fallen right down to the center of the foundation in places. I had given up all hope. Still, by happenstance, somebody saw something special here. They recognized the faded glory. They sensed all of the old romances and history. And in that moment, they saved me from the fate of the wrecking ball. Someone saw something worth salvaging in me. And what a tremendous day that was. What utter relief knowing that I would not fall into dust and ultimately into oblivion. Today, I'm overwhelmed by gratitude, and I feel so many loving hands slowly, methodically, tenderly repair and gently mend me. It is love, pure love, that is saving me from ruin and restoring me, well, physically at least. What is truly exciting and causing my elated heart to skip a beat is the fact that the people like you are returning. They're beginning to come back again, and while I realize I will never be a private home again, I will be made whole. I will host dinners. In fact, I already have had some beautiful Victorian gala affairs as fundraisers. Oh, you should see the people show up in Victorian clothing and dine within my walls by candlelight. We have some theater events and concerts on the lawn, along with lovely weddings and other private affairs, but praise be God, the people are returning. And after all, that is the purpose of any home. And you are welcome to sit here longer with me, if you can. Well, after what I believed to be several hours, as I was journaling, I attempted to pull myself away from this truly magnificent place. Befuddled, I began to cry. Well, not tears of sadness so much, but tears nonetheless. grasping onto a stone rail of the steel that was still warm from that day's intense sun. I was breathing in the sweet aroma of grasses, trees, flowers, the earth. I wept, moaned, and at one point even began to wail, so overcome with emotions that were rich and intense, almost unable to control my breathing. To this day, I don't know why. Why I had such a visceral reaction to this place. I entertained the thought, had I come home? Is this some glitch in time, a tear in the fabric of the universe? What's my connection to this place? I don't understand. But I couldn't bear to leave. Well, I continued weeping large alligator tears that steadily dropped onto the warm stone steps. Why is it so sad and so difficult to say goodbye? Well, allow me to sum up. I shared this essay, parts of it, with you for a couple of reasons, not the least of which is the importance of storytelling, and not just historical facts, but tales about people, which we learn through great works of art, architecture. I didn't have a connection with Sarah Morgan, other than the irony that I was working at JP Morgan. But after that experience I had in the parking lot, where my departed mom, 2 full years at that time, infused with my own taste buds, that was real. Think I found where the tears came from. Well, my beautiful mother, Joyce, is who I get my love of history from. And she was there that day at Ventfort Hall to share ice cream with me. What stories do you have to share? Speak your loved ones' names out loud. That is the passing of the fire. Tell their stories, especially the happy ones. This is what spans for many generations, is the sharing, the telling, the retelling of the stories. That is carrying the fire forward, and also the continuity of our humanity. Thank you, David. Thank you, panel, for your time and attention. And it is with light and love that I turn it back over to our beautiful MC.
Thank you. Deb, you are somebody I aspire to be like when I grow up, or when I don't grow up, right? Beautiful, inside and out. Your storytelling, impeccable. Thank you for pouring into us today. You're just a beautiful soul, and we appreciate it. Who has questions or flowers for Deb? Because I know you do. Who's first? They're all reaching at the same time. Who's going to get it? David. David's unmuted first. David, let's hear it.
Deb, you know, you are absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. You know, I love just having you every time because, ironically, you beat me into the Zoom room every time, every morning. I turned on the Zoom room at 6:30 this morning and yesterday morning, and you were there at 6:15. Like, it's absolutely incredible. Absolutely adore you, sis. Absolutely love you, sis. It's amazing how this relationship has just blossomed over almost a year, I think. It's incredible, and I'm just truly grateful. Really quick, hello, Minnie James. It's good to see you, little buddy. Make sure you keep your daddy in line. Deb, absolutely thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I need help.
Uh-oh. We'll come
Can you
save
tell?
you. We'll send
That's
we'll
that's
send
that's
Aunt
not a
Deb
good
over
way
there
to
to
start
save you.
off, buddy. Say hi, everybody. Sorry, Dave, didn't mean to interrupt. Deb, it was amazing. Your storytelling, your presence, your just your tonality, your dynamic, and the way everything flows. You should seriously be a narrator of a television show somewhere, like or open theater, because you would kill it in the best way. I would say more, but he's gonna chime in. You want to say good job? Say good job. Good job. There
Thank
you go.
you.
See why James is the least favorite Muller?
Who else has some for Deb? Tish.
So I had to come back on in all my glory of working on photos for the golf teams. They've been texting me wanting their photos. Wow. When I first met Deb, I said, God help the world. I think I have a twin. Just amazing, your storytelling. And as I was working, and it's all your fault, I was working on labels on the expensive cardboard frames, a joke amongst all of us. And I kept getting distracted because I could see the house. I could feel the vibes. I was walking along with you, and I had to stop. And in fact, I had to reprint some stuff because I messed up. Thank goodness I had extras. So yeah, all your fault, sis. All your fault.
It is.
Thank you. You're always in tune. And as competitive as I am with my sis, I just can't get in early enough because I have the animals I take care of. And Dave, yeah, she's a hot mess. She's always there early. If you opened it up at 2 a.m., she'd probably be there at 2 a.m. So,
You know, one time I did have to for you, Tish, to let you in before Deb to let you have the that one win. So I did do that for you.
all right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And this is what your community is about, Dave. It's about living life through the eyes of others, whether it's pain, sorrow, jubilance, joy. It's amazing, and how much it has grown. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Joey, thank you, Joey. God bless you. We all know him and love him. And you don't have to physically meet someone to feel connected to them. So thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you, Deb. Keep up the storytelling. Someday we'll be on the stage together, our theater souls. So thank you. A shout out to Matthew. Hi, Matthew.
Hi, Tish. Great to see you.
Another great leader. All right. I got to go back to work. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Anybody have anything else for them? Matthew.
Hi, Deb. Well, I can see why you and Tish are soul sisters. Yeah, absolutely. Just big hearts, joy. Yeah, I love your pacing and your inflections and dynamics as you share your story. Is that story published? I was curious.
It is presently non-published, but maybe I'm just going to put it out there to the universe. I think it might be time for restorations.
Yeah. Well, I love
the
that metaphor
Victorian home.
too. Yeah, I just want to say like the metaphor of a home burning and then the rebuilding is oftentimes we walk through the fire ourselves, and it's through walking through the fire and coming to the other side that we grow the most and we can be fully restored. There was one line that there were many lines, but the one that I wrote down was, "We are rarely brave enough to be truly silent with our own thoughts." That really hits. I think that's beautiful. Yeah. So what's that like for you? Do you as a writer, do you find that's a moment for you to be fully present with your own thoughts? Is writing, telling stories, and journaling, is that what that is for you?
Thank you for asking that question and for your comments and just being you. Writing is my key modality for processing heavy emotion.
Yeah.
And I have been, this is a place where we share our feels and we confess, and this has become my worst enemy.
Yeah, for sure.
And at the time that I wrote that, I was actually so much better at having the journal and the, and getting into the feels and writing it down and time for me to find my way home.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah. Well, I clearly, when you return, maybe you can start today. But I know the power of that, as I shared in my story, that the journaling on September 12, 2020, as I shared in my story, that ended up becoming chapter 2 in my book, which is Power of Get. And there's something cathartic. I love that you held up a pen, because there's actually great power in writing with actual pen and paper, pencil and paper, so much more than typing. There's an imprint in our brain and our mind because of all the micro muscles that we use here that are stolen. And in fact, cursive, as you probably know, is like 10 times more powerful than printing too. And it's good to see cursive coming back in the schools. We've robbed children of the skill, sadly, which really lessen brain power. But there's something about cursive, and I actually wrote the whole book cursive. And I hadn't written cursive since I was in elementary school, but just cursive is circles. And so there's no inhibitions when you're just doing circles. And you never have to lift the pen up. But when you print every single line, you might start to second guess yourself. And that's where judgment comes in. So I think of cursive as judgment free and really freeing. So just beautiful. I'm going to share Deb's line one more time because it's so amazing. We are rarely brave enough to be truly silent with our own thoughts. Just amazing. Thank you, Deb.
That was beautiful. Deb, since we're a little ahead of schedule, I want to say this, Deb, because Matthew brought it up. When you have that in print, please let me get it, because as you were speaking, I could feel the depth of it. But I also, for a living, we are home builders and remodelers and restorers. And I'm very adamant with people that want to follow trends in their home, where I'm like, this is your home. This is your memory, your future, right? Your past, all of it happens here. And the way that you delivered that was like, in a way to make people believe that, like, no, this is my space and this is the vision I can see for it. And so when you print that, please let me know, because I don't think anybody's ever said it greater. So thank you for being you and everything you do every time you're here at the summit. Appreciate you.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump in here really quick again. Matthew, you said something to Deb, and it piggybacks over to what Ashley said about this being the opportunity to get that published, and maybe this is the point you get back to where you were when you wrote that, Deb. That's what Basecamp is all about. That's what the Basecamp Legacy Group that I created is all about. We meet on a monthly basis to challenge everyone to chase after their dreams. And it's developed into something beautiful. And so I'm going to invite you all to come and check out what the Basecamp Legacy Group is. Because, Deb, I didn't know that you were at a different place from what you just shared with us at that point to where you are today. And, we only meet on a once a month basis. So if you want to know more, or if anybody else here wants to know more about the Basecamp Legacy Group, hit me up. I would love to have a conversation with you, because Joey fulfilled his dream of becoming an Ironman, not just one time, but 14 times. And chasing after number 15 to become, and that he was going to compete at the championship level in Kona. Not on time, but because of the legacy. That was his biggest dream. And he wanted to do that before he was 40. And he was selected before he was 40. My dream is to get people to get to their dreams. And my dream is to own a Shelby GT Cobra and to live my life at the power of get. I like that. I need to learn that better instead of I need to do this. I need to get an ice pack. I get to get an ice pack for my shoulder. I love that. And so, Deb, now it's my turn to start checking in on you more. So I just wanted to jump in really quick on that because it's time to chase after those dreams, just like my brother did. Back to you, Ash.
Awesome, David. Thank you. Guys, on social media, after every single speaker, I'm going to say it, and especially for Miss Deb, make sure that you are dropping the love in your commentary in the Facebook Live found on David's page, along with on YouTube, and also sharing is caring. So make sure that you're sharing the live. David has created a beautiful community for us to come together where we get everything out of it, right? We get support, we get answers for our grief, we get ideas and brainstorms, and sometimes we just get back to us. And so, David, again, thank you for uplifting us and putting us together for we can meet great like-minded people like Deb and others. Moving right along. So I gave this speaker who is going to do an encore some trouble yesterday because that is our banter, that is our relationship. And to know him is to love him and also know that he is going to mess with you because that's how big brothers behave and how family behaves, right? But we love him around these parts. He's responsible probably for a majority of the connections that you see on here. He was the steward or leader of that, and we always love to hear from him because he packs the punch. If that is helping you grow and be better, or if that's pouring into you. So please welcome my dear friend, Michael Faber.
Hey, you guys give great warnings that we're coming up. I love it. I was very well prepared for this moment. Great introduction. I appreciate you, Ashley. You've been killing it today, by the way. I won't have any jokes for you later. All right, just you've been killing it. So proud of you. David turned our clock on me. That's the funniest shit I've seen in a long time. You know what that clock means? Nothing. So not a thing. We're gonna keep amping that up. David, thank you for having me go twice because it's twice as nice. Even though Sierra told all of us that we suck and Meredith's the best it ever is this morning, so there was no point in any of us talking. We should have just replayed Meredith over and over. But everyone today has done phenomenal. I've been eavesdropping you guys on Facebook because I can, if I use the computer while this is happening, I'm just confused and I have an attention span of an ant. So, and I'll be doing a million other things other than what I'm supposed to be doing and getting things done. So I appreciate this has been a great summit. Also rock stars today too, like one after another. What are you guys trying to do here? I used to feel real cool. Now I'm like, damn, I'm like out of place. I'm like a misfit. I'm just going to start talking all kinds of crazy shit like Sierra's posts. All right, now I'm just
I mean, if you want me to take over, I can.
Right. Miss Shitpost. She graduated from Shitpost University. And she does a great job of maintaining that curriculum. All right. When I start today, I want to start by saying like everything I'm about to talk about today is going to say that everything I talked about yesterday is wrong, which is real weird. Right? I'm going to prove myself wrong. But what I'm actually going to prove is like to anything, there's levels of consciousness. And what I mean by that is like levels of understanding. All right. So what could be a great move today is because what I understand and know, so I can do this move. But as I learn and grow more, I understand this move sucks and I can do a different move. Right. The more we learn and grow, the more understanding we have, the deeper we can go into subjects and answer things better. James looks way too fucking happy. I don't know what he's doing to that computer, but he looks way too happy. He took the belts down. That was disappointing. If we want to start that chant towards James, we're welcome to today. Disappointing. Right? It's like I feel like his engagement on my posts are disappointing. Right? That's fake laughter hiding real pain. There you go. You're welcome. I stole his line. Yesterday I talked about carrying the flame, and that's the name of the event. And anything I say today, I don't want to think is disrespect to what has been said, to the event itself. I think, like what you said earlier, everything is levels of consciousness. All right. So I think the further we go down this, the longer we deal with things or go through things, especially grief and loss, the more understanding we have of it, because we build a familiar relationship with it, or at least I have. All right. And one of the questions for anyone listening to this that isn't moving and shaking, that isn't going forward, or is that went forward for a little bit, but now it's kind of comfortable where they are, right? We can use the word stuck, you can use the word comfortable, you can use any of the words, they all mean the same thing pretty much. You're just where you are. But how many more years, how many more months, days, weeks, right? Are we going to let what happened to us define what's possible for us? See, a lot of times we stay in the moments, that hit, James, huh? Yeah, I saw that face. That was a low blow. I'm sorry, bro. Right? But a lot of times we say, like, this is our life. And we use life as the thing to hold us, like life ever stops for us to be able to move forward. Well, I lost this, or I had this, or now I'm fighting with these people, and this brings up this, and this triggers this. And I'm like, yes, but all of it is for you, right? Like, that's a decision. Right? And I know it's not comfortable because everyone here has a reason. It's not even like you can call it an excuse, but a reason is an excuse, right? A loss, a betrayal, a heartbreak, a funeral, a diagnosis, a dream that died, right? Like whatever it is, a moment that changed everything, right? And the truth is, like, you can honor your pain, or you can like build an identity around it, but you can't do both at the same time, at least. Right? So the thing you lost, or the person you lost, isn't the tragedy. The tragedy is when that thing that you lost, or that life that stopped, right, or the person becomes a reason for you to stop. Right? The tragedy isn't that they left. The tragedy is when you stop living because of what the tragedy was. The tragedy is when the fire dies that you were sitting beside, rather than carrying on. Like you talked about carrying the flame, which I'm about to say is just a different level of consciousness that I want to set. All right? So, like, think about the thing or the person that you miss the most. If you're like me and you love to torture yourself, I do this often. But then I want you to ask questions, right? Someone always says what is it? That your life is a direct. You guys got to help me with this quote. You know, I butcher quotes. When I try to read or say anybody else's shit, you know, I'm going to butcher it. All right. But it's the questions you ask yourself will determine the life you live. I butchered that quote. I said it a different way. All right. And I think that's not accurate, because it's not the questions we ask ourselves, it's the answer we can give to those questions. All right. Because people were asking me the right questions when I was younger. I was just too dumb to answer them good. All right. And I think you would say the same for you. So that thing you missed the most, that person, either yourself before thing or the person you lost, but they want you to get smaller or live life to the fullest. But they want you to stop taking chances or to go for yours. But they want you hiding. Some of you are sitting on this camera, but you hide. Direct shots fired. Right? This is like battleship. Ships are getting hit today. Right? Yesterday I was everybody's friend. Today I'm everybody's enemy. I'm back to me. Right? Will they want you high? Will they want you playing safe? Will they want you waiting? Will they want you settling? And I think if you're honest with yourself, like I could be right now, the answer would be, of course not. Right? But yet, that's exactly what many people do, including some here, including all of us here at a time. We confuse grief with permission to quit. And they're not the same. The people we lost didn't lose their life, so we could lose ours too. And for a long time, I thought that was my sentence. Because they weren't here, I could not have the life I wanted. I shouldn't have it. They're not here. Why would I get to it? All right. And here's the part that I hate. And probably you do too, in the position you're in. But loss gives us a choice. And I'm sure you heard this one before, like become bitter or better. Right? Like we probably all heard that one before. You become broken or become deeper. Victim to the story, a lot of people play. Or a continuation of it. Loss doesn't automatically make us stronger. Meaning does. Purpose does. Action does. Because listen, I'm not going to try to shortchange it. The people we lost, they definitely left fingerprints in our lives. The impact was felt, their values, their lessons, their courage, their love, their sacrifice. I could talk about my pops. I could talk about my brother. I could talk about my boys I lost. I could mention things about every single thing I just mentioned and then. So every day we get a choice. Do we let the fingerprints fade, or do we build something with them? And I hear this a lot today, and I heard it yesterday. I even heard myself say it. I'm making fun of me. Carry the flame. Carry the flame. God, I hate it. The more and more I hear it said, and more it bothers me. All right, like hell, at some points I was getting fighting mad over it. I disagree. All right, I'm not interested in carrying it for a couple of reasons. One, it suggests it's separate from me. It's not something within me. It also makes it sound like something heavy when it's something I'm honored to have. I want to have it in how I lead. I want to have it in how I love. I want to have it in how I show up. I want to have it in how I serve and how I fight and how I forgive and how I build. Right? Because at some point, you got to stop carrying it and you got to become it. The highest form of remembrance isn't memory. It's embodiment. You want to honor them, that's the way. It's not remembering what they said, it's becoming what they stood for. It's standing in that ground. Because really, honestly, one day, hopefully, fingers crossed, because you lived such a life, this will happen, somebody's going to stand on stage and talk about you. You might be here, you might not be. Who knows? And what will they say? Will they say they never got over it? They spent years stuck. They played small. They stayed afraid. Or will they be shocked and awed about how you turned that into a purpose? I just bleeped myself out like it was real life. I was going to say shit, and I bleeped myself out. That was funny. I don't know why I did that. After I did it, I was like, that's not me. I don't know who the hell I'm becoming. But I ain't letting David change me like that. I stared right at his picture too, and I said that. All right? They turned that loss into impact. You became the reason why other people kept going. Because, like, if you realize it or not, if you want to admit it or not, you can cool guy it, you can shit post it to death, right? But the truth is, you are teaching people how to respond. Right? Either your kids, your family, your significant other, your community. Your example, what you're doing is either expanding yourself and others or shrinking them. Everybody wants a legacy. Just like everybody wants to win, everybody wants their goals. You know how many times I have people tell me in the same week, man, I really want this. I really want to be part of the team. I really want to make my business work. I really want to do this. And then it's like 2 days later, that effort isn't there. It's like, yeah, bro, it's been 2 days. Jesus. That's how bad you want it? All right, so everybody wants a legacy, but almost no one understands one. And we talked about this yesterday. Like, legacy is not just what we leave behind. It's not. Legacy is what keeps moving because you existed. David doesn't hope the mountain ends when he does. He hopes this is a piece of him that continues. At least I hope. Money can disappear. Buildings can disappear. Businesses can disappear. I know I've had some disappear. But impact, that survives generations. One conversation changes a life. We've seen it. Right? And that life changes another and another and another. And that is really how you live forever. That's immortality at its finest. Right? The goal isn't to be remembered. The goal is to leave something worth repeating. And maybe that's the reason you're still here. still here. Put two words together there. Still here. And maybe it is. Because your chapter wasn't over yet. Your story's not done. Maybe the pain that you experienced wasn't meant to bury you. Maybe it could be used to build you. Maybe it wasn't asked to carry the flame. Maybe it was asked to become it. To become the courage, the compassion, the resilience, the generosity, the leadership, all of it, the love that the world, that the people around you, that your family, that your community, the people that love you the most, or the people that don't even know you need from you. Because one day I won't be here anymore. And someone will be sitting in this spot. They might be broken, lost, questioning everything. Who knows? And I promise you, they will not need another motivational quote from me. They'll need proof. Proof that a human being can survive hell and still choose to shine. Be that proof. Don't carry a flame. Become the fire. Because here's the funny thing about fire. This is why I don't like you're the light. Everybody's like, you're such a light. Go fuck your light. Okay? That's how I feel about that. Don't smirk when I say that, Sarah. It couldn't be serious after I said that. All right? I don't want to be a light. A light needs another object to multiply. Light can't multiply by itself, but a flame can. All right? Fire spreads. I don't want everyone to look at me. Just like I hope you don't want everyone to look at you. I hope what you really want is that you ignite something in someone else, that their thing to burn for. Because a lot of people think burning is bad. There's also cleansing. It also feels alive. Right? Like, I don't know how much you guys know about me, but I'm a little bit of a gypsy soul. And every year there's a ritual where you have two fires and you walk through the middle of them, just cleansing your soul for another run at it. I do that every year because I'm a gypsy. Rambaro, if you're wondering what they call me. You can look it up if you want. All right. And what I really want you to do is just make sure that fire burns brighter because you were here. Because the people that we love, that are still here or not, aren't waiting for us to carry shit. They're waiting for us to become it. And that choice is yours whenever you're ready. Thank you. Fuck your timer.
Sure, you still have 15 minutes. I'm gonna need you to keep on keeping on.
Oh, you want me to? Shit. You know I can. I don't go by timers. I go by me.
Like, I know that you like to put out there, like, people think you're an a-hole and that
100%.
Today is about enemies. But, like, I have never
I'm a
received you
huge
that
dickhead.
way. No, I have never received you that way. I think that you're honest and you're raw, and I think people respect that and appreciate that because that's how we all grow. Your delivery maybe is a little rough sometimes. But that's why we love you. And you did say you're teaching people how to respond. And I think that who you are is why your community responds the way it does and has so much success. So thank you for being you. And who else has something for Michael?
I love that Eric said my best line of this. Thank you. Fuck your timer.
Sierra.
I don't know why you don't like my shit posting because you message me every time I post one. But
not every time. There'd be a lot of messages.
It would be. No, I mean, I like this side of you, like seeing this vulnerable side of you come out, like Ashley said. Today's speech was better than yesterday's speech, but you're not being Meredith though. But no, I really
no one is.
There was a lot of drops in that, and I liked I forget the one that I was going to say now because I just laughed at you, but I'll go back and watch because it was good.
It was so good. I forgot already.
I forgot. You made me laugh.
Sorry.
Nice. Who else?
Thank you.
I was gonna say, James, are you collecting your emotions first, or are you ready?
Ladies first.
I want to add James heavy in this one.
Lauren, go first.
Michael, I love how you came in and you questioned everything that you said yesterday with a whole new twist today. And I think that's why we appreciate you so much, is because we never know what we're going to get. But you also have this great way of seeing so many different sides to things, which is why you're such a great leader. One thing, well, many things kind of hit me, but the fact that you said a lot of people confuse grief with permission to quit was definitely one that made me kind of pause. And I know I have some more thinking to do around that. Oh, that was the one, Sierra. I'm glad. So for Sierra and I, we both need to sit with that and think about that a little bit more, because we all have work to do to impact and really leave this world a better place and leave legacy. And we want people to remember how we served. You know, we want that to be something that our children can pass on and continue on and change families for generations. So appreciate you, Michael. Thank you.
Now, James.
Everybody see Justin jump on and just mean strut us and then sign off? Weirdo.
What's up, brother?
What's up, bro? Damn, Justin was smiling there for a second. Holy shit.
Well,
Nice.
how can we not smile when you come in and actually drop, bombs like that? Not that you're randomly targeting people. And I love when you speak because you look around the virtual room for anybody. Okay.
Yeah.
Like
Any targets?
yes, more or less. Show weakness. You're definitely it. No, dude, I like the spin. I also like that you're not afraid to completely challenge everything that you talked about within 24 hours.
Story of my life.
Yes. Also, I find quite humorously hilarious that you're also not afraid to question the confidence that you had within 24 hours. Right. And that's something that not a lot of people care to express. Like, we can have an idea or we can execute, and 24 hours later we can be like, oh, that's not a good idea. I need to do something different. Right. Definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And here within 24 hours, you just completely spun the whole mix and said, fuck it. Fuck the timer. Fuck the theory. Fuck the logic. This is what it's about. At the end of the day, you're going to do it. You're not going to do it. And I love you for that, man. Just want to say thanks. And just remember, karma works very well in a lot of things, which I already know that you know. But yeah, man, I love you for being you, man. Don't ever stop. And if you do, I'll beat your ass.
I might like it.
I know. That's why I threatened you with a good time.
Sorry. That was still muted. My bad.
Jody Webb, you're up.
Hi, I'm not able to turn on my camera because I'm in therapy basically right now. But I came to Zoom and so I could interact, because this is my first time to hear Michael, and I've really been looking forward to it. Home run out of the park, touchdown, you name it. And the thing that really went with me is I have always said this, and I'll give a example of what he said about, would the person that you're carrying in your memory want you to do less or do more? Would they want you to die with them, or would they want you to honor their memory? And so I have two examples. One is my grandmother. She was my heart and soul. Age 13, she passed away. And when I was standing out in her front yard and I looked up and a star blinked. And I'm like, that's her. She's watching me. And so ever since then, I've always look at her picture and say, are you proud of me? You know, I'm still going. I'm doing my best to, to be good, to not be good, but be the man that she would want me to be. And then the same thing kind of happened with my uncle, who was like my adult mentor. At his funeral, I went and put my hand on his chest and I said, I'm keeping on, keeping on. I'm not stopping. I'm not changing. So I just wanted you to know, Michael, I really appreciate that. And I also appreciate your balls to the wall presentation, as when it's my turn, one of these days, you're going to see that from me.
Hell yeah, brother. I'm glad you finally caught me. You made me nervous as shit when you were about to say what you thought of it. I was like, oh shit. Because you've never heard me. It's either a love or hate kind of thing. You're either going to love it or hate it.
Right.
All right.
Well,
There's not a lot
I've
of
been
people in the middle.
I've been following your posts, so I kind of had a notion of what you'd be like, but it's not just, it's not just what you say, it's how you say it. So what you said was more important to me than how you said it, but I enjoyed both.
Thank you. That's important.
Good stuff. All right, Michael, that's it. No comments, concerns, random outbursts. You're good.
Me? Oh, I can go on forever. They would put a timer on like that was going to control me.
Last time I didn't
You don't put a damn leash on me, Hoss.
Last time I didn't put a timer on you, you went 55 minutes.
Hey, I'm going to say what I got. Whatever God tells me to say today, I'm going to say. You can't stop God, my friend. Today, God wanted me to be 15 minutes short.
Okay. So at the next MML, right? You remember this moment and you bring that same energy for Michael.
I'm way ahead of you, Ash. I'm way ahead of you.
First of all, James can't say anything. Last MML, he went way over his time.
After the awareness of it too.
David's going to get no time.
Right. Great job, Michael, as always.
Great.
We love you. Glad that you're here. We're gonna move right along. What I'd like to do right now, though, if it's okay with David, is I have you drop the green and black in the comments. But if we can make a bruise and drop the green and black and then some blue for Michael and the community, I'd really love that. So bruise up the chat, show some love for Michael Faber and David, of course, and the two communities that collide, and show all the support to each other. Yeah, that's what's up. That's actually a good, hey. Look, it looks like they'll unleash you now. He disappeared fast. We're excited for the next speaker. We had some schedule change, but that's all right. We're rolling with the punches, and excited for what is to come for the rest of the day. So guys, as always, make sure that you're sharing the live, you're showing the love, and that you're subscribing to the YouTube channel for David. And without further ado, we are going to announce the next speaker. He is a freelance writer, a podcaster, and a speaker, obviously. He is the leader of Wheels and Warriors, and he is an inspiration to us all. So please welcome Michael Hummel.
Hello. You make me follow Faber. You suck. That's a long way to say. There are 3 things that I want to talk about today that I'm currently going through right now. First, I want to talk about mourning the loss of who you used to be. Mourning the loss. The second is mourning the loss of who you want to be. And the third is mourning the loss of someone that means a lot to you, meant a lot to you. First, mourning the loss of who you used to be. I'm okay with that. Because honestly, I didn't like myself. It's hard to admit that, but I didn't. I've been called lazy, and I always called myself something different because it meant more to me. It made me feel better about myself. Apathetic. if I didn't care, it was better than being lazy. And if I didn't care, there wasn't much for me to do, for me to change. And it was less important than it needed to be. And as I'm getting older, I'm realizing that's just a bullshit excuse, and it needs to change. And because of what I'm doing, what I'm building, what I'm creating with David means more to me, or it should mean more to me, then I'm giving it credit. So that is one thing that needs to change. Second is mourning the loss of who I want to be. For the last year, I've basically been bedridden. I've been in my house. I've been on my couch, and I have 2 wounds that just won't go away because of my disability. I'm prone to open wounds and a couple of things. And so I'm not where I want to be. I thought by now I was going to be traveling the country, speaking to people, making an impact on them, and deepening the impact that I thought I was supposed to have. And it's just not working. And it's killing me. And third, my father-in-law died like 30 years ago. And I see what it's done to my wife and my mother-in-law. And honestly, I thought it was going to be harder. I thought that the impact, not impact, I thought it was going to be sadder. But my mother-in-law's reaction was and is gratitude. Gratitude for gratitude for 60 years of life and given a life that she's proud of, she's had before. And seeing what it's done to my wife is hard, but she too is just strong. She's very strong, and she hasn't really broken down, I guess. And she doesn't show how hard it can be. So, those 3 things have taught me that I need to keep going. I need to be strong. Stronger than I have been. And It's given me resolve. It's given me strength. It's given me ideas to keep going and to change the way I've been doing things normally, or the way I had been. I hate the word normal. So as I go further in my life, I know I need to change my thought process and my belief on the way things are, because I'm still here. And that's the biggest thing. Whatever you're going through, whatever you're going through in life, keep going. Realize your strength. Realize the importance of what you're doing. And don't let anyone else down. I'm very good at letting myself down. And that needs to change. But from now on, I need to make sure that I don't let anybody else down, including myself. And keeping going and being truthful with myself and everyone else is paramount. And that will in itself be my North Star from now on. That's it.
Very beautiful, Michael. And I have to say, I said on yesterday that I don't know a lot of you guys, and so I got your bios from your Facebook, and I did, but I intentionally added that inspiration to the end of your bio because you are such an inspiration and you have no quit in you, and you're honest about the vulnerable moments that you have in life. And so I appreciate you always just coming with honesty and just the way that you keep going after all your hardships. So thank you for sharing with us.
Thanks. Thank you.
Lauren.
Michael, I'm picking my kids up from school, but I just had to come on. I want you to know you do not disappoint anyone. You lift everyone up. Every post you post, every word you say, every time I hear anything spoken, you inspire me, you lift me. Like, you are doing incredible things, even if it doesn't look exactly like what you expected. Oh, hold on, guys, sorry. Even if it does not look exactly what you expected it to look like in the last year, you're still doing it. And I can't wait to see what's next. So please continue on, keep doing exactly what you're doing. And you know you have all of us for support.
Yes.
Thank you.
Deb.
Michael, hey, baby.
Hello, Deb.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for being raw, authentic. I'm so over the soundbite, highlight reel that is current social media. And we need more Michael. We need more Michael. I mean, it's kitschy, it's cliche, but it is okay not to be okay.
Yeah.
And I just want to share with you that while you have clearly more pronounced physical issues,
Yeah.
it was just the other day that that was it Josh? Was it Josh that brought up? And everything on my body is heading south. Gravity is simply not our friend. And so I can only imagine, because that gets compounded for you. And I'm at a point in my life where I'm needing to reframe.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. No, I got it.
My own picture of myself.
Mm.
And by the way, just for the record, this Hemingway, Old Man in the Sea, Old Man, what was the book? Old Man. Anyway, Old Man in the Sea. Yep. You got it going on, baby. Sexy as hell.
Thank you.
That's it.
That's another bad thing about not leaving the house. I haven't shaved in God knows how long.
Oh, it looks good on you, baby.
Thank you.
I love it. Yeah, we love a good beard, Michael, for sure. James.
What's up, my brother?
What's up, man?
And it's good to see you.
You too.
I want you to remember one thing from me. If I never give any piece of valuable entertainment, like anything you can remember from me, whenever you lay your head down and go to bed at night, just know that there is someone out there, at the very least, who thinks you are the most inspirational person on the planet simply for being you and doing what you're doing. And that's me. Bro, you inspire me in ways that I can't talk about, right? Like, you go through more than most of the average human being does. You're dealing with so much, dude. The last event I saw you at, you were literally in the hospital bed speaking, and you were like, I have to be here. I'm not missing this. Okay, that's next level dedication. That's next level insanity. I love every minute of that. But you are so dedicated to your cause, man. Nothing, literally nothing stops you. And we all need more of that in the world today. Look at everybody on the virtual scene right now. I can't speak for who's streaming on Facebook or whatnot, but people are better just by listening to you and hearing you speak what you're going through and how you're managing, and simply you saying, just keep going, don't stop. Thank you for that, man. I love you.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. David.
Let's go to Eric since he put his hand up.
Eric.
First, love the beard. I think we're gonna have to just like the more beards, the better. Just saying, just throwing that out there. Second thing, kind of what James was saying. The more people I see and hear with heavy burdens just means that they have a bigger message. The more people that they can go help. So just recognize every time that you show up, you're making that choice. You get the choice to either quiet or you get the choice to show up, and you just keep showing up. So we're all proud of you for that. And we all love every time that we get to hear you speak, brother. So much love.
David.
Michael, you know how much I love you, how much I love you, bro, and how much I look up to you. I'll never forget the cruise from last year, and I bring that up every single time.
Yeah.
Texted me and told me that you had the stroke. And my question to you was, do you still want to come through and do the stories of diversity? And not even a second went by, and it was immediate yes. you know, I've been through my share of struggles in my own life, but my level of strength nothing compares to yours, brother. We all have different levels of strength. Somebody once told me after Joe died, and I was at the Eating Recovery Center getting a handle on my binge eating disorder, when I had the 50-pound weight restriction put on me permanently because of the heart condition, I felt I lost a very big piece of who I was, because I was always the strongest man in the family.
Mm-hmm.
And this person told me, it's not the physical strength that you could lift, it's the internal strength that you could handle. And you're the epitome of that, brother. You texted me on Monday and told me about your father-in-law. And right away, you told me you were not going to back out of the summit. And that's just who you are, dude. Not only are you a brother of mine, my big brother, but you're the first summit sponsor.
I don't back down. Never. Never.
You know that Chuppawampa song?
Yeah.
I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never going to keep me down. That's your theme song, dude. So I'm proud of you. I love you.
Thank you.
When I see you, get ready for a bear hug. From
Yes, sir.
James. And from me.
Yes, sir. All right. Michael, amazing as always. Anybody else have anything for Michael? All right. As always, make sure that you are giving him his flowers on social media as well as this chat. And I agree with Lauren. Michael, I watch your Facebook too and your social media, and it's inspiring. I love what I see. So make sure you're following Michael along with all the other speakers as well. And Michael, put in the chat how we can support you and your adventure and what you're on and what you're doing, because we love you and we want to be there for you.
Thank you.
Awesome. We have some time before the next speaker, and I have a question for all of you. Many of you have been here since yesterday, or you have at least watched and caught some of the speakers doing their thing. And so I would like to know, and make sure you unmute and share, through yesterday, all day, or today, what is one thing that you are going to take and put into action, right? Because oftentimes we attend events and we take lots of notes, or we are super inspired, and then the event is over and our notes and all of our inspiration stays with the event. So I want to know, what is an action item that you are going to inherit into your life, or something that moved you enough to make you put into action for yourself? Who wants to go first? You can think. Deb.
Ashley, you know how much I love you. But are you out of your freaking mind? One thing?
Fair.
Fair. I mean, okay. All right. The one thing of this glorious community is the community itself. As far as actionable item, I'll get back to you, honey.
Okay. Hey, that's very valid, right? We make new friends and new amazing people have in our lives every time we're here. And again, thank you to David. We'll never be able to thank you enough for bringing us all together. That is very valid. So I accept that.
I gotta say, as far as like the, what floats up to the top is today I decide. Love that, right? I know they were just summing up what was it, Sleepless in Seattle? Was that my sister Tish? And but referencing, just a million, when the Tom Hanks character started giving a million little things. But that's what this community is, right? A million little things knitted together. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm really liking the get to with Mr. Matthew, right? I get to work out. I get to defy gravity. I'm gonna stop before I get myself into trouble. Okay.
I love you, Sierra.
So really going back to Eric on his speech when he was talking about not smiling with the eyes or whatever it was, like that part and checking in on people. I think I've been kind of slacking on checking in on people who've been quiet, especially Eric. I usually talk to him once in a while. But I think that's one of the things I need to start doing more is checking in on people.
Get Tim started the dishes. Big takeaway.
So with that being said, we're gonna have Tim unmute himself. I'm gonna pick on him since he's one of our sponsors.
What are you gonna pick on me for? To say what I'm getting out of it?
Yep.
I mean, come on. I mean, Matthew always is going to be impressing me, you know, every time I get to see Matthew. But some of the big takeaways I've got is hearing what people got from it. So you hear the connections, you hear, you know what I mean? You watch Lauren, how she reacts to what someone says, and then it just tricks something off in my brain, you know what I mean? And then Ashley makes a comment to introduce the next person, and it's like, oh, wow, yeah, oh, I can do that too, you know? So the things I'm getting out of this is a whole nother set of lists of to-dos, of what I need to do and what I get to do to fix things. And that's not a joke. I get to fix things in my life and in my business. So
love. Who else?
I'm gonna go on this one. You know what I get is I get to see all your beautiful faces. I don't have a lot of connections here in Colorado. Last weekend I got to see that, Matthew. He's not here, but you're watching on Facebook. I got to see my friend Joe, who came to Nashville with me last year, and I got to meet his lovely new lady friend, who he admitted to me and his new lady friend that he had a crush on for 20 years. And for those who met him last year, he was the cowboy that was ready to step in when a young woman was being not treated nicely in the front of the Gaylord, and Joe was going to step in. And when I got to meet Wendy, I could see a happiness in his face. And when I get to see all of you, it fills my heart with joy and pure happiness, because I see the difference from the first summit to now. I remember what Martha said in January or in December last year, when she was and her family was going through a daunting, unimaginable moment in her life. And I'll never forget what she said to me was, do you have a direct line to God when you schedule these summits? And I never forget that. These are the moments, these are the takeaways for me. I designed and set this summit up, not for me, it's for you guys. So I get this moment to see the tears, the sad ones, but also the happy ones. I get to see the realness of what Meredith showed us this morning, what Bobby showed us yesterday. I didn't know that side of Bobby Jones. This is my biggest takeaway from today, from yesterday. And I'm proud of each and every one of you. And I'm going to pick on, let's go with Ashley since she asked the question.
Gosh, yeah, I'm with Deb. There's probably not one, right? But I definitely connected with Meredith saying, run out of the willingness to be inconvenienced. Because I struggle. I don't do what I don't want to do. And sometimes those things are necessary, right, to being a functioning adult in the world. And Tim, I have to do the dishes, okay, because I boycotted doing dishes thinking that somebody would help, and they started eating cereal out of saucepans. So I don't get to do the dishes, but yeah, I think that for me, it's just that kind of struck a nerve in me where I was like, girl, because here's the thing about being super self-aware, which I am, is that you can talk yourself out of and make excuses for the things that you don't want to do. And so I need to be inconvenienced and embrace that, I think. So That's
Well, my daughter doing the dishes, all right. So, you know, my daughter is most of you in the room's age. And then she is back at dad's home for the 5th time. And this time she came back with a grandson. So dad pays the bills. I think the least she can do is do the dishes.
also fair. Very fair. Very fair. But also in my situation, I have boys and I don't trust them to wash my dishes I eat off of anyways, if I'm being totally honest. So
Oh no! When we were kids, mom had 4 boys, and yes, we had to do the dishes. And there's a story behind that I'll tell someday. Of one day I sprained my ankle, and mom is like, you know, just get out there and do your stuff and go out and play and shut up. And I come in after dinner and I go, Mom, I will do the dishes, I promise, but just can I put my leg up for 20 minutes? It hurts real bad. And my ankle was like this big around. My mom was like, "Ah!" and jumped up, took me to the hospital.
Can you do that again, Tim? The scream, maybe?
That was very like Kevin McAllister scream of you. I like it.
Yeah.
Marv. I want to pick Lauren. Lauren always has good nuggets.
She always does with the best hair.
Why, thank you. I did a whole lot of nothing to it this morning, so I appreciate
my
that.
hair.
You know, I think sometimes, how do I say this? It's nice to have this to look forward to because we know we're going to be surrounded by other people who are pouring into us, pouring into each other, and celebrating the lives of people we've lost. And it's almost like every couple of months we get to do that, like put aside as many hours of the day or of the 2 days that we can and honor our loved ones. And life is so busy, nonstop, right? And so to take that time, because every time someone else speaks on someone that they love, it's reminding me of the things that I love about the ones that I've lost. So I can't thank you all enough. I learned so much from all of you. I'm reminded so much of, you know, the people that I love through you. And I'm excited to see what everyone's doing with this and how, David, you just continue, you and Austin, just continue to grow this. And there's so many opportunities to not grieve alone. So thanks for choosing me, Ashley. I guess I had to say that.
No, I agree. I agree with that so much. It really, like, it's something that you look forward to, right? To be here with all these people and in between life happening. And so I agree with that. Pick somebody. See James put his camera on.
Well, I guess we'll go with James.
Okay, yeah, sure. James.
Thanks for volunteering me, Ashley and David and Lauren. You know, I'm gonna be a little bit honest with you guys. I watched the first 2 because the things that were discussed were, you know, like dealing with loss of loved ones and grief and, you know, stuff like that. And observationally, it's much easier to watch on a Facebook screen and sit in a Zoom room than actually participate and pay attention. But when David decided that he wanted to volunteer me to speak, it forces you to look at a side of things or speak about a side of things that you would not normally share or speak about to anyone else, right? And when I say that being able to participate changed and shifted the perspective and dynamic of my experiences, has altered a little bit of my life, I'm not lying. And then you've given me the honor to close out your last summit, and being able to listen to every single speaker then and being able to listen to every single speaker now. There's some dynamic that there's no way you're not going to be impacted by someone or something that's said, typed, discussed, shared, whether it's the feedback, any of it. It really helps you cultivate the soil that you've neglected in your losses, in your loneliness, in your grief, in your misery. And not only that, I think one of the most powerful things for me is hearing a bunch of people yesterday and today, like I get something out of everybody that speaks. I make it a point to. But one of the most powerful things is like you can say what you need to say, or you hear what you need to hear. Like Meredith's story today was great. I'll give kudos to Sierra yesterday. I'll give kudos to all of them, man. There's just so many. Michael today, like Martha's a legend. She knows it. But you don't feel like you're plowing that soil by yourself. You feel like there are hands guiding you through that because they've felt that, or they've hurt that way, or they've seen that and experienced that. And David, there is no other community like that can say, oh, you're hurting. You're hurting. When did you lose your relative? Oh my God, 15 years ago. That's just like yesterday for me. And it doesn't matter how long, it doesn't matter how heavy. Loss is loss. Pain is pain. And you can relate, and you can subject that, and you cultivate that, and you grow that. And what I've noticed is the more summits that you've performed, the deeper that it's been getting. This has been by far the most like Amber blew me away today. Amber blew me away today. Ashley's crushing it as an MC. Okay. Like there is no B-listers that have shown up. Ian today with his message. I could go on for a while. I don't want to, but I just know that it's for something that if you have deep seated issues of doubt or fear or isolation or self, this is the place to really let it out on the table and listen, because it will change you by the end of it. So that's what I'm getting out of this experience.
Thank you for sharing that. And that's such a great point to make too, James, because oftentimes you'll hear people say like, oh, they took my speech, or I'm going to say the same thing. I'm going to have to change it right through a long period of time throughout the day. And I think we're all so different, but we do tend to say something that aligns with what the next person says, which that's a God move for me. Right. But also I think that, you could say the same thing 1,000 times over, and somebody else, you don't say it in a way that somebody else can hear. And so somebody will deliver the same message that you are, but that person needs to hear it that way, because it's not always what we say, it's what we receive. And so I think that's a great point to point out, is that we're all so different, but we're not unique to pain, right? Or suffering or grief or mourning. Nobody's unique to that. We're just unique to our situation. And so thank you for pointing that out. It was amazing. Pick somebody.
Faber.
Yeah, I think Faber. And then we're gonna turn back over to David. Faber. He's brushing and braiding his beard.
No, I'm here. Thanks, James. Appreciate that.
You're welcome. Fuck your image.
I have no image to fuck, but as long as the timer's off, we're good. Everyone, you could say everyone that spoke did something, right? The shit posts that came from this have been phenomenal. Go to Sarah's page if you want to see them. And I thought, really today, Meredith shocked me, just because Meredith is like the most professional, always person. Says maybe 2 things funny a month, right? Like, just very serious. And for her to let people in it and see her heart and come from that position was, shocking for everyone that knows her. Killing me today. But she didn't think I was listening, but I was on the Facebook. I'm 107 years old right now. I was on the Facebook when that happened. And if you know her, you have to be crying, because that was tough. So I think the impact she had to willing to be that open, I think really gave a whole bunch of permission to a whole bunch of people to be even more open than normal, just because she's normally not open about stuff like that. So I think she gave us all like quiet strength just for how she spoke and what she said. So that was really cool to experience. So thanks, James, for calling on me. I'll go back to brushing my beard.
Brayden, David, you're up.
Yeah, you guys have all been phenomenal and crushing it and killing it. And it's just a true blessing to be able to do this with each and every one of you. just a couple of things from me before we hand everything back over to the amazing Ashley. We have a bonus day coming up tomorrow afternoon at 12 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Tanya Brown is coming back to do a hour long segment with us. And if anybody wants to come and meet Tanya and hear her story, she is the sister of Nicole Brown, who was married to O.J. Simpson. And she is going to come and share more in depth of her story. This was just finalized this morning between her and me. So she's going to come and share that. And so I just wanted to share that with all of you. So hope you guys, I can borrow another hour of your time tomorrow. And would love to have you guys come back. And then we'll wrap this whole summit up tomorrow afternoon. And then second item is just stay with us. We're in the final home stretch up the side of the mountain. We've got many more amazing speakers coming, and they're going to deliver the home stretch up the trail backs of the mountain, and everything will be going back to the summiteer, Ashley Burkeen.
Let's hear. I like it. All right, moving right along to the next speaker. This guy is a Jesus follower. He is a girl dad. He is he's coffee obsessed, some would say, and he's a brand chemist. But I'm gonna let him tell you more about him. So without further ado, please welcome Javier Santana.
You're muted, bro.
Thanks, Ashley. My apologies. Thanks, Michael. Yeah, sorry I couldn't make it sooner. I appreciate David for swapping people around and making this happen for me. I missed the last one, and it's always an honor to be here and having you invite me. So, a bit about me. I have 3 daughters. Like Ashley said, I'm a girl dad. I love coffee. If you follow me on social media, you pretty much figured that out already. I'm a business owner, serial entrepreneur, own a marketing agency, and have a lot of stuff going on. So always like to share with others and try to inspire others. If I can leave a little drop of blessings with someone, that's a good day. And David, I saw your sheet of as far as a speaker, kind of like what do you expect us to talk about? And I always try to do something a little different every time. And so, but I really embrace this one because I'm a person who loves puns and sayings and all kinds of things, and had a field day in a good way with your theme. You talked about burn bright, and that's something that really stuck with me. Michael also talks about shining your light, right? But fire burns out, but that emits light, and the light kind of is what kind of brightens people's lives. And I wanted to kind of add to that. So those 2 words, burn bright, I wanted to add 4 words to the back end of that and kind of make that my talk. So what I want to talk about today, yes, burn bright, but don't burn out. And that's my message today. And I speak from experience. This is not me wagging my finger at you guys. This is literally everything I speak to you about today I've gone through or going through, and hopefully you can connect with some of this. But I'm going to use a lot of analogies and metaphors, with the fire and the heat. But I learned this the hard way, that, a fire that consumes a person carrying it, it never becomes the trail for anybody else. And I say trail because I always speak about leaving a trail. That's kind of like the legacy component, my mantra: live now, leave a trail. We can choose to leave a trail of destruction behind us or leave a trail of blessings behind us. So we have that choice, everything we do. We're not perfect. We just kind of keep, trying to be better the next time. But you can also burn so bright and that you can burn down. And I know that because I did, and I have quite a few times in my life. So little bit of background, just a quick summary. A few of you have heard me speak before, so I'm not going to harp on this part of my life, but a few years ago, my 28-year marriage ended. And through that, I always say this, I didn't have a midlife crisis. I had a midlife awakening. And so I woke up, I started to feel again, and I stopped coasting on autopilot in my life. At that time, I was 53. I'm 55 now. And I decided to live my life on purpose. That began this journey of discovery that I'm still in the middle of. It's one of those things that it's interesting. You know, some people have that rite of passage earlier in their lives, and I just happen to have that later. But I want to be honest, after that transition, after the hard part of that, life got really good. And I had, you know, I have 3 daughters. They are my world. My oldest is 28. She's married. I have my middle daughter is 23, and my youngest is 16, going on 30. And every time she spends time with her oldest sister, she comes back 5 years older. I don't know how that works, but you know, I also my community was strong, continues to be strong. This one of them. My purpose was very clear. I got connected with my roots again, and my faith. And from the outside, you know, I was on fire and fuego, as they say in my country. And I was productive and responsible, and I was building and showing up and for everybody. And if you looked at it from the outside, you know, that guy was kind of burning bright. And I told you I was going to use the metaphors. I'm going to use them all day long. However, here's what really, that wasn't what was really happening on the inside. Inside, there was still that transition from that life, and I was burning down. But I couldn't tell the difference. Now I'm just looking back, because in the middle of it, sometimes you just don't know what's happening. But busy looks exactly like you're on fire, and being responsible looks like you're on fire, and carrying everybody else looks exactly like on fire. Like you got it going on, you got it together. I was functioning, and I was steady, and I was getting it all done. But one part of me quietly was on pause. And a good friend of mine, I've told this a few times before, but a good friend of mine, he's kind of has like long red beard. You might have met him sometimes. He's a good brother. Love him to death. He told me something. And, you know, when you have people like are around you that sharpened you, they give you tough love when you need it, right? And you receive it the right way because there's trust there. But he said I was still and I'm paraphrasing. He said it probably yelling or just sarcastically, but I'm going to be a little nicer. But I received the message very clearly. He said, you know, that I was still carrying the burdens of the world, even if they're not mine to carry. And that's part of I guess that's part of the self-awareness journey. The you're awake now, so that's the beginning of the work. So, but then he said, I pick those burdens up and I hold on to them. And then he asked me 2 questions. And those are the questions that even to this day still stick to me. Like they're little reminders because I tend to kind of gravitate towards complicating things. He says, why does it have to be hard? Why, and why can't it be easy? So, you know, I can apply that to anything in my life, but in this case, I understood what he was telling me. And that's when I had kind of like a second awakening of sorts. You know, the first one I woke up, but the second one I was like seeing in 4D. You know, I was aware, I was clear, I was paying attention, and still getting to know me. And I was feeling, but I'm learning how to navigate through kind of all of it. I have this saying about myself, and I use it a lot, that I gave my oxygen, for many years, I gave my oxygen away, and everybody around me got to breathe. My family, my businesses, the people around me, the people I was carrying, and I gave all of my air away. And until I realized that one day that I was suffocating. So it was well-intended. I wanted to, you know, it was noble to kind of do that. And, you know, a flame, here's another one of those metaphors. needs oxygen to grow. There's a real physics. I didn't fail physics, but I think I got a C. But yes, oxygen, you need it to grow. You take the air out of a room, what happens? You know, and you give it to everybody else, your own fire starts to die. And that's kind of what was happening to me, even after the first awakening, you know, and that's kind of the journey. You reach burnout. And so that you have to, you know, the self-awareness part is important, but awareness of something doesn't mean deliverance of something. Awareness of a wound doesn't mean healing of a wound. We have to kind of, that's when the work begins. But on the outside, it looks really impressive when you're like, got it going on. So here's what I come to understand through all this. And kind of, this is the heart of what I'm talking to you about. Real quick, I'm going to land the plane, but people that know me know that I'm a big fan of the show Survivor, and huge Survivor fan. I watched every season from first season. They're in season 50 now. Every episode multiple times. I've actually applied numerous times, and hopefully I'll get on one day. The reason I bring that up is if you ever watch the show, near the end of every season, there's a challenge towards the end that can decide everything. And it's called the fire making challenge. Two people are side by side. Each of them get a flint, a knife, and they get a little pile of kindling. You know, it's like just dry wood. And they get little sticks. And then 2 feet above the table is a little rope. And whoever builds the fire tall enough to burn the rope wins. So the implications of this, the one who wins that challenge gets to be the third person in the finals. The one who loses goes home. And what fascinates me and that's something that came to mind as I was putting this together, is that almost the people that had the biggest fires most of the time didn't win. If you watch the players, these are the ones who lose. They actually lose one of two ways. Either they panic and they build something really big, so they start putting all kinds of stuff, and there's this wild roaring fire, and it's everywhere, and it's unfocused, and never concentrates, and it doesn't. It's kind of high, but it's not. It's all over the place. A lot of heat, but not a lot of concentrated fire. A lot of effort, and then the rope never burns. You see it. It's almost but it doesn't singe. It's a really interesting thing that I've noticed. But then there's the other guys that lose, that I see that they get a little spark and they have a little flame, and then they stop tending to it. They don't care for it. They look over at the opponent. They feel the pressure. They get distracted, and that flame continues to go out. So I gravitated to that metaphor because I watch the show all the time, and the fire making challenge is a big deal every season, where, wow, that's really kind of mirroring what happens with us. You know, the loudest one is not the one that actually wins. The one with the biggest fire is not usually, it's the one that protects the fire with their hands, the ones that feeds it slowly, the ones that then directs it and concentrates and tends to it, and it's controlled and disciplined about it. That fire making skill turns out that is the winning strategy, and it seems counterintuitive, but it's actually the best one. You just have to stay steady. And I found that as a mirror to our lives. We have to be purposeful that way and tend to it and add, you know, and be, when we get into cruise control and just going through the motions, that's when things start going off the rails. And there's actually two ways that to lose our fire in life. And the first way, like I said, was when you do too much. For me, that was the way I operated most of my life, was drivenness. I was just busy, right? You carry too much, you move too much, you move too fast. You're always in fifth gear. You're always chasing, always striving. What's next? What's next? What's next? And then you get so busy carrying that fire ahead and forward that you forget to actually live. And that flame, what it does, it actually consumes you. And that can happen. It's happened to me. Then the other way, it's kind of mirroring the second person in the fire making challenge. You do too little. You check out, you numb, you stop expecting good things, right? You stay stuck in moments and situations. It's easy to do that. I've done that many times. You're still here, but technically you're not really here. And you're going through the motions, sometimes resignation, I don't know, that's my lot in life, right? And I've done both of those. And I've burned too hot and carrying everybody's weight. And there were many years where I was responsible and dutiful and faithful and hardworking and dead inside. And then sometimes when the fire eats you alive, the other side is the fire quietly goes out if you don't tend to it. So we have to find a middle ground between these. And that's kind of what I was picturing when I was putting this together. It's like, those are the two extremes. What is the answer? I don't know what the answer is. I know what's worked for me. I'm not telling anybody to do anything, but I will tell you this, that the center, the middle, it's a better place in my opinion, from my experience. It's the only place where your fire kind of burns bright and actually lasts. I've actually tried that fire making challenge. I have flint and I have a little knife and I scrape it and you get the little spark and you feed it. And I've done that. It's a really cool process. It actually teaches you a lot. But that middle place, we heard all about it. There's the buzz terms, we hear them out there, showing up, being presence. We hear it. Those are not metaphors. Those are not abstract concepts, even though we use them so much, sometimes we just don't pay attention to them. But I call it, being the branding messaging guy, I have to kind of call it something and give it a logo. So I call it live now. There's live now, leave a trail. It's my ethos. It's become my ethos and my mantra since, in the last several years. And it's become my mission, part of my mission. And that is to inspire others to live fully and to leave a trail worth following and to awaken their souls so they can live a life that they're meant to live now. Not someday, not when things slow down, not later, because later is a lie. And not when we finally arrive, because that moment never happens most of the time. I just had a situation, these wake-up calls in life. We talk about loss all the time. And in this, this is part of this theme and as far as remembering others, the ones we love. And my oldest daughter, not even a month ago, lost one of her best friends suddenly, 23 years old. 3 kids of a heart attack, just gone. I know her. She was actually on my podcast when I used to have a podcast. She was on my podcast. So it gives you these moments where you realize, yeah, tomorrow is not promised. The things I thought were heavy and big and important, all of a sudden don't seem that way anymore. And when I talk about this whole not, later, and it feels like also some type of formula, but I don't mean some fluffy, close your eyes, unicorns and rainbows type of thing or present. I mean the real thing, things that I try to practice every day. Like my daughter comes in and if I'm always busy, I say, I'm always busy, but I always have time for you. I stop what I'm doing. I shift my attention to that. And that's what they get. But it's being present physically, mentally, emotionally, all the way here, engaged. We know the difference. All of us do. I've been in those situations where I'm here, but I'm not here. I'm thinking about what's happening next week. And the person sees that when you're talking to them. And the secret that most people miss is that being the light, that happens now, in real time, in the small moments. Subtle, mundane, everyday moments, the ones that we usually pass and walk by, and they're not sexy moments, they're not big explosion moments, they're kind of, you might say, boring moments. But many people think of the big ones, the milestones, as the big light moments. And I would argue that life is in those. I mean, those are important, but there's more life in between those moments. Yes, you on stage, the launches, the milestones, the anniversaries, the highlight reels, all that stuff. But what I like to do, if you can walk away today, is just a reminder of things that you know, but you just forget. You know, a lot of people use these different terms, you know, the middle area, the in between. There's somebody I heard, I guess there's some book about the dash. You know, what happens to dash between your dates? It's whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm talking about, between those things. And what's interesting is my daughter at the time was 14. Her name is Grace. She's 16 now. She's an artist. She's a creative right brainer, like really passionate about life. She loves theater. We go to plays together, and we just love that. And we share a lot of things, a lot of same interests. She likes to write. She likes to draw and paint. She builds these imaginary worlds, and she has these characters. And one day, this is a true story. She said to me something that really stopped me cold, and it's a reminder of what I was just talking about. I asked her about one of those stories she was talking about. I was asking her about the mode of transportation that she was describing to me that they use in this world. And everything is high tech and quick, but the transportation was more driven by animals. So it's a slower thing. So I asked her about it, and she said that life happens in the in-between moments when you're always rushing to get somewhere, you miss on the good stuff, the talks, the laughs, the adventures. That's what I want to write about. So if they're in a small carriage being pulled by something, I have more room to kind of write about that, because that's where life happens, in the in-between, she said. You miss what's happening right now when you're going too fast. So that's what she loves to write about. But it's interesting because God talks to us through a lot of things and situations, and a lot of times through the people we love, and especially our children. We just sometimes need to be in that frequency and listen. And I heard that loud and clear. It was a reminder of something that, oh yeah, I know that. It felt, you know, that truth is not something that I've made up or I coined that phrase or anything else, but it's just things that we just forget. So it's nice to sometimes to be reminded of those things. So I'm going to quote a great philosopher, Ferris Bueller. He says, life moves pretty fast. If you don't stop and look around and for a while, you could miss it. So, you know, don't take my word for it. You know, Mr. Ferris Bueller said that too. So you have to downshift, beating a dead horse here, to live. There's no love in hurry or stress. That is I heard that somewhere. I don't even know where. I didn't make that up, but that's always stuck with me. You have to come back to now. You have to come back. You have to slow down. It's a deliberate daily act of will. And so that's a reminder. So how do we actually do this? Let me get to the practical part. I was thinking about, well, how does Javi do this? You know, and I'm talking about these things that feel like 10,000 foot level. Like, what's the ground level practical thing that I'm doing to every day live now? How do I do that? So David sent me that piece of paper a few days ago about the format and stuff. So I kind of went into this little rabbit trail, and that was a fun journey for me. But this is kind of what I came up with. Like, how do you stay in the center line so your fire is still lit when somebody behind you needs the light? So the first thing is protect the flame, and then feed the flame. And the third one is pass the flame. So I'm going to give you a little bit about each one of these. Protecting the flame, little deep dive. Don't let comparison, overcommitment, or noise steal your clarity. I heard somebody say earlier about comparison. So that theme seems to be, that's death. I mean, we have our own pace. We have our own thing. We have our own journeys, our own stories. It's really cruel to ourselves to compare ourselves to others. I'm a recovering overthinker and sometimes overcommitment. I've learned to say no a lot more these days than before, so I'm working on that. And this is the part nobody wants to hear. Like, protecting your fire is not selfish. It's the whole job. That's something I learned in life later. It's the least selfish thing you could do. You can't give what you don't have. You can't shine a light that's gone out. You can't pass a flame you let burn down to nothing. All right. So, you know, you've heard the analogy with the airplanes. You know, you have the mask comes down when the oxygen goes out. What do they tell you to do? Put it on you first before you put it on your kids. That's not selfish. That's the least selfish, because if you pass out, you can't put it on your kids. All right, the next one is feeding the flame. You know, a fire that doesn't feed, that you don't feed, goes out, period. So if you remember that one person is taking it, they blow into the embers, they add a little oxygen, but they can't blow too hard because it's going to go off. That you have to continue to do that. So you keep returning to the things that put the oxygen back. You pay attention. What stirs my heart? What makes me come alive? You know, go do that. For me, that's prayer and reflection and movement, creativity, community. Play has become one of my core values the last year. You know, I changed my core values, and that has become one of them. Doing things that make you come alive, right? Being around people who speak life and truth into you. My roots, I've connected with my, you know, I'm from Puerto Rico. I'm very proud of my roots and my heritage. I've re-embraced it. Not that I ever turned my back on it, but and all of us have you know, history and backgrounds, whatever it is. But you know, that's what I've done. And for me, coffee. You can, good old reliable, better than the Volvo. Okay, that joke. So, but the community part is a big one. You can't live life in a silo, you know. We're relational beings. We need to be around others, and it's good to be around others that empower you and make you a better person. So figure out whatever fuels you and go back to it on purpose. That's what my call to action is with that category. Don't wait until you're running on empty, because sometimes that can get a little dangerous. And then the last one is passing the flame. And this is the legacy, David Wright component, the leave the trail component. You know, we have a flame, we can pass it to somebody else. I call it leaving a trail. We have that choice. My oldest daughter, Megan, like I said earlier, God talks to me through my daughters. She said something to me that I'll never forget too. And this was when my youngest said that other thing, and this actually happened within a few months period. We were having a conversation, and I asked her, we were having coffee together, and we share that love. And I asked her, Megan, you know, what do you think your dad's legacy is? I was just curious. And she said, all kinds of things, made me cry. I'll keep them to myself, but they were really nice. But one thing she said that I'll share is, why are you so focused on leaving a legacy? Why can't you live one? And I'm sure she heard it somewhere, but I needed to hear that at that moment. I'm so focusing on leaving things rather than live it, right? I did a video a few months ago about that. Like, will you live for somebody? You know, we all talk about dying for people. Yes, I'll die for my girls. I'll die. There's things I will die for, but do we have the courage to live for that? You know? And she was right. You can't leave something that never lived. You know, David, you talk about legacy all the time. That's one of the themes of your community, of everything you do, and it's powerful. And I always resonate to that, because that's something that's important to me to understand, and to let others understand that too. There's a quote from the play Hamilton that says, what is a legacy? It's planting a seed in the garden you never get to see, right? And we have to be willing not to see the seed of the fruit of the seeds we plant, but we have to plant those seeds for the next generation, pass that flame. So, and I realized that legacy isn't a monument. You build at the end. It's the trail that you walk right now on purpose, and that becomes the legacy. We have a choice to leave that trail, good or bad. That's our choice, and then that's how the fire spreads. So, bringing it home, carrying the fire forward. I believe in that very much. Thank you, David, for this. But carrying the fire forward was never about burning the brightest in the room. It's actually, it wasn't about doing the most or being the loudest or running the fastest. For me, it's about burning true and staying present enough and awake enough and alive enough that your flame is still lit when the person one step behind you needs to borrow that light. Being aware of, you can be somebody could be pulling you up while you're pulling somebody behind you. That's an incredible theme in life. in whatever it is. We do that here. And I love that about this community, the amount of the heart-centered people, passionate about life, unselfish. And that is true living, but you can't do that when you're always rushed and always running around. So here's the lesson that I hope you remember. Don't burn out chasing what's next. And don't go numb and let it die. Stay right in the middle, stay present, stay now. And my hope and my prayer for you is that I have awakened something, stirred something in you today, that something that you can act on, that you can say, oh, I forgot about that. Let me start doing that again. Oh, maybe I should stop doing that. I was doing that. Something, whatever it is. And if I did that, today was a success with what I shared. And that's how you burn bright. That's how you don't burn out. And that's how you live now and you leave a trail. Thank you, David. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Javi, brother. Every single time. I think this is your 7th summit with us, and you absolutely crushed it. And I know today was a very busy day for you with the showing of your house, and I'm glad we could make everything work out so that we could get you back in your office.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you know me, man. I'll always work with you. I'm glad we could make it work. And brother, I got to tell you, it's crazy to think that it's been 4 years already, dude. I remember meeting you at the men's retreat down in Florida at Michael's men's retreat, and still by far my favorite event that Michael and the Alicia Now fam puts on. And I can't wait until I get back to my next one. So thank you for bringing that, always being a part of this. Absolutely amazing, brother. So we're going to hand this over to our VIP room and let them pour into you. I know Tim had his hand up first. So go ahead, brother.
Coffee?
Yeah.
Coffee. Coffee? Coffee. Coffee. Coffee.
My coffee brother.
Oh, that's all he had. That's awesome.
Great.
I thought there was going to be more behind that, but that's epic, dude.
There's a standing joke behind that. That's our language.
Yes,
we know what we're saying. You guys just got to figure it out.
I was trying to figure it out, but it'll
Tim,
take
I'm
me
digging
probably a
your
month.
logo behind you. That's a really cool logo, by the way. Just letting you know. Thanks.
Yeah, it's an epic logo, man. You did a great job. Go ahead, James.
For the record, I was there when that UFC fight over coffee almost took place. So if that's ever marketed, we're gonna host it, and it'll probably be one of the best-selling events we ever put on. Okay.
Right.
And the trash talk's gonna be great. Tim already started. Coffee, 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 coffee. All right. No, I just wanted to pay homage to that. That's awesome. Javi, bro, like, I love when you show up, man, because you could take any emotional vibe, whether it's up, down, in between, and literally bring it right back to center. And you are right. Life is in the in-between, man. And we talk about this one-on-one a lot, because like we have a tendency to miss things because we're so focused on business or being a parent or being an entrepreneur, or, you know, like we forget sometimes who or what we are. And that's just, you know, us as humans, and how do we operate and how do we have to navigate. And you always have powerful reminders and analogies. And obviously I love coffee. I love your love of Hamilton. You know, but what's really cool is you take the crazy that is life and ground it into meaning. Right. And, you know, like building the fire and the kindling, the in-between is the most important part. Like we have to continuously put the right amount of oxygen and pressure, have to burn the kindling the right way. It has to go a certain way, and then protecting it. That is our job. Once it's there and it's up and it's running, right, it's our job to make sure that that's up. But it's also, it has to be bright enough for other people to see, so people can come toward it. And that's a good reminder for me, because, you know, sometimes I get stuck on neutral or park, as some people like to announce, you know, and some head. All right. Anyway, but even in my own situations, it's also a good reminder to move, right? Like we can move, because in between means you're moving, You're not one spot or the other. You're in transition too. And thanks for bringing attention to that, my friend. I love you for your insight as always, brother.
Thanks. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Right back at you, dude.
Thank you, James. What you got for us, Mike?
Oh, hey, long time no see, buddy. How are you? Long time listener, first time caller. Dude, God, that was a great laugh, man. I like how you make complex thoughts so simple to understand and follow. So I can follow you in the transition to get the message as strong as it is. That's a true gift. Also how you keep showing up. I know today was crazy for you running around like a madman, but get back here and show up for people and spread a message of hope and belief and to be in the present and to live. You reminded me of that. I'm a little bit of a go-getter.
Yeah, man.
I'm always moving, always trying to go towards hitting the target. So reminding me to live now is important. So thank you for the message that you give me every day because you know how I am. So I appreciate you, and getting to see you do your thing in front of people is always cool.
Thanks, brother.
And I really like the logo you made too, but I also love MML, not just the men's retreats.
Yeah. I just want to give a shout out to Meredith really quick towards you, Javi. She said, love the analogy about the fire challenge. That was epic, dude. And seriously, man, again, thank you always for being a part of the Mountain Summit Virtual. You know how grateful I am for that. And it's been way too long since I've seen you, bro. I think it's been since the MML from last year, but I'm looking forward to connecting and hanging out with you again here in the near future.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you, bro. Appreciate it. Great to be here.
Always, bro. Thank you again. All right, folks, we're going to keep this thing moving. And this is this person's second time back on the mountain. And I think in the last 24 hours, they've had a heck of a whirlwind, but I am excited to welcome back, and I hope I get your last name correct here, but this is Tina Kraus, y'all. This is her second climb towards the summit, and I love being able to be connected to some powerful, amazing souls. And Tina and I met through Shyla Webb, who introduced me to Melissa Marks, who spoke earlier today. And I am grateful to Shyla for the introduction. And I'll let Tina tell you more about why her life was a little bit chaotic over the last 24 hours. But I love introductions being made and being connected to like-minded, heart-centered, amazing folks. And thank you so much for joining us on the summit, Tina. And the mountain is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm not sure if it's a good thing or not that I've been hanging out here today, because I came to support Melissa when she was doing hers, and I was like, oh my God, these people are amazing. Like, oh my gosh, these are my people. Like, they're talking about 3D and they're talking about spiritual stuff and about all this cool stuff kind of thing. And so before I even start, I get to ground myself and ground into just really acknowledging not only you, David, for putting this together, but just for everyone who's here. I mean, imagine a world where everybody in the world actually sat every now and then, maybe once a week, once a month, whenever they needed a reset. And we just talked about this and grounded ourselves into what's really important in the world. So I acknowledge everyone for being here, because sometimes it's easy to get caught up in the busy, and we lose time, and we lose relationship, and we lose results and all the stuff that comes from that. So thank you for allowing me to be here. I'm super honored. My name is Tina Paulus Kraus. I am a transformation trainer, coach, and speaker. And as I've been listening today, I've kind of like switched up in my head what I'm going to talk about and how I'm going to talk about it, because in transformation, what I've realized through my own experience, I'm going to talk about a story of generational healing. And so I love how we've been talking about the daughters and the families and the legacy and all that kind of stuff, because that's really my story. 11 years ago now, in January of 2015, I was at the height of my career in corporate. I had been in corporate for 22 years and thought that I was going to be in corporate until I got to the top of that ladder, and did all the things that I thought that I was supposed to do. I don't know if anybody hears that or agrees with that, but right, we grow up in life like you're supposed to do this, you're supposed to talk like this, you're supposed to act like this, you're supposed to dress like this. And I was a good student of all of it. I was a really good student of all of it. And so on paper, everything looked like I had this perfect life. I had the white picket fence, I had the 6-figure job, I had it all. And I was consuming and buying and doing and being exactly who I thought I was supposed to be. And I got a phone call that January in 2015 from my 24-year-old daughter at the time. So you guys have me emotional. I've told the story 1,000 times and I'm getting emotional telling it because I know who's here. But she called me and she said, Mom, something really bad happened last night. And it was for those high performers out there where we're comfortable in the being or in the doing and the going and going and going. Because when we're doing all that, we don't have to stop and pause and think about what's really happening inside ourselves. That was me. And so it was a week long where literally my whole entire life stopped. She almost died that night. And a week later, I was sending her to drug and alcohol rehab. And watching her go up the escalator to the airport with this one-way ticket to Arizona to go to rehab, I watched her walk away and I found myself on my own bathroom floor. And, you know, the guilt set in, the blame, the shame, all of it set in. Oh my God, you're such a bad mom. What are you doing with your life? Like it was my wake-up call. So we can call it a wake-up call. We can call it a spiritual awakening. You can call it, what are all the names? I wrote down all the names. You can call it transformation. You can call it the inner work, the shadow work, the spiritual journey. There's all kinds of names for it. And we've talked about it a lot today. It's that moment when you go, is what's happening in my life right now really how I want my life to go and who I get to be? And it wasn't, right? I was in the consumption, I was in the matrix, I was in all the stuff. And so while she was on her journey, she went to drug and alcohol rehab. I say that I went to like get your shit together rehab because I knew that something wasn't right, but I didn't know what it was. I was still clouded. I was still in it all. And I started reading books, started listening to podcasts. And I know that everyone on this gets this because we're all at a certain point within our own, you wouldn't be here if you weren't within your own transformation. And I started going, like taking that nugget and taking that nugget and starting to see some of my blind spots. Pretty soon I had a coach, right? And I was seeing some of those blind spots. And then pretty soon I was going to development programs. And over the course of the next 3 years, I say that what I did is I took myself on. I turned the mirror around and I took myself on. Because what happened when Courtney came back from rehab is she went no contact on me. Anybody know anybody or dealing with anything with a no contact situation right now? Put it in the chat if you are. You'll relate to this because we're seeing it a lot right now. It is tending, I've heard the word epidemic. I don't know what it is, but I say that Courtney went no contact on me before going no contact was cool. And what that meant was that she needed her time after rehab to figure her life out. So she isolated, which is now I know that that's okay. When it happened, I was taking it personally. I was like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? I was worried. It was the most vulnerable time in her life and in mine because we were both kind of transforming in our own journey. And she went no contact on me. And what I know now that I didn't know then is that we were both starting the deconstruction process on our own lives. Because I had been through I've been married 3 times. It's not always something I start off with, right, when I'm talking to people, but I was on my 3rd marriage and it wasn't awesome at the time. I was a workaholic. I was working 70, 80 hours a week, thinking that that's what I was supposed to do, being productive. And I was bringing all that stress and all that burnt outness home to the people that I said that I loved the most. And I was taking it out on them. 3rd time has been a charm for sure. And so what happens in the no contact situation, from my perspective, is that the kids don't know how to have the conversation. They understand toxic. Like these generations understand toxic. My generation didn't understand toxic. We were just swimming in it and not even knowing what was happening, right? And so these kids know it and they're like, no, I want something different for my life. And they're isolating. And the parents, instead of turning that mirror around, which thank God that God was with me and allowed me to let my ego that was the size of a ballroom go for a second so that I could turn that mirror around and go, what do you own, Tina? Like, what do you own? Yeah, we invented it. I agree. I love that, Deb. But like, the parents aren't willing to turn the mirror around and do the work that we're all here doing. We're here doing the work. We're here growing. We're here saying, what's my next growth edge? Because we all have a next growth edge. We all have that next level in our lives that creates better results in our relationships, better results in our career, better results in everything that we are and who we be. And what's really interesting is, you know, through that process, as I was doing my journey and she was on her journey, 3 years later, I walked away from corporate because in that 3 years, I had taken myself on enough to know and get that, like, I had the when I was, thank you, Deb, when I was at corporate, I got the certificates, like I have the degrees, like I went to that leadership class, I went to all those classes. But what happens is we teach theory and we forget to teach the embodiment piece of it. Like, here's the theory, now go do it. And I didn't even know that there was an issue, much less how am I supposed to embody this. So over the next 3 years, I learned about embodiment. I learned about walking the talk. I learned about eating the right stuff. I learned about the consumption. I learned about, you know, all the stuff that was making me unhealthy. I had to turn that mirror around and go, this isn't working in your life, and put different things in place as that transformation went on in order to turn things around. And I was like, wow, if I've been in corporate for 22 years and I've led big teams of people, like we were a Fortune 300 company, and I'm leading these teams of people. And if I didn't have these tools available for me, I get to spend the rest of my life talking to people and supporting other people that are in their own deconstruction process to find their way. Because that's what's missing. These conversations that we're having, like I came on the call today and I don't even remember who it was, but we were ending with it's okay not to be okay. And I haven't been okay, right? These last couple of weeks, I haven't been okay because I'm in this process of like, what's that next level? And the world's on fire right now. And how can I put my foot in deeper to support in a deeper, greater way because we are on fire, because everybody gets to have what we have right now. I instantly came on here and I felt connected. And that's what switched me. That's what resets us, is when we lose that connection to ourselves, to others, to our loved ones, to our career, to what it is that we really want in life, we start shutting down. And in that disconnection comes all the toxic, right? And so for the next, you know, that's what happened after that 3 years. Today, Courtney and I have a retreat center in Florida where we literally train this work. She came out of rehab and went into her isolation, as I was judging it, and became a super powerful healer. And now today we've completely deconstructed and reconstructed our relationship so that, like, she's my best friend. We could go through anything together because we've done the inner work. And so the deconstruction process is the inner work. It's having the courage, it's being brave enough to turn the mirror around and go, okay, what's working in my life? Okay, what's not working in my life? And for that stuff that's not working, what's the one next right step that I can take? That if I'm rating Melissa did her rating this morning, if I rate myself a 3 today, what can I do to get to a 4 tomorrow? And then maybe the next day I can get to a 5. And maybe someday I'll be at a 9 or a 10. And guess what? The world's busy. I get to learn how to, when I do fall, because I still fall. Anybody here still fall? We still fall. We still get disconnected. We still have bumps in the road that happen. But the quicker you can get back up and rise again, the quicker we can light that fire again, the quicker we can carry that fire, not only for ourselves, but for the people around us. Like, the faster we get back into relationship, the faster we get back into connection, the faster we get back into what it is that's missing in our life. And so confronting the blind spots, I had all kinds of blind spots. I started going through the coaching and, you know, I like had a whole scroll list of all the things that I get to lose weight. Okay, I get to stop eating healthy. Okay, I get to start exercising. Okay, I get to start, you know, filling my mind full of books and podcasts and creating the right relationships. I was filled with relationships that were toxic in friends, in family, and so that's the deconstruction process. And it's not going to happen until we get really clear on what it is that we really want. And so what flipped it for me is I had a coach one day and I was in it and I'm talking to that coach and she says, Tina, what do you want? What is it that you want? And I'm like, wow, nobody's ever asked me that. Right? So the best thing that you can do for people, because I know a lot of us are coaches and trainers and speakers and stuff like that, is like, we get to get clear on what we want. When I coach people today, it's okay, what's clarity around what you really want? And then now let's do a gap analysis. If this is where you are right now, what's that next right step that gets you to where you're going to go? The first thing I did when I was going through my transformation is I took a 30-day, I don't know if anybody knows Danette May, but I did a 30-day challenge with Danette May. She's in Colorado, David. A 30-day challenge with her. And it taught me how to eat right. I mean, I'm the mom that my kids were in sports. I'm the mom who had her kids at fast food every single night. That's not okay. It's not okay, but I was choosing to be blind to it. Actually, when it was happening, I was ignorant to it. Like, this is just what everybody does. How is it bad? But it took me making a conscious choice to say, no, I get to eat right. I get to be whole and solid for me. And just like the last speaker was talking about the burnout piece, when I'm not whole, like, I have a huge mission to change the world. I have a huge mission to create a conscious world. And if I'm not whole and I'm not full, and if I'm not embodying it and living it and shining my light and carrying my fire forward every single day, how am I possibly going to help others to do it? So it starts with us. One of the very first things I started speaking about was leading from the inside out. Like, how was I leading myself from the inside out? I was really good at looking, like, if I'm in breakdown, I'm not sure why my hand's up. If I'm in breakdown, I was really good at looking everywhere else outside of me to figure out why I'm in breakdown. Well, what about what I own here? You know, and being able to learn how to, okay, what do I own here? Okay, I didn't have the conversation. I get to have that conversation. Okay, when I was in that conversation, I yelled and screamed and reacted because I'm a reactor. Anybody else a reactor? I reacted. So I get to go clear that relationship. I get to go have a conversation with that person and repair that relationship. So I guess, you know, kind of boiling all that down with the no contact situation, it's part of the deconstruction process. It's okay to isolate. If you're really in it and you're wondering and it feels heavy, I know that we all feel like that when we're stuck. Because there's two things that we can be. We can be stuck or we can be flowing in life. And when we're flowing and everything is great and everything is good, we create the results that we want to create. But when we get stuck and we're in resistance, or we're mad about something, or we're triggered about something, or something's not going right, it's a choice. I'm going to either choose to stay in this, and I was really good at choosing that. I'm just going to go home tonight and eat a gallon of ice cream and a bag of Cheetos and watch a movie and I'll be good. No, because I wasn't good on the inside. That's not me taking care of me. And so when we really get really honest about how am I showing up in my own leadership, and how does that affect my relationships? How does that affect my results? How clear am I on what I really want to get out of this situation, out of this relationship, out of this career, out of whatever it is? Yes, sometimes I still do cheat and have a little bit of ice cream, I'm not gonna lie. But I used to have all this blame and shame around it. And that was part of the deconstruction process. So what shame do you get to let go of in order to shine your light? What shame do you get to let go, or what blame do you get to let go of in order to be the person that you know you really get to be? That's what I would end with is, when life is going good, life is going good. But in the moment, how am I showing up? And in the moment, I was shutting down. In the moment, I was having reactions. I was yelling at people. I was not being the person that I really, truly underneath it really wanted to be and knew that I was, because I was so letting the chaos of the world and who everyone else thought I should be and what everyone else thought I should do, I was letting that rule my own results. And so I have a CIDR strategies, and it's CIDR. I want to go through that so that you have that. The C is clarity. Like, nothing happens until you're clear about what you really want to have happen. It's the blueprint for the house, clarity. Like, what does it look like? And then the I is intention. So now if I'm clear on what I really want, I get to be intentional and have a plan for what that means. Maybe it's adding a 5-minute thing to my daily routine every day. Maybe it's starting to lose weight. Maybe it's this, maybe it doesn't matter the what, but it's what's the intention and what's the plan. Now that I'm clear and I have an intention, the D is discipline. How disciplined am I that when I do want to have that ice cream, and I just had it last night, Tina, you're allowed once a month. Like, how disciplined am I to stay on track? Because being healthy and being authentic me is more important than all the weight and all the stuff that's out there that is trying to take you down, trying to hold that fire down. The E is energy. Are you taking care of yourself? Because I guarantee that when you're in breakdown, somewhere along the line, you haven't taken care of you. Something's missing. I either need a break. And how many times do you know you need a break, but I just got to keep on going. I got to keep on performing. I got to keep on making this happen. And we go and we go and we go until we fall, right? The E is energy. Are you taking care of yourself in those moments when it's like, you know what? I need a nap right now. I'm going to take a nap. You know what? I need a day vacation right now. I'm going to go for a day, or I'm going to go golfing, or I'm going to take a walk, or I'm going to read a book, or whatever that go-to reset thing is that gets you back. For me, usually if I'm in it, if I go take a hot bath and meditate for at least 20, 25 minutes, I can come out of that and be okay. Like, okay, I'm shifted. I'm back in my leadership. Now what's the next right step? So the E is, are you taking care of your own energy? Because energy is real. You walk into a room and you're in low energy, guess what? The room's in low energy. You walk into a room, you're in high energy. Energy is real and it's contagious. And then the R is the reset, right? Which is what I name all of my retreats, reset. Because how quick are you going to reset? We're all going to fall. We're all going to fall. It's going to happen, especially in this world right now that we're living in, because there's a lot of stuff out there. So when I fall, how fast can I get back up? How fast can I reset? How fast can I go back to that clarity of who I really get to be and what it is that I really want to create? And so those CIDRs, it's an acronym, CIDR, it's a strategy. So next time you're stuck, start with the C. Okay, what's clear right now? What do I get to get clear on? What's missing? Define it, put a plan in place, have the discipline to keep it going, and make sure you're taking care of yourself. So when that reset happens, when the trigger happens, when the loop that keeps happening happens again, you have the tools in your toolbox to pull out the right tool to say, nope, you don't get to get me this time. I get to keep this fire going. I get to move this forward. So that's what I'm seeing, that I'm almost out of time. So I want to leave you with just thank you. And I know that you're here because you're on your own transformation journey. And the beauty of it is our responsibility not only to live it ourselves, to carry that fire ourselves, but when we're whole and we're carrying that fire so fiercely and shining our light so brightly, we give others the permission, because sometimes we need permission to do the same. And I'm going to end with, again, imagine a world where everyone was carrying their own fire and their own flame, authentically, healthy, whole. What kind of a different world that we would have.
I'm going to jump in really quick before Ashley. We're going to do something here for Tina, because I know today is something very special. Sorry, Ash, I didn't mean to cut you off. I need everybody to come off of mute. Melissa, I need you to turn on your camera. And we're going to do something here that is a Vrablic family tradition. Okay, we did this for Javi during one of our summits, and he knows where I'm going with this. Tim, come off of mute. Sierra,
I'm a little scared.
Christina,
We
come
should
off
be.
of mute, please. Everybody come off of mute. On 3, in a 1, in a 2, and a 3.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to have a choral director. Happy
Matt when you need him.
birthday, dear Tina. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
We should have had Matthew here to conduct us, because it would have been so much better than me. So back to you, Ash.
Maybe not. I think we would have hurt his feelings with that display. To be
No,
honest.
he could have conducted us instead of
But
me.
happy birthday, Tina, either way.
Thank you. Thank
Great
you.
idea, David. Tina, I love your cider. However, I'm gonna go first, even as the MC, because I am a no contact kid. Went no contact with my dad a couple years ago, and my brother and sister are still struggling with that. I was forced into that through trying to figure out my anxiety, and then realized like, oh, I have childhood trauma, right? So I never really got that angry part with my parents in that way. But it's nice to see the other side of the coin and hear from a parent that kind of had to have that happen to them and then see you come out on the winning side. So I'm going to share with my mom. I think it would really help her, your talk, because I think she feels lost, and understandably so, right? And so I'm definitely going to share what you said with my mother. So thank you so much.
Yeah. And it wasn't an easy path, but the second that Courtney and I were both willing to look at each other and see each other and work through the bumpiness to get to where we are, because we were both working on ourselves, like there was a day when it clicked, and it's magic. It really is. It's possible.
And I look forward to that for my mom with my siblings. So thank you so much for being honest and open about that. Deb, you're up.
Tina, happy birthday, baby. So you can tell, right? We were locked in. I know the talk was specifically for me. The rest of the people were just kind of crowding in and butting in and whatever, but it's like, I got it. I know. The things that were really, really plucking at the old heartstrings. I worked at JP Morgan, frickin' Morgan, Madison Ave, New York effing City. Okay. It's like,
feel the heavy.
But here's the thing. Loved it. Loved it. And I'm so angry that, and it was then, I just wasn't a party to it, but I'm so angry and frustrated and disappointment with the greed and the profit over people.
Right.
My little LOB was insulated. We felt loved until we got sold. We felt loved when we got acquired, because that's what they do. And then was feeling less love with the sale that they promised would never happen. But there was that dash, right? There was that in between, which was delightful.
Gave you time to pause and think.
I was living in my dream city. I was living my dream life. Martinis are us. When you said you live by cider, I knew you meant hard cider. And okay, maybe that's my version, but I love everything that you said. And my biggest takeaway, and would love to talk at great length another time, probably over a martini, would be about what shame or what blame do you need to let go of in order to shine? I'm still blaming myself that I'm not JP Morgan anymore.
Right.
Like I had anything to do.
It didn't, because that's just it's about performance, right? I write this in my book because if I'm performing, which I have a job at JP Morgan, I have a job at this insurance where I worked at the company, right? Like that's me still performing. That's not authentic me. And when I perform, I get accolades for performing. When I pass the degree, when I get the project, when I create the results, that's when you get all the accolades. So I would say two questions for you or anyone. Who am I without performing? Who am I just when it's just me? And the other thing that I really had to realize was that this isn't about me, right? Like when it first happened, I was like, oh my God, how could you do this? I just spent so much money on your rehab. And oh my God, why aren't you meeting me halfway? And it's not about me. None of it was about me. My own stuff that was about me, I got to work through. But when it came to the relationship with my daughter, if I really wanted a relationship with her, I got to let go of it being about me. It wasn't about me. It was about us. And how do we together create what it is that we get to create? And that can be with any relationship. So letting go of the ego that says it's not about you, Tina. Like I still have to do that, right? Like it's not like that goes away. Our ego is there. It's like not about you right now, Tina. Okay, great. Shift. What do I need to think about? What do I do? Where do I get to focus? Does that support, Deb?
Yeah, that is ringing true. And yeah, the departure with JP was 2015, a little earlier. Anywho, the bottom line is it's taken roughly a decade. And while I enjoyed my time there and that part of my life, I am authentic now. And I am not only enough, I'm spectacular. So from one star to another.
Awesome. Beautiful. It's freeing.
Love. Sierra, you're up.
Hi, Tina. First of all, happy
Hi.
birthday.
Thank you.
I loved what you were talking about with the cider stuff and also the no contact. I like that you chose to do the work because a lot of parents don't do that. So I applaud you for that. I think that's something that needs to be taught, especially when you're in no contact with people, right? It's really hard. You wonder if they're actually doing the work or not. Usually the ones who cause the issue don't go to therapy. So, it's very, very impressive that you did that. Also, you said you own a retreat center in Florida?
Yeah.
I'll have to come check it out. I want to come
Yes,
check it out.
please do. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Christina.
Hi, happy birthday.
Thank you.
A lot of what you said really hit home as a single parent and also as the child of I chose to go no contact with my parents who have still chosen not to do the work or get the help. However, as a parent now, still navigating that space of being able to see my parents as children that were not protected in a way of why, and they didn't have that opportunity has been a very interesting space. And then I also wanted to touch on and highlight the space of, because, all of our talks are really intertwining and I'm like, oh my God, she's saying so many things that I'm going to say. So, just the space of like pure avoidance, right? Like we're on this autopilot and we're checking the boxes. However, we're just avoiding. We're like almost repeating scripts over and over again and like just constantly saying, wearing the masks and then translating that from one relationship and situation to the next, whether it's in work or school, friendships, relational wise. It's just like almost we're like regurgitating the script that we think that we're supposed to be. And in the world of AI right now, which is going to come when I speak as well, like I feel like it's just, I'm going to repeat this again, that having these communities and having these talks where it's like real people sharing real stories and not put this into Chat GPT and continue to fix what I'm saying. It's a really beautiful space. And for you to be able to do that and see that with your own child, because nobody is a perfect parent. And we're only doing this for the first time. This is the first experience that we're having as well. And just to be able to be better, because I've always said over my dead body, will my child never talk to me like the way I would never put myself in that position with, just the childhood that I had. And she didn't have that childhood. And what the future holds in our situation, I don't know. But we have a great relationship right now. And I did not raise her in the way that I was raised, in that space of nothing is ever talked about, everything swept under the rug, avoidance, enabling. So I really applaud you and commend you and for sharing the beauty that came out of that, I'm sure, very difficult situation. Because your heart is living outside of your body, and to see that and not have the contact with that. So I really appreciate you sharing this in a beautiful way. And I'm also headed to Florida as well in August. So relocating, my daughter is going to college in Florida. So
amazing. Yeah.
Yes.
The ripple is real. The ripple is real. I mean, literally, it's been about 4 weeks ago now. Like I was the mom in divorce where I would talk smack about dad, right? That, I'd talk because I was mad because like all this stuff was happening, blah, blah, blah. Literally 4 weeks ago, my granddaughter who turned 1, we had a house full of people that included my ex-husband, his mom, who still calls me her daughter-in-law, right? Like so the understand that as I repaired me, as I deconstructed me, my daughter and I deconstructed our relationship. A year after Courtney got sober, my ex-husband, her dad, got sober, which was the reason why the divorce happened in the first place, right? Years and years later. Like relationships repair. And that's what I get to give my kids, right? I'm gonna get emotional about it right now. Like I get to give my kids like a growing up and a life that we all get along and that we all love each other, even though we're different, even though shit's happened, right? We still get to move forward in a new way that works for us now. And so we're all like growing together, and it's this beautiful ripple effect. So thank you, Christina, for that.
Amazing. And Deborah, cascading healing. I love that. That's a great way to express that. It's beautiful. Tina, again, thank you so much. Definitely making an impact. Excited that I got to hear you speak and can't wait to learn more from you in the future for sure. Guys, make sure you are giving Tina her flowers. It is her birthday, so she gets double flowers, okay? On social media, make sure that you're dropping hearts, hitting that red heart, and giving her all the love that she deserves for pouring into us today. Make sure you guys are also doing that on YouTube and subscribing to the YouTube channel. She's pretty stellar of a human being, and I just got to meet her. So make sure that you are definitely supporting Tina and all of her future adventures. Moving on to the next speaker. I'm excited. So Tim, I don't know if you know this, but whenever I read your name, I sing that jingle that was in the commercial for the razors. That's like, get the best, right? I sing that. That's what it reminds me of.
That trademark statement. Don't put it in front of my name, please.
I'm sure you've never heard that.
Don't never.
Right. But I know Tim from another community, so I've had the luxury to see him both in this realm and a full straight-on business guy. And he is an entrepreneur and the creator of great marketing and easy websites, but also a friend to the rock stars, if you didn't know. Hence the guitars behind him. He has a really cool story about just his life in general, motorcycles, all kinds of things. And so I look forward to learning from you today, Tim. So without further ado, welcome, Tim Gillette.
So before I start, I guess I should kind of state the obvious. Yes, my place is a little bit of a mess. Yes, that is the plumbing from the bathroom behind me. But the toilet's not in, so I don't think my daughter's going to go in and use it. So don't worry about that, if you know what I mean. If you see legs going in there, they go to the shower. That's the only thing working in that bathroom right now. It is a mess. The drywall is ripped out. The fans, I shut them off this morning. I went from the other room and into here and shut them off finally because I was sick of not sleeping. When people told me that's all I did yesterday was sleep because I couldn't get a peaceful place in my house with fans not running. This was not a planned thing. Yes, this is the second time that I've spoken at some guy named David's event that my bathroom behind me flooded. Just saying. And I kind of think it's unique that I'm speaking at something, we're talking about carrying the flame after I had a flooded house. Anyway, as I was getting ready for this actual thinking about this whole process, I thought, man, this is pretty perfect for this talk. The event is called Carry the Fire Forward, but what do you do when everybody keeps trying to put the fire out on you? Having people trying to snuff your flame out. It's kind of hard to carry it on to the next place when people are snuffing it out on you all the time. I know, you start moving forward. You get momentum. And then something hits. Now, the house wasn't the only hit we had this week, all right? My wife travels for business. And it was limited travel. You know, we're in our 60s and we were kind of hoping to wind life down. And life just doesn't seem to be able to do that. What we thought was this great retirement plan we had for our late 60s, even early 60s at one point in time. Now it's looking like it might be late 70s before we get to retire. Not like something we had planned. Well, we were moving forward, we had momentum, and my wife's company kind of hit this last week with, oh, by the way, you know, I mean, your position's going to be adjusted a little bit. You're going to be on the road more. But they made a nice little offer. They said, we know your husband's really good at marketing. All right, we're looking to fill in a position between the marketing department we have and your job. Would your husband consider applying? Now, it's tempting. It would be a huge raise and a lot less headache from what I have now for a business to go work for another company again and step back into that corporate world as we all talked about getting out of. Momentum. You move forward, you go back. You move forward, you go back. Maybe for you, many people here were talking about losses, family loss, health loss, child loss, all right, communication loss, money lost, right? It feels like that one step forward, two steps back. And I think they wrote a song about that somewhere down the line. I don't remember. But if we're honest, some of us aren't struggling with carrying the fire forward. We're trying to figure out how to relight the damn match. A story that I have not shared with you guys. 34 years ago, I got one of the hardest hits I ever had in my life. 34 years ago, last month to be specific, I was a truck driver. Over-the-road truck driver was the only job I ever had working for another company that I loved and would have stayed in for life. I've never had a job that I loved working for another company that I loved staying there. After 2 years, I really got frustrated, bored, quit, went and started my own company again. Well, I was on a loading dock and got hit in the head, to which I was taken away in an ambulance to a hospital and given a thing called a seizure disorder. Basically, it's a form of epilepsy that I have to live with for the rest of my life. The hard part about it is, and this doesn't really fit, but in the top, when I'm going to slip this in there, was I would find out years later that one of the ambulance drivers that day, because they didn't think I was a skinny guy, they didn't think to strap me down as much as they would because I was unconscious. And I tried to fight my way out of the straps, and I hurt the ambulance driver bad. And I found out he died from those injuries. And that was something I have to live with for a long time. Now, they didn't blame me. I mean, the ambulance driver knew the risk of his job when he was taking it on. All right, but it was not intended. It really wasn't, but it's something I have to live with, and it's something when we talk about loss in our lives, think about that loss of something. Everything I've thought about my life was going to go. Went wrong, went gone. I was told from that simple thing of being hauled off in an ambulance by the doctor, well, you got to go find a new career now. Now, I'd always been in the automotive industry. It's always something I wanted to do anyway. I just kind of fell back to it. It meant half pay, but I was able to fall back into a different industry. But I was told by a lot of people over the years, not just at that point in time of being told, go find something else to do, but I was told when I was 12 years old by testing my parents had done for me. And in that testing, they said, you know, Tim's not a smart guy. He's basically going to have a job with his name on his shirt. He should just get a trade, accept the job that's given to him, and be peaceful with what life gives him, because that's what he's going to be. How would you like to be told that at 12? See, but here's where I learned things. You see, even being told that at 12 years old, being told that at 28 years of age, I didn't let my fire go out. My fire seemed to be going out, and it seemed to be getting buried. And it's funny because I lived in Pennsylvania, and there's a town in Pennsylvania. So you know, when I talk about fire and keeping a fire going, there is a town in Pennsylvania that when I was a kid had hundreds of people into it. Now I think it has 5 residences because there's an underground fire that has been burning since the 1960s. And I learned that fire doesn't go out if it has the 2 things it's needed, fuel and air. See, because over the last 34 years, I've built 5 successful businesses. After being told at 12, I'm only going to have a job with my name on my shirt. After being told, oh yeah, you got epilepsy, you got a head injury, you're not going to be able to work in the fields that you want to work in. I still went on to build businesses, went on to create patents, went on to create trademarks, and went on to do great things. Now, I didn't do that because I was lucky. It was not because I stayed motivated. Because let me tell you, I was not motivated in a lot of this. And I know a lot of you think, well, it's motivation, that's all I need is to be motivated. No, the truth is because I learned how to rebuild. You see, when it comes to things like rebuilding, you look at your life as success, healing, rebuilding. All three of those are not emotional. Now there's emotions involved, but they're not emotional. They're mechanical. You see, I want you to think of your life for a moment as a vehicle. When I went out to my car, started to go out to coffee this morning, the car didn't sit there and wait to feel like it was ready to go get coffee. No, I turned the key, a mechanical switch went click, turned the car on and won. Well, imagine your life was like that vehicle. Imagine getting success was like that vehicle. As I said to Matthew earlier about a systems that I've come up with when I was actually looking at, when I came back from the virtual this year, was we learned the idea that success is mechanical. And I've learned to put these things together in life to help you go through almost anything. All right, 3 things to the vehicle that we like to help people work on: the engine, the transmission, and a framework. Let me put them down into healing, or put them down into personal growth so you guys can actually do. Let's imagine an engine. It could be your habits, your disciplines, your daily actions. Those would be the engines that would drive you to be successful at anything you want to do. Whether it's to be successful in your marriage, be successful in your life, be successful as a father, all right, be successful as a human. Those are things that you're going to need. And see, when life hits you, the first thing that's going to stall out is your engine. If you don't have the habits, the discipline, the things. And I think about that engine as it runs as long as it's got fuel and air. Then there's the transmission. That would be your decisions. You see, even the strongest of engines out there can stall out if they don't get shifted up at the right time. Now, I have a Ford pickup truck. I've had many Ford pickup trucks in my life. I once had a Ford pickup truck that had a big engine and a 3-speed transmission. Now I have a pickup truck that has a small engine and a 10-speed transmission. You see, decisions that help you shift more will help you make the engine work better. Because a strong engine is not going to work as if the shifting is not taken in place. You see, your life will just grind away. Now let's connect this back to this event. That fire you are carrying, that's your purpose. But purpose without a working vehicle goes nowhere. And here's the truth. Life doesn't stop. Life doesn't stop. It keeps happening. You don't fix your life once, you maintain it. There is not any one-click button, push the easy button. Okay, you're good for life now. You know, many of us on this call are Christians. Well, I'm a Christian now, it's all going to be okay. No. Because just as this week, we got to tear walls out again. And truthfully, I tore the wall apart Monday night, and I really could sit in the mess, and I really could go, man, I don't want to go through this again. I mean, I got to move forward. All right. I mean, I got to get the website done so that we can actually present the website for the live event on Wednesday. All right. And I've got to sit in an office that had 4 fans running and a dehumidifier to try to do it. And I'm a guy who works in dead silence. I used to have music on, but I don't. I work in dead silence. But I had to do it. I had to keep moving forward. I had to maintain. Carrying the fire forward does not mean that life will get easier. It means you get better at rebuilding. The fire isn't what kept you going. The system is what keeps the fire alive. The system is what will keep your fire alive. What systems do you have in place? All right, when it comes to anything in your life. If you have the systems in place, you can heal from it. Your story, your struggle, your setbacks, they're not your ending. They could be your fuel. Think about that. They could be the fuel that drives you to be successful. Because someone out there needs that fire that's in you. They don't just need your story. They need to see that you rebuilt it after it started burning down or flooded. So it's funny that, you know what I mean, if you're I was going to ask the question, if you're tired of starting over. Last year I was in one of the most frustrating points of my life. So I said, you know what, I'm just going to log this. And I started a whole newsletter. I think we got 26 weeks into the newsletter of a Start Over newsletter. And yeah, you can go to timgillette.com/newsletter and you can get it. And it's written. It just, whatever I was dealing with, I wrote it into a newsletter on growth period that week. I logged my path so that my fire, all right, my pain, my problem became fuel to drive me and hopefully drive someone else. I personally am going to tell you, don't just chase motivation. Motivation's great. I knew Zig Ziglar. I know Tony Robbins. I've known a lot of rock stars, as Ashley said. All right, but those rock stars don't carry me in my daily life. They're great friends. Yes, I can pick up the phone and probably connect some of you to great speaking engagements. All right, because I know some people who'll be great speakers. Can create you some celebrities that I know. But after I get done hanging out with the celebrity, I still got to come back home. I'm going to encourage you to start building a system. So that's what I did. I just started building systems. Not that my system's the perfect one, because here's one of the things I've learned about this vehicle concept is, I personally was into the '69 Camaro. David wants he wants that Shelby Cobra thing. Everybody has a different vehicle. You got to build yours. That's what I'm doing. I'm actually getting underneath the hood of my life and fixing mine. That's why I come in and I hear the stories, and your stories are always motivating. But if I don't take your story and apply it to my system, it is a great story, and that's all it is. If you listen to every speaker here today and every speaker yesterday, and you just go, man, I feel motivated, I'm good, and you don't apply it, then that's like taking the gas in your gas can right now at $4 something a gallon or $8 a gallon, depending on where you live. Just pour it on the ground. It's time to fix what's actually broken. It's time to take speakers who come here today and actually take their stories and use them as fuel for you to rebuild your purpose. See, most people don't fail because life is hard. They fail because they don't have a system to handle it. So you need to carry your fire forward. Make sure you've got fuel in your vehicle that can actually take you somewhere. And then think about it. When it takes you somewhere, other people are going to see that, and that will become your legacy. This whole thing about Success is Mechanical is something I've put together. All right, I'm still in the process of building it. And I open any one of you to go out and check out some of the stuff we've got done onto it so far, where we've built these quizzes to kind of test where you are, both in your engine, your transmission, and stuff. And I'd love to be able to share them with you today if some of you are interested, all right? Because it's all, at this point, free resources. Our new mastermind will be called the Success Garage. And it will be filled with builders. Because people who build are the people I love working with. Like Matthew come in here and he actually talked about music. I came home from virtual in January and realized mechanics got me. I've always been somebody who wants to build. I've always been somebody who wants to fix. And I've been someone my entire life who's helped everybody fix. I'm a mechanic. That's who I am. I want to be the mechanic of self-help. And in July, we're going to put on our own conference, all right, where we're actually going to call it the Swap Meet, where people like you who are speakers can come in and share your stories to our people and go, hey, let's help you all get together and help you build your vehicle. Because each one of us has a different success vehicle. You just have to figure out how to build yours to make it work for you. Thank you very much.
I like it. Yep. Way to go, Tim. So good. I love how you use not just your story, but like the pieces of your interest to create systems, right? To be able to share with other people. I love that. You did what you know. My car, by the way, is a 1970 El Camino, in case you're wondering. If you know somebody with one of those, I will definitely take the connection. Sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, you made your message, right? Like first introductions, here's my stuff. You didn't even have to really point it out, but when you did, you found a way to turn it around and be like, but it's all right. Right? We're gonna keep going. We're gonna put our foot on the gas. So thank you for sharing with us. I appreciate it. Deb.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Hey, baby.
Hey, baby.
How you doing?
I'm good.
So I shall regale you with just a tiny little song that one of my best friends taught me in college. I'm from a GM family. Daddy worked at GM. I actually am a product of GM. Everything that bought and paid for my life, GM. Bought me a little old Pilot tin. Nobody knows what shape it's in. Got 4 wheels and a running board. It's a Ford. Oh, it's a Ford. Honk, honk, rattle, rattle, or crash, beep, beep. Honk, honk, rattle, rattle, or crash, beep, beep. Honk, honk, rattle, rattle, or crash, beep, beep. Honk, 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 honk. Is there not something, the Mechanic's Guide to the Universe, motorcycles? It's very wonderful, highbrow, lowbrow, philosophical. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
No.
I'm sure I could find. I'm sure I will find everything about mechanics, motorcycles, and everything. So yeah.
But I mean, it's like the Motorcycles Guide to the Universe. I mean, this is something that, like, from the 50s or 60s, or hallucinogenics were probably involved. But I like everything that you said today, but I am a huge fan of yours. So I'm just going to fangirl all over here. And yeah, just let me know if there's anything I can ever do for you.
Cool.
I'm rubbish at drywall and mudding, but you're better off going with someone else for that. But
Well, the bathroom section of this will be fixed. It's the section on this side of the wall because I was rebuilding the office anyway. But
David, you're up.
Thank you. I get first dibs on Tim because he's the man, and he has really done amazing work on our website. And I highly, highly recommend Tim Gillette and also Javi Santana on websites, because both of them have done amazing work on that. And Javi redesigned my logo. So, both these guys are phenomenal. And, but Tim, bro, I've only known you since January. I have yet to meet you in person, which I'm hoping we change that coming up in September. And I hope to meet a lot of you, which I've met Meredith, Sierra, and Ashley, Tish, and Michael and Lauren in person, and Justin. But Tim, I can't wait to give you a bear hug, bro, because you have a massive heart, dude. And I always love to bring up this story, because his message back in January at Movement Maker Virtual was life-changing for me. I wasn't there in person. I couldn't make it out there because I was getting ready for shoulder surgery and all that good stuff. But when I heard him, listening to him on the computer, I knew instantly I needed to get to know this guy, and I was going to invite him to the summit. And before I could get to it, he reached out to me. And like I said earlier, within 5 minutes, I know if I want this person to be on the summit. And both of us, within 5 to 7 minutes, were in tears, because he shared his story, I shared about what the summit was about, and instant heart connection right down the middle. And brother, ever since January, you have made the summit stronger. You have lit it on fire, and you have done so much for NBM and helping me continue to spread the movement and the mission and the legacy of my brother Joey. And for you guys over the last 2 days, and for those who have known me for a number of years, the number one priority in my life is continuing to spread my brother's legacy and be there for each and every one of you. And Tim, that means the world to me. So thank you so much, and I can't wait to give you a big hug.
Thank you very much, man.
Get back at you. You're very welcome.
I'll put the domain names we have for what we've created so far. You guys can actually check them out, and I love your feedback. So,
anybody? I knew Lauren. I knew it as soon as your confetti.
Lauren.
I was like, Lauren,
The girl with the best hair.
Yes, the best hair.
Well, Christina's on here too, so we, between the two of us, it's this like back and forth hair. We're hair twins. So, Tim, you always impress me with what you say. I even love how earlier after Matthew spoke, you gave him props for like how inspiring he was to you and like the new program you created. And I always see you kind of pouring into other people. And we've been lucky to have you in the community with all of us. And just really appreciate you. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Anyone else? All right. As always, make sure that you guys are giving Tim his flowers on social media, both on YouTube Live and Facebook Live as well. Drop the green and black in the comments. Make sure that you are hitting that red heart over and over and over again. Let the hearts float with flowers for our speaker and for our event that David so kindly is hosting. Tim is going to drop us a link in our chat over here, but Tim, also make sure you go back to the live, post on David's page, and make sure that you're interacting with those that are celebrating you right now and the talk that you just said. So moving right along. So funny that you say you share the best hair with Christina, because when I scroll on my Facebook feed and I run across her, sometimes I think it's you. So I get you two confused all the time. So you guys are definitely more than hair twins. I believe your faces look the same as well. And I have not had the luxury of meeting Christina yet, but I look forward to that day. So a little bit about Christina is she is a mentor of authentic self-healing, which I love that it's with her name. Shapeshifter, a believer of abundance, and speaker to self and soul. So will you guys please welcome Christina?
What an introduction. So nice to finally connect with you, because I feel like we connect in comments and like through other people. So I look forward to actually having that real connection one day. And obviously I'm so honored to be able to, be referred to as Lauren's twin or sister. Are you guys related and whatnot? I also have a dog that's breaking into this room right now. So I moved inside because I wanted the sound quality to be a little bit better than the birds, but now we have a dog. So nature's following me. And my girls have been messaging me, did you just get out of the shower? You look like you're naked, all of these things. And I'm going to say, like, this is part of me showing up as my authentic self and the way that I'm carrying my fire forward, because I have put myself into a box, even though I am like, never put me in this box. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do things my own way. And this is the life that I have created, that I get to show up in my bathing suit with my pool hair, and I get to move forward, carrying this fire forward daily, even with all the shit that's going on around me. And for those that are offended with my swearing, sorry, not sorry. I'm going to continue to swear. It's just how I emphasize things. So, I am in the middle of a huge transition right now. If you could see what the other rooms around here look like, they're full of bins. They are full of memories. They are full of shedding and purging and moving. I'm in a transition of a place where I've been a single mother for 18 years and my daughter has graduated. She just had all of her lasts, her prom, her lacrosse, everything in that chapter of my life is coming to a close. And this is the first time in my entire life that I feel like I've ever had a choice with chapters closing. So, the way that I have carried my fire forward throughout my whole entire life was burn that shit down. It was all live in survival mode. I don't have a choice. All of my environments were dictating everything that was going on in my life. So I was just constantly responding. I was either fueling the fire with my fear and anger, or I was running away and just trying to manage those moments. And every day was a space of just trying to make it through, while the stories in my mind kept going of you're not enough, this is never enough, you're not a good mother. And I'm going to get emotional because I can finally say in these moments, I am a great mother. And she has been the biggest mirror and the biggest reflection in my life. And she ultimately saved my life. I was repeating patterns that, were shown to me throughout my childhood. I was repeating patterns that I had no idea I was repeating until I saw my heart outside of my body. And in those moments, I couldn't do anything but survive. And we have grown and got to this place of a choice. And I watch her every day impress me, carrying her fire forward. And watching her accomplishments, watching that little girl that I raised become a woman and make those decisions so confidently has not only shown me that I didn't burn everything to the ground, because I have a bunch of times and I have rebirthed many, many, many times. And I finally feel like I'm stepping into this version of myself where I have choice. I am allowing these chapters to close. I am moving forward without knowing what the next step is. Every day I have to remind myself and say, I know the next step is just the next moment. I don't have to know all of those answers. And a little bit about my business. As you can see, I am from New England. I swear, I use my hands to talk. It's a little different, in this part of the country. So shockingly or not shockingly, I host meditations. So I can go into this space that's a little bit more love and light, but also let's get rid of your bullshit. So I'm able to hold space for people that are in these transitions with a lens that is very neutral. And I had a participant from a recovery center where I host a meditation ask me yesterday, do you write these down? Do you plan these before you say what you're going to say? And once upon a time, 5 years ago, I did, and it was the most inauthentic I've ever been in my entire life. So here I am preaching authentic self-healing and being the most inauthentic version of myself because of the fear of showing up, the fear that I will mess up. What if they don't like it? What if they're not relaxed? All of the what ifs and all of the shoulds would come after. I would spend 6 to 8 hours. What moon cycle is it? What am I going to do? What energy are they in? Are they going to like that? I'll just give the Reiki portion of it. And finally, when it was my turn to do the meditation, I would sit there and be like, everybody's eyes, are they closed? Everybody's relaxed. And I would very, very awkwardly read it off my phone like this. Did it land? Yes, because are they really paying attention to every word that I'm saying? Are they hanging on to every word that I'm saying? No, but they would hear that one message that was supposed to land. And as somebody else said during the summit is that sometimes you just need to hear that message. I think it was actually you, Ashley, that you said that it just depends who's delivering that message. You can hear the same message over and over and over, and it lands at one time. It depends the energy you're in, if you're open to receiving it, who is delivering that message. So one day I just put that shit down. I said, I'm going to go in, and if it bombs, it bombs. And it didn't. And now I have people on the flip side asking if I am preparing all of these things. And that is how I moved through the summit. I wanted to sit here my self-sabotage wanted to sit here and be like, okay, well, now I can't say that because this person is saying this, and now it's going to look like I'm doing this. And the whole world of AI. I wanted to come in as the most authentic that I could possibly be, in my bathing suit, in my mess, in saying, I don't know what's coming out of my mouth, but I know who is meant to hear it will hear it. I know the people that are meant to receive it will receive it. And that is all I can do, is continuously show up and embody who I want to be moving forward. I have shown my child that, and she is a reflection back to me. So that is another reason and version of why I can say that I'm a good mother, because I see myself in her. I was able to reparent myself through her. I was able to look at other people in other situations and allow new opportunities to come in because I burnt some shit to the ground. Sometimes I let my own fire on the inside dim. It never truly went away. My passions were always there, but were they in a form of escapism? Were they in a form of avoidance? Were they super hyper aware, of course, but then what do we do with that? We can be aware, but if there's no movement, we stay stuck. This past winter, I was forced to sit down. I was forced to sit with my shit. I was forced to let go of everything that was no longer serving me because I was not choosing to do that on my own. I got COVID, I had the flu, bronchitis, surgery, all within like 5 months. And I felt like my whole entire world was crumbling down. I co-own a space here, a holistic wellness collective. And it was a huge lesson, but also brought me so many amazing people into my life. I tied my survival to it. I started repeating patterns that I claimed and thought that I was out of. I put myself in a place that I had to repeat that lesson to learn it. And now I have to let that go. And I'm really in this space of at peace with letting everything go. I'm selling all of my belongings. I don't really have a plan. People keep asking me, and I'm like, I know that this is because people love me, but I don't know, and I'm okay with not knowing. I know that I'm taking my daughter to college in Florida. I know that I am driving to Florida in August. I will be in the Caribbean. I'm hosting a retreat in the Dominican Republic. I just got some other opportunities, but I know I will be spending my time between Florida and the Caribbean, and that is all I know. I'm trusting more than I've ever trusted in my life, because I can tell you that I probably have never trusted in my life before right now. And I'm still human in these moments where the resistance comes up, but I have to have that self-talk of like, is this true? Am I living somebody else's life? Am I living somebody else's story? Because the way that society is telling us we have to live, I've never been able to live like that. And it's finally a choice, and I'm finally in this space where I can step out of that. My story and my situation is not going to look like everybody else's, and I'm okay with that. I know that I'm going to experience another space of integration when I'm fully separated from my child in a different space and not seeing her and that identity and that role that I'm connected to so deeply. Who am I outside of that? Who am I outside of motherhood? Who am I outside of that caretaker constantly? I just had to put 2 dogs down in March, and it was an absolutely horrific situation. I can see on the other side the alignment of time, but also 2 things can be true at once: managing grief and understanding why it had to happen. I can move forward in my heart knowing that space was created because it needed to be created. And that is part of letting go of all of these material belongings that don't actually mean anything to me, because I am safe because I decide it. I am whole because I decide it, and I just am. I don't need to prove it. I don't need to be worthy of anything. I have the air I can breathe. I have a lot of skills. I have a lot of connections. And wherever the world takes me and the wind takes me is where I'm going to go. And on the other side of that, 2 things can be true at once. My human wants to creep in and say, what if this? What if that? What if this? What if that? And I say, okay, what if all of those things? I've never been homeless. I will never be homeless. And if I'm homeless and have to sleep in my car one night, why do I have to attach anything to make it mean something? They're just experiences for the next step of my journey. And I feel that's why it's so important with the work that I do. And I know that I am having to embody more and more and go deeper. And that's why I appreciated Tina's talk so much with the embodiment part of it. It is the avoidance of our own stuff, the care for everybody else on the outside, letting the outside dictate how we behave and how we move forward and what we're going to do next. And we constantly get into this autopilot and this robotic movement and this robotic space because that's what society is telling us to do. I am so excited to get back to that space of connecting with nature, eating whole and delicious foods, connecting with others, and bringing other people into those spaces, whether that's virtually like this, because people want to sit here and say, oh, everything's online and it's virtual and we don't get the same connection. But look how powerful this is in every single person. There's something that somebody said that triggered something in us that made us want to be better, wanted us to reflect, maybe made us a little angry, maybe stirred some stuff up, but we are still able to feel this virtually. The other side of it is being in that connection with other people. We want to isolate. I wanted to be alone. I put my phone on Do Not Disturb every April, which is interesting because it's Aries and that's fire. I burn my life to the ground. I turn everything on Do Not Disturb. I'm quitting my business. I don't know how to do anything. I don't like anything. I don't like anybody. So the reflection of the fire is not only carrying it forward, but how are you allowing it to burn within you? Are you allowing it to burn you down? Are you allowing it to fuel you to the next step and light the way? Are you also dimming your fire to be able to fit into something that is no longer serving you? So with that, I will leave you with, I'm so grateful for this space. I'm grateful for Sierra for connecting me. When I spoke with David for the first time, we were on Zoom for about 2 hours back and forth. And I was like, oh my gosh, I cannot believe it's been this long that we talked. The connection, the space that he's created, honoring his brother's legacy, everybody that you have brought together. It's not an easy task to do. And these people that you have brought here are the exact people that were meant to be here. I really appreciate you listening to how I carry my fire forward. And I do want to let everybody know that this has pulled me out of my comfort zone more than probably anything in a long time has, besides, the whole moving. I'm a professional mover, but not by choice. So that's the interesting part. So I really appreciate you allowing me to share my story.
Christina, I loved you just by being your social media friend, but I just, everything you just said, because same, right? And ditto. And specifically the motherhood stuff. I get that on the deepest level, and I post about that often, having a 20-year-old and a 15-year-old, and like who am I now, right? I've been a mom since I was 17. Who am I now that they're older and they don't need me? So I definitely understand that piece, but it does open up such a free space for you to figure out even more who you are and step into what you like and what you don't, right? And all those things. And so I can't say I'm healed from that because every day that my son is like, oh, I'll be gone for 4 days. I'm like, why? Like, GPS you, right? But I definitely understand that part. And I love that you said, like, I'm a great mom, and you own that, because own that shit. You are a great mom. We may never be perfect parents, right? But when you're great and you can see that in your kids and who they become, take ownership of that, because motherhood is tough, right? And we deserve to celebrate the work that we put in and these amazing humans that we've created. So thank you for sharing. And I feel you, I see you, I get you, and I cannot wait to meet you.
Thank you so much for saying that, because it's like we have tied our identity for so long. Of course, the dog's barking now. Our identity for so long. And it's like, what do I actually like? And now I actually have this time and space to figure out like what I want to do with my time, because we were just taking it and grasping it at like, okay, I can only go to the gym at 5 a.m. or I can go at 9 p.m. And now it's like, oh, I actually have that choice. And what do I want to do? Does it feel good to stay for 2 classes? Can I go for a walk after? it has shown me where I limited myself so much because I only had so much energy to give in those times of doing everything alone. And I say alone, like, you know, without a partner. However, my village is insanely strong. So I have raised my child with two best friends that also have children that, you know, all unplanned, but, you know, divine timing. Also seniors that have graduated. So we are also in this transition together in different and very different scenarios in different ways. So then I look at it as it's not only one child, it's three. So I have no control. And where does that integration come in of like when she actually is completely physically separated from me? Like in that time of how do I let that go? How do I let that control go and trust that she is safe? Because no matter what, their safety is our priority and that never goes away.
Yeah. Yep. I love it. And we can experience that journey together, lady, because
Let's
I'm
do
well on my
it.
way.
Let's do it.
Sierra, you're up.
Oh, wow. She always says I'm the yapper and she hasn't shut up, but
Wow,
so
I was told by the best.
so I mean, Christina, we met, I don't know, 4 years ago, but I feel like I've known you my whole life.
It's our anniversary week, actually.
Oh, that's right. First time we met in person. No, I've been on this 4 year journey with you through high school, and I just remember like laughing sometimes because I was like, damn, Layla is Christina without trauma. And you know, and she's such an amazing kid, but that's because that's the light in you. And like, you know, even your darkness though is so powerful. And I love that you burn everything down and you have been the big sister I have needed and have taught me like how to set boundaries, how to put myself first, how to burn shit down. And that's a skill that not a lot of people have. So even though you've gone through survival mode, that's really thriving compared to most people. So give yourself a little more grace and credit. You know, and I'm here with you through this next journey for you too. So, and if
Thank
you
you.
want to move with me again, just give me a call.
Yeah, I'm all over the place. I'm nomadic. Anybody got a couch for me? I'm on the way.
Who's surfing? Lauren.
Okay, well, I'm emotional.
Shocking.
I'm so proud of you. Also, I have Novocaine, so I feel like I'm talking funny, but Christina's an everyday person for me, so I'm fortunate enough to see her in her authentic self every day. And I have to say that she is the person that always shows up for me. And it's been beautiful to see her showing up for herself. Like she has made me meals when I feel like I'm in grief and feel alone. She's like, come over. I cooked you a meal. She is the person that I can call and she will just hold space for me. So to know that she is stepping up for herself in all her beauty in all the ways lights me up to see. So I'm incredibly proud of you for, I know how hard this was, but you did it. And now there's more to come because you took that one step. So I'm excited to see what's next. I love you.
Love you. I love you too.
Well, it was a 2-hour call because Christina is one of those ladies that's easy to talk to. I completely lost track of time, and the only reason why the call ended was because my Australian Shepherd Border Collie mix licked my ankle and started to do her dance that told me she needed to go outside. But when Sierra made the introduction and Christina was sharing with me about her story and her journey, it was an automatic yes in my mind. And then she started sharing with me that down the road, I might get a message about maybe possibly backing out. And I was very proud that I never got that message because I did say that if that message comes, there might be 2 other lovely ladies that she knows would find out about that because I don't let people back out unless it's a situation that warrants backing out. Because when I met you, I knew you had a story and you had the heart, and I didn't want to have to stick Spicy Sierra on you. So, Christina, I knew you were going to crush it. I knew you were going to kill it, and absolutely thrilled and excited to have you a part of the family of the Green and Black and on the summit. And I know I just met you, but I'm very proud of you too.
Thank you so much. And thank you for this opportunity. Can only go up from here. I can only improve from here. And I am grateful for this space to be able to share, and knowing that it doesn't have to be perfect, because what is perfect? I showed up messy. I didn't self-abandon during this very, very busy time. I still carved out these moments. And that's a big message that I want to also share with everybody, is even if it's 5 deep breaths, you take a walk, you jump on for one speaker, 5 minutes, it's where can you not self-abandon throughout the day? Because as parents, as partners, just as people in general, there are so many other options. There are so many times we could choose to scroll, and not to attach anything to that if that's what you choose to do. But where are those moments throughout the day where you're choosing to not self-abandon? I wanted to not do this. I was like, no, I don't think this is for me. So I'm really glad that I did, and I'm really glad that I heard the speakers that I did today, and I'm really grateful for this connection from Sierra as well. And of course, Lauren, the 3 of us are big trouble, but we really are very loyal, and we will have your backs.
Tim.
Christina's first time to actually get to know you, and wow, well, as Frank Sinatra would say, keep doing it your way, girl. All right, I love it. Burn that motherfucker down and do it however you want. All right, because I'm gonna tell you, girl, I'm glad you followed me. You just lit my ass on fire. I love
it. Thank you.
And Deb.
Christina. Hey, baby girl. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am feeling inspired by your story. I want to thank you for being raw, being real, being vulnerable. I think that's your superpower, one of many, because it's obvious you have many. And as a very old dog, I think I could learn a few new tricks. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. I received that, and I appreciate that's what you took away from that, because I would say I would avoid vulnerability in any aspect for a very long time. Ask Sierra. I would dance around it. Anger is my number one. Anger was my number one emotion. Happy to be mad, not a problem. Like, absolutely, let's fight about it. And I felt that was the only time when I was heard in my childhood, or the only time that I was heard in any capacity. And that was probably the first time I started channeling any information, because I'd be like, oh, I have no idea what I just said. Or I'd read something, I'd be like, wow, that was so funny. I don't remember saying any of that. So to be able to transmute that into ways of helping others, but also helping myself, because as we know, it's not the first emotion. It's covering up sadness and hurt and pain, and being able to work through that and admit and have those feelings. Do I like it? No. Do I enjoy it? No. However, I'm doing the shit, I guess.
Well, and I guess that's why we also keep hearing the references, right, to doing the work. And one of the key takeaways for me is how you reparented yourself through your child. I might be misquoting you a little bit, but that's a book. I'm just saying. And also any references to perfection, perfectionism, and that goes across the board for all of us all day, every day. Biggest gaslighting campaign on the planet.
Mhm.
No such thing.
No.
And I guess the couple of times that something might even qualify as a perfect moment, a perfect photo, a perfect whatever, I am a theater person, as in degreed. And I would always tell my friends when we had a show coming on, come out and see a live show. It's always more fun watching real people struggle. Love cinema, not throwing shade, but it should be perfect.
Mm-hmm.
They cut, they splice, they reshoot, they relight, they edit. No, real. Give me real. Give me the bulb shattering down on my actors, which happened. Anywho, so just keep doing what you're doing. I think you're perfect the way you are.
Thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time to share that.
Yeah, I concur. Keep being authentic because it's made for you, right? It looks good on you, girl. And I don't even know you that well, but this version, I don't need to meet the other one because this one's pretty kick-ass. All right.
Thank you.
Absolutely. David, you put some links and stuff in the chat. Do you want to explain those real quick?
Yeah, so that's Tina's book that she was talking about from earlier, and I'm working to send over a free link that she provided. So that's the book that you can get on Amazon that she wanted to share, and that free link that she talked about earlier that will be coming over soon here in the next couple of minutes.
Awesome. All right. Guys, real quick, make sure that, excuse me, that you go give Christina all of her flowers in the comments on all of our lives, on socials, on YouTube, and on Facebook. Drop the green and black in the comments. Also, make sure you hit that red heart over and over. Let the hearts flow for her. She did such an amazing job. She made impact, and we can't wait to see what she does in the future. So the next lovely lady is also my social media friend. Never met her in person either. But she is one of those people where I know if there's certain topics that I make a post about, I know she's going to co-sign what I say because not everybody's on that level, but this lady is. And I know to expect to see her in my comments because she thrives in that same space with those same thoughts about that. So she's a speaker. She's a coach. I love to hear her speak, by the way. She's a consultant, and I like to consider her a mentor of self-love and self-worth. She lives, breathes, and walks it, and she's honest and authentic, which is huge. So, well, everybody, please welcome Shyla Webb.
Oh, thank you, Ashley. That's so sweet. I just want to say thank you for hosting, as well as David and Austin for putting this summit on and having me on as a guest speaker. It is an absolute pleasure to be here. And I have to admit, I was like Christina today. I just did not want to be here. And I'm so sorry, David. I want to be here with you, but I've had so much happening. This week, it's the first week with my teenagers home from school, on top of the AC went out and it's 90 in Minnesota. Not so much today, finally cooled down, but I'm still warm because the AC just finally got back on. So I've been on and off with the summit just because I've been handling household things that need to take care of and just to stay nice and cool. But it has been so nice to hear everyone speak, and always it's inspiring, and yet it helps me check in with my emotions when I hear other people share their journey. I would have liked to have been in the Zoom room with you all much more this time, and next time I'm committed to. So every time I think of loss, I always just think about it as a reckoning and also awakening. And I think that's exactly what loss brings us to. It opens the door for us to awaken. And I don't know anyone, it forces us into awakening, to be honest with you. I don't know anyone that really has been complacent and been able to awaken at all. So to me, going through loss as many times as I have, and all the times, all the greatness that has come from it on the other side, it is such a gift in some sense. And I know that sounds really weird, but when I think of fire itself, as everyone had talked about, it is a chemical change. It's actually a combustion. And I think that is fascinating in itself, because I think of We need that element that will burn plus oxygen in order to make that fire happen. And what does that bring? That brings about co-creation. And I think of any time I interact or cross paths with someone or meet someone, there is some form of combustion, some that are very obvious and some that are just slight, right? And when I think about all the times around the campfire, I grew up camping, and all the times around that fire, the warmth that came from that, the heat that came from that. And what is heat? Heat is a form of energy. And as I think, Deb, you had brought it up earlier today, that, energy cannot be created nor can it be destroyed. It always changes form. And I know that in the last summits, we've talked about that too. It's just one of those things that's constantly moving in flow, in flux. Right. And as our flames become smaller at certain points of life or along the journey of loss, or they grow bigger, sometimes they go out and sometimes they actually go out of human control. And the heat that comes from that is also always in flux. And I think of the fire that was outside of me and has kept me warm. There's also that fire that's within. One's in literal form and one is in the spiritual form. And I just think of the invitation that this brings is both spiritual growth, a profound understanding of something that's so much more outside of us when we go through loss, as well as just recognizing how the literal things that were outside of us that we gripped on so closely to, how much that changes as well. But even though sometimes I know that fire as well, and I think of my own journeys of loss, it can be really scary. But what I've learned going through it enough that there's nothing to be afraid of. For the first time, I thought, what is that first moment of loss that I can remember? And I recall it was having a little poodle dog. I'm old enough to barely even remember this. I was maybe 3 or 4. And all of a sudden, my dad said, the dog is not coming back home ever. I can't even tell you what happened to this dog, to be quite honest with you. And after this talk, I'm going to actually go back and ask my dad, what happened to this dog, Pepper? But I couldn't even remember the dog very often. Like, it was one of those things, oh, okay, I remember being sad for a brief moment. And the only time I would remember that dog was when I would see pictures and I would see a memory of it. Then it would spark my memory. Oh yeah, we did have that dog. It was one of those things that I rebounded really fast. Yeah, Pepper went to live on a farm, probably. So then I think about the next moment of loss that I remember, and it was my stuffed Ernie doll that I had lost out the window. I was hanging him outside on the interstate, holding on tightly to him because he got wet. It spilled water on him. And my dad said, if you let go of him and we lose him, I'm not turning around. And what, of course, happened around age 4, my little hands couldn't keep hold of him, let go of him, and lost him for good. Yes, I was sad. Yes, I was mad. I remember being frustrated, like trying to understand, why wouldn't he just turn around? Why wouldn't he do something different? You think about all the times in life, when it's not going our way, why doesn't someone respond a certain way, the way that we want it to? It's because we grip onto that expectation. But back then, I didn't have any expectations. It was no big deal. I just wanted this stuffed animal. And since I didn't have that one, I grabbed another and moved on. Fast forward to age 13, when my stepdad passed away from cancer. This changed the meaning of loss significantly in my world. And at this point, this was one that I actually feared, just as some fear fire, and the fire that's within us, as well as the fire that exists outside of us. And this was something that I couldn't rebound from at all in the way that I had rebounded from those smaller moments of life. And I remember trying to get through some of those areas and having to just stay in it and swirl. I had to keep reliving certain moments, certain experiences with Phil, my stepdad, as my family had to, and we all dealt with loss a little bit differently. Some may call it stuck, but we're never stuck. If energy is in constant motion, it's always moving. And just as I think of the river flowing, the water flowing, if a rock is put in place, it's just rerouted. That's all. The energy, the river will go around the rock and make new way. It even transforms mountains, David. And that's exactly what I think of the energy behind loss with these traumatic life experiences. The energy will keep moving to make new way, right? New way of being, new way of thinking, new way of responding, perhaps, or even looking or experiencing life differently. So what I've learned from this is that everything is in flux, just as a fire is constantly changing and ever changing, and everything around it or outside of it will change. That's true within me. And so grasping on to the paradox of living and understanding that the only thing constant is change. And it took me a long time to really, really lock in on that, right? And surrender to that whole idea, because if you are, Matthew Arrow was talking earlier about leadership, right? And grind leader, you were taught that you can change, you can make things happen, and you can, only to a certain extent, right? And it's really somewhat of an illusion. Just when I tell my kids they have to perform a certain way or behave a certain way, right? I think that I have the idea that I can control them, but they're just performing for me. That's it. They're probably doing what they want, but rolling their eyes, as they're taking out the garbage, or grumbling to themselves about me having them to do chores, and teaching them the importance of taking care of a home and all of that. So we have this illusion, and I think I love that loss pushes against all of my illusions. I love that it disrupts everything that I thought I always knew, and it will just shake me up left and right. I do not love the experience of it at the time, but I absolutely, truly, deeply appreciate the outcome of it. And so when we lose something, and we lose something that really defies part of us, just as my stepdad defied part of me, just as, fire, wood needs oxygen in order to burn. When you take one element away, who are you? When that disappears and goes away, the question comes, who am I? Who am I now? Going through a divorce, who am I now? Having a mom of teenagers that now want to go out biking all afternoon instead of coming home for family dinners. They do come home for family dinners, but they're off again. Who am I? What actually matters? And it forces us to ask those deeper questions. What truly matters? What do I value? What do I believe in now? And if all of this house, these things all around me, if all of that were totally stripped away, will I be someone that I value? Will I be someone that truly matters to me? And will I care what other people think? Loss has opened up a level of vulnerability in me that has allowed me to let go of not caring so much what other people think. I care to a certain extent, as I should, as any good human being should. But beyond that, I've learned to just let that go. When you're going in the depths of pain, loss will show you what it is that you truly ache for. And from that pain and from that ache, right, it'll show you what you absolutely desire. And it will give you the opportunity to dream for that, to really set an intention. And most importantly, to take the action steps to fulfill whatever your goal or your intention that you set out to. But I think one thing that's really important to remember is that when you set an intention, everything around you starts reorganizing, right? Especially if you communicate that intention to someone else. And what does it create? A combustion. And now you're in a state of co-creation. So as one thing changes, everything changes. As one thing stays the same or tries to stay the same, the other thing will fall away. And I think what it's going to do is going into that and all the vulnerability and all the messiness that comes from that, it's going to inspire us and be okay with looking like a complete idiot. Those moments where we look like a total fool, right? I can't stand it when people apologize for crying. No, just cry. You know, I'm not going to cry right now. I told myself I wasn't going to cry. Why? Release that. Let it go. Let it flow as much as possible. I can't tell you supporting victims of domestic violence and, you know, in the support group, how many apologized for being mad, being sad, for their true feelings. And we shouldn't. It is what it is, and it will be as it is, you know, and as it shows up. And so when we recognize the vulnerability, are we willing to take those chances? Are we willing to step forward? Are we willing to risk looking like a complete fool in the midst of it all? Are we willing to risk living a life where nothing is left unsaid and really no rocks are left unturned? When I resigned as an administrator, a single mom, head of household, I'm the only one that income I can rely on. A lot of people said, are you sure? Are you sure this is what you want to do? But I've been through so much worse, right? So it allows me to just take a dive and leap right off the cliff and see if I can fly. And I know my ADHD friend, Ashley, would be right there with me. Let's just see what happens with that. And Michelle would be giggling along the way as well. You know, it allows us to just go and do what needs to be done, regardless of the feelings that we have, regardless of the deep pain and grief that we're in. Ashley is online and she's got her rubber boots on and these wild matching pants and a sweatshirt. And I sent her a picture. I'm like, look, I'm often like you, and had to run out as I ran out one day and had to quickly fertilize my lawn before it started raining. I came back in. I'm like, oh my gosh, I totally look like Ashley. And my neighbors were like, because I had my pajama pants on, my polka dotted rubber boots on, and just some random sweatshirt. And my neighbors are like, are you in a hurry? As I'm literally running as I'm getting everything fertilized. But loss has allowed me to just live life with that level of freedom and not care that they're even noticing. And yes, I looked like a total goofball, but to whose terms, right? Whose terms were that? It's someone that believes that everything needs to be a certain way, perfection, or it needs to be just as is. And I think that's too what loss brings us to. We grip on to the way that we want it to be, right? Instead of the ability to just let go. And when we grip onto that, we go into a deeper level of pain. I have found, like, when I cling to the way I want it to be, I go into deeper pain. And every time that I go into deeper pain, it allows me to tolerate and deal with my own pain. And when I can be with my own pain, I start to find that I can be with other people's. I'm looking at the time okay, am I good for 4 minutes, right? Okay. When I can sit with other people's, or when I can sit with my own pain and go through into the depths, I have no problems then with the other people's. Have you ever noticed that most people can't be there with other people's pain? They often run to fix it, to change it. I noticed that with my kids when they were young, and they'd say, I'm cold right away. Oh, here's a blanket, honey, here's a sweatshirt, right? Or my mom would even say, well, you're not cold, or it's not cold in here, and deny their own experiences in reality. But I don't need to fix anything. What I need to do is just empower my boys. What do you need right now? Help them discover what they truly need in order to get to where they want to go, right? If they want to even change the fact that they're cold, one of my kids really appreciates the cold. The other one likes it nice and warm. But I think it's something for us to notice when you are in that and the depths of your pain. Are you running to seeking to soothe it? Are you running from it? Are you trying to ignore it? The other part that I like about loss is that it has truly opened the door to experience gratitude at depths that I've never, ever experienced before. And what a beautiful way to carry the fire forward, right? To be able to feel so thankful for the pain in which you're currently experiencing, right? To experience the imperfections of life so perfectly and see the beauty amidst the ugliness. It is such profound joy that those experiences come through truly. And the more that we go through it and experience that, it will help you sustain who you truly are, so that if or when it all strips away, none of it's going to change you. You will be able to hold on to that light that glows inside, and you'll be okay that in those moments sometimes it dims, right? You'll know that it will always come back, and every time it comes back, I guarantee it comes back brighter and stronger, and in a way that you would have never imagined, as long as you allow it to all unfold and happen as it's designed to happen. It has helped me deepen the roots truly of who I am. I've gotten to know myself deeper at a level that I never would have thought was possible at a young age of 48. I know, so to some that's not young. To my kids, I was born in the 1900s and I'm a dinosaur, and that's okay. I don't mind being T-Rex like. But
oh, sorry.
Yeah, are we good?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
What were you gonna say?
No, go ahead.
No,
no, you have to finish. David's hands in front of the timer, so I can't see it. You're good.
Oh, okay. So so yes, as we learn to let go, we allow for the space to come in what needs to really come in from the life lesson. It helps us become more conscious. It helps us to go from living in a place of fear to complete faith. And for us to be more active and conscious of our experience, more so than passive participants of the experience. It truly refines who we are. And I don't believe that fire was ever meant to destroy us. And I know that's what, David, that's the legacy in what you're showing, is that it is meant to transform us and to live on forever. So thank you for this opportunity.
Mic drop. I didn't want to cut off Ashley. I've been known to do that, and that's rude. But I'm going to say something. Shyla. I've got two of the giggling sisters in the Zoom room, and I always love bringing that up because that is one of my fondest memories from one of the Unleash You Now events are of Shyla Webb and Michelle Albers that did not stop laughing for 3 straight days and made me almost wet my pants laughing because they were laughing. But Shyla, every single time I'm always grateful. You did tell me you were going through some challenges, but you still show up. And I absolutely adore you. You're always challenging me, especially when you said, David. And when you call me David, I know you're serious. Tell me about Carry the Fire Forward and what the theme is about. And when Shyla does that, she's making me think. And sometimes there's smoke that comes out of my ears when I have to kick my brain into overdrive. So I always appreciate that. So thank you for being here. I didn't realize that your air conditioner went out up in Minnesota. That's gotta be hot. So thank you for being here, being with us. You're amazing. You're a rock star. And Deb, I guess you were after me, so go ahead.
Thank you, David.
Shyla, baby, how you doing?
Doing pretty well.
Good. I was literally hanging on words. I do want to challenge. First and foremost, I agree with your energy analogy and the flow, and I mean, that's just science. It's not like it's your opinion versus my opinion. But you haven't gotten stuck. But I think some people are very good at building the dams so that that energy flow will just keep flowing in a loop. And so at a glance, it looks stuck, because there are some people that I've known that they're clinging. They're clinging to the pain for all the reasons. And something tells me that our collective here, our community, might help get some of them unstuck. And your piece specifically, I've been preaching for years. The only constant in life is change. And this is where I'm hanging on every word you're saying. And my Ashley did mention she did her research. I've got a very stale, very stagnant YouTube channel, The Joyful Griever. And as you also, made mention, it's not that we dig the pain so much. We're not sadomasochists. It's not that we love losing loved ones and that's our happy place. That's not it at all. But your presentation, just constantly adjusting, little micro pivots. What can I get out of this? Having it work in your favor. Brilliant. You are brilliant. You are beautiful. And I'm going to keep watching and hanging on every word.
Thank you, Deb.
I told you she was great. Shyla, I agree. You are so well-spoken, but it's not rehearsed, right? You can tell that these are your experiences, you're living it, it's genuine coming from you. I love the reference you made to my outfit and then to your outfit, not because it was about me, but because then you followed up with a few sentences later saying, let go and open up space. And that's one of the most peaceful and refreshing things about not caring about people's opinions, is the time and the energy that you save on that, just opens up this space for to see the beauty and the ugly. I think you mentioned that too. And I say that all the time as I see the gorgeousness and what people would be like, oh, that's a muddy pig pen. I'm like, oh, but these animals are right. I see that, and I have time to see that because I'm not spending the additional time to get dressed and be the aesthetic farmer. By the way, I don't know how they do that, okay? Because I'm not a dirty farmer, but there's no way the magazines and social media, right? It has to be. I don't know what they have to have 8 farm hands. There's no way, right? So I love that you use that example but then continued with those words, right? Opening up space, because imagine those small moments where even if it's just what we're wearing out to the mailbox, how many of those build up in a day, in a week, in a month, right? And what that could do for us to let it go, as you said. So thank you just for sharing.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely. David, ready?
I am ready. We're going to kick this off with our new amazing sister, Amy Mikowski. I'm sorry. Monsters Inc. popped in my head with your last name. I am so sorry. But just a couple of things, y'all. I want to jump in really quick here to share just a couple things that we got going on as we are approaching the summit. I want to thank all of the amazing speakers that we have had throughout the last 48 hours. Can you believe it's almost been 48 hours? It's been a powerful 8th summit of 2025 and 2026, right? Really quick, I want to give a shout out to our beautiful, talented MC, Ashley Burking. She has kept us on time, kept us on schedule, and introduced each and every one of you amazing men and women. And I am so grateful that Ashley stepped into the mountain with a fire in her heart and soul. I also want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Michael Hummel and Mary Wood. They are Mountain Summit sponsors. I'd also like to give a massive shout out to our production sponsor, Mr. Michael Duffy. Thank you, brother, for helping me get this all set up so we could stream this on Facebook and also over to our YouTube channel. I want to give another shout out to our yearly legacy sponsor, Mr. Tim Gillette. Thank you for backing the movement, brother. Truly love and appreciate you. Also, our legacy sponsors, May Scott and Tish McDaniel. Thank you for backing us. Love you both dearly. We miss you on this summit, May, but we know that you've got amazing things going on in your network. Love and support you. You know that. Got a couple things, y'all. I mentioned earlier today that Tanya Brown, Nicole Simpson Brown, O.J. Simpson's husband, is coming back to a bonus day tomorrow afternoon, kindly and compassionately. She's going to come and deliver her story because I was only able to give her 10 minutes yesterday. It didn't feel right to me, so I reached out to her earlier today, and she's going to come back tomorrow and do a 30-minute presentation and also answer any questions. If you remember the story of the O.J. Simpson and Nicole Brown situation, this one is going to be another one that you don't want to miss. And we're also backing her vigil tomorrow night. We will be broadcasting the vigil on our YouTube channel. Thanks to Michael Duffy, our production sponsor. He's going to help me get that set up. So we want to support Tanya through this because this year that she shared with us yesterday is hitting her hard like grief does with everybody. Also, really quick, we have some new faces here. NBM is coming back to the live space. It's the first time in 3 years. We have not done a live event since November of 2023, and we're excited to be coming back into the live event space. We'll be doing it September 25th through the 27th. And if you've never been to Denver, Colorado, or if you have, come out and hang out with us. We've got some cool things going on, and we would love to have you. Finally, there's a lot of heavy stuff that we're talking about, and we don't want it to end with the summit tonight or tomorrow with the bonus day. We have our Basecamp Legacy group. I'm not going to go into detail on what it involves to get a part of the group. But what I want to do is invite you guys to come hang out with us next week. Okay? Come check it out. Come see what the group is about. If it aligns with you, we'll talk about details later. This is a space where you can honor your loved ones, honor their legacy, while living your legacy in the now. And everyone knows I built this. Everything I have built is in the memory of Joe. But not only in the legacy of my brother Joe, but also for my grandparents. It started with Joey. And it goes even further. Now it's for each and every one of you. So if you want to come and join us next week, we typically meet yesterday, but we were here doing the summit, so we're going to do it next Tuesday. So if you want to come hang out with us, I would love to have you. As a gift for being a part of our summit, would love to have you. Ash, we are going to introduce our next speaker, and then after our next speaker, we're going to take a 20-25 minute break because our speaker after our next speaker came under the weather, so we're going to take a little bit of time, rest, and then we'll make the push for the summit, and then we'll go from there. So Ash, this is yours.
Awesome. Thank you, David, first for the kind words. Secondly, for putting this community together and all the things that you just shared to help us stay connected through tomorrow and even further past that. Really quick, I almost forgot because I was just fangirling over Shyla. I forgot to tell you guys to make sure on the live feeds that you are showing her love, dropping the green and black, that you are pressing that red heart and liking her talk, and whatever questions or flowers you want to give Shyla, drop those in the comments on those live feeds. And Shyla, make sure you go back and check out all the love that you're receiving for the love that you poured into us today. All right, I want to make sure I got that in before I announce the next incredible speaker, because David has packed us with a great lineup. I was hoping he was going to say your name so I could figure out how to say it, so I'm going to do my best. But this next speaker, she has heart, right, and wisdom on fire. She's a supporter of self and you, and I cannot wait to learn from her. Please welcome Amy Maikoski.
You did it. That was beautiful, Ashley. Thank you so very much. And thank you, David, for inviting me into this very sacred and intimate space. I am truly touched to be here. A little challenging, so I'm going to be all of me. Thank you for receiving me in that space. My dear mother just passed away on Saturday. So I am amidst loving my family and being encircled by them, but it is essential and important for me to be here and feel each and every one of you. So thank you for that space first and foremost. And I am so excited to share with you, each of you, the cost of forgetting that you are alive. So in that space, I would like to invite each of you to take a breath. Now, this is not an automatic one. This is not the one that you've taken thousands of times unconsciously. This is a real breath, one where you can feel the air moving across the back of your throat. Feel your chest expanding and feel your heart beating beneath your skin. Listen, truly listen to the sound of that breath. Now, there are over 8 billion people in this planet, yet no one in human history has ever taken your exact breath. And that moment never existed before, and it never will again. Somewhere right now, a mother is hearing a baby's first cry. Somewhere right now, a family is hearing their loved one's last breath. And every one of us lives somewhere in between that crazy, amazing space in this human experience. And that is life. Fragile, beautiful, messy, temporary, and so sacred. And yet most of us live as if we have forever. Complacently, hemming and hawing, following all of the everybody else's. We postpone joy, conversations, forgiveness, dreams, ourselves, and waiting for the right moment, that perfect timing, those perfect conditions, until life reminds us there's no guarantees. Now, I know this not because I read it or study it. I know this because someone taught it to me. I know this because life has placed me face to face with it again and again and again. And most recently, as I shared with you, again. And there are moments in life that decide everything, and they divide them into before and after. You know those moments. I am not here alone, right? That phone call that comes, that diagnosis, that accident, the goodbye, the betrayal, the empty chair at the table, the knock on the door, the conversation that you never saw coming, or that moment when life split into two timelines, the before and the after. I remember opening a door, and I remember the silence, that kind of silence that tells you something before your mind can even comprehend the capacity. And I remember feeling something in that moment was so wrong before I could even explain why. And in that sacred moment, a friend, a dear friend I loved, was gone because his pain was greater than his perceived promise. And a life divided itself to before and after. And then I've stood in military environments where life and death weren't simply concepts. They were reality. They are sounds that you never forget. Smells that never leave you. Faces imprinted on your heart. Moments that become stitched into your soul. triaging bodies, witnessing sacrifice, and watching the ripple effect of one single moment and one decision devastate families, communities, and generations. And I've sat close enough to loss to understand something that transcends politics, beliefs, statuses, titles, and opinions. Life is effing precious, so fragile. But life is now. And perhaps some of you know exactly what I mean, not because your story is the same as mine, but because your heart recognizes the feeling. Because every person in this room has a story. All of these people watching now in this moment, and as it's recorded for all those to see, every person, whether yours is death or divorce or addiction, bankruptcy, the loss of a child, the loss of a dream, your health, your trust, your innocence, or the loss of an identity that you thought you would become. Because pain speaks a language that all humans understand. And while our stories differ, our humanity connects us in a way that is unshakable and undeniable. For years, humanity has asked, why did this happen? Why me? Why them? Why now? But after enough life, the question changes. The question becomes, what do I do with what remains? What do I do with the life that's still here for me, that's gifted every morning I rise again? What do I do with this? This breath, this heartbeat, this moment? Because every loss leaves something behind. But it's not only grief, it's wisdom. It's not only pain, it's perspective. Not only heartbreak, but compassion. And not only endings, but invitation. And perhaps that is the fire that we talk about on this mountain. That is the fire that burns so deep inside of us because we weren't meant to carry the wounds forever. We were meant to carry the wisdom. We were meant to deepen our capacity to love and challenge what was meant to reveal for our courage to come to the surface. Maybe suffering was meant for you to awaken your compassion. And the loss that we all feel was meant to clarify what truly matters. And perhaps the greatest tragedy isn't death at all. The greatest tragedy is in losing ourselves while we're still alive. That executive that no longer knows how to feel. The entrepreneur who no longer dreams, the parent who no longer remembers who they are beyond the responsibility, the human being that became so consumed by surviving life that they stopped living it. I see it everywhere in what I do and who I am. Successful people feeling empty, capable people feeling disconnected, high achievers who have mastered performance, but have forgotten presence. People carrying immense responsibility while quietly abandoning themselves and forgetting their greatness within. Not because they're weak, but because they're human. And somewhere along the line, along this journey, this experience, they forgot. They forgot how precious life is. They forgot how miraculous each breath that they can take is giving them, activating the cells within their body, charging themselves into the moment, that capacity of standing on the peak of that mountain and witnessing in awe the greatness that's been given them. My grandmother, Anna, the general of my ancestral army, understood something before I ever knew how to give language to it at such a young age. She saw me, not my accomplishments and not my achievements, not my titles and not my future, but me, all of me, my messy me, my all of everything, my too muchness, before the world taught me who I should become, before success, before performance, before proving. She saw me. And perhaps that's what every human being longs for, to be seen, to be known, to be loved without condition, to remember who they were before the world taught them to forget. As much as I love and adore my mother, every person that shared her space felt like they were the only person in the room. And it's that love that taught me how to be me in my greatness. So when I hear the words, carry the fire forward, when Dave shared that with me, I was like, oh man, this is so big, because it's not about carrying grief at all. It's about claiming my wisdom. It's about carrying courage, carrying the compassion and the truth and the love. I think about carrying the lessons and the values, the sacrifices, the gifts entrusted to each of us, not just me. This isn't about Amy. This is about each of you holding this greatness within you, because every person that we have loved leaves something behind. But instead of the pain and the pressure, allow that to be the fuel in your spark, a lesson in your strength, a perspective, the fire within. But now it's your responsibility and your choice, not to shrink because they're gone, not to harden your heart because life fucking hurts, not to close our hearts because we suffered, but to become more alive because they were here, to love bigger, to forgive sooner, to serve deeper, and to lead wiser, to dream again, to trust again, and to live again on levels you have never given yourself permission to do before. Take a deep breath from your belly. Reflect on someone in your space right now, in this moment. Someone who touched you. Someone whose presence changed you. Someone who you still carry in your heart. See their face. Hear their voice. Feel their presence. And ask yourself, what fire did they leave in me? What gift did they entrust to me? What wisdom is meant to still live through me to create my legacy on piggybacks of theirs? What path did they already pave for you that you don't have to take your machete to cut? And now I really want you to make this personal, because legacy is not what happens after death. Legacy is what we embody now, what we live in this moment. So silently, while thinking of this blessed soul, answer this question. Because of them, how will I live differently from this moment on? Not now, not tomorrow, not someday, but now, like in this very breath, in everything that comes to you after this moment. Because of them, will you forgive? Will you love bigger? Will you finally have that conversation that you've been dreading? Will you trust yourself? Will you start the dream that you have been holding in the perfect space, waiting for the perfect time? Will you finally stop hiding and choose joy, choose courage and truth? Because whatever came to you when I asked you and invited you, that's your fire. That's your gift. That is the legacy. And beginning today, you became its steward, not because you had to, but because you get to. Because you are still here. still breathing, still loving, still creating, and still becoming more of you. And in that, this is how we carry our fire forward. So I will continue to invite you to walk slower than expected, to take the most pregnant pauses that give birth to life again and again and again. What if the greatest mountain you'll ever climb is not outside of you at all? What if that success that you thought was so essential was never the summit, but that success was simply the invitation to finally meet who you are now? Because so many people spend their entire lives climbing only to arrive at the top exhausted, disconnected, successful, but empty. I know this mountain intimately, and I am so humbled and touched to share with you that every story that had an intention to break me has simply strengthened me to become unshakable and to light the fire inside of everyone else, because even if I loved them bigger than they knew how to love themselves, I can't do the work for them. They must choose. They must be ready. So today, in this universal space, ask yourself, what does that look like? The mountain that encourages and invites you to climb and strive and survive and carry whatever it is necessary for your heart to declare, I am the one. The time is now, and I will gladly carry the legacy that's been gifted to me. I invite each of you to sincerely sit with yourself in total honesty. Stop being the dependable one. Stop being the capable one and the one who can carry more, the one who can solve more, the one who can push more. I've been that person, and I had to give death to those identities in order to give birth to my greatness. So I invite you in this moment to stop being so busy managing life and so disconnected from being alive the way the world tells you to do it, and finally realize the greatness inside of you. Because the mountain was the identity that was meant to light your fire. Thank you for holding space for me. Thank you for being present for you. And I am so excited to watch you take ownership of your greatness, to activate your genius and own that space forevermore with every breath that you are gifted with.
So beautiful. Thank you, Amy. First, I just want to let you know that my heart goes out to you about your mom, and so sorry for that for you. I know how much that hurts. So David had his hand up, and you were still like 3 minutes to the end, and David was like, I have something to say. This is how I'm right. So we're gonna let David go ahead and take it over. Go ahead, Dave.
You know me, I have to beat Deb to get in first, or Tish. Amy, first and foremost, I am so very sorry for your loss. I am still blessed to have my mom with me. And my mom and I are thick as thieves. We used to drive my brother when he was with us and my father crazy when we used to go to Rockies games, especially during the 2007 when they went to the World Series. There was a walk-up song that would make us go 2 octaves up, and it would embarrass our father, my father, and my brother. And when you shared that with me, you know, I'm just always grateful that my mom's in amazing health and the strong one without all the medical issues like my father and I. Secondly, you said my brother's famous tagline that I didn't even share with you. After he passed away, my sister-in-law gave me his Ironman training bag that had his fins, his kickboard, and I was going through it at my house, and I found his dog tag at the bottom of one of the pockets, and I still have it. It's in my safe. And at the bottom of it, it says, "The time is now." And that hit me right in the heart. And I want to thank you for that. And when you told me on Saturday, I think you messaged me on Sunday to share with me about your mom, I would have completely understood if you needed to back out and be with your family. But your response was, I need to show up for this. And I want you to know how grateful, one, I am, and two, that's the testament of you and the incredibility. I don't even know if that's a word, but if it
is
isn't,
now.
it is. I'm going to patent it and use it with the mountain. But I want you to know that's the incredibility of you. And I just met you. And I can already feel a strong connection with you, like I did with Shyla when I first met her, and Ashley when I first met her at the Movement Maker Virtual when I was standing off in the dark enjoying a cigar. So I just want you to know how grateful I am to you for being a part of the movement with us here. And I will be in touch asking you to come back, and just again, deepest sympathies and sorry for your mom, for you, and the rest of your family.
I appreciate that. Yeah, she was freed from a very much of a prison, a physical prison. So we are grateful for her freedom and her ability to be in a much better space. And so as the third oldest of 10 children, it's quite an adventure on this side of the after party.
I get that. All yours, Ash.
Deb.
Amy, hello.
Hello, beautiful.
I was cheating. You look like mom.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Beautiful lady, beautiful ladies. I cheated. You tell us mom's name.
Sandy McCoskey. Thank you.
Condolences.
Present. So I know she's right here. She would have wanted me to be doing this. Yeah.
She is. And you mentioned that she's transitioned. So she's shrugged a malfunctioning, probably mortal coil, it sounds like.
Yes.
And yes, now she is everywhere, all of the time, everywhere all at once. And she's a best box grossing movie. And thank you so much for sharing. Her and you. She did good. You're doing great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Deb. Sierra.
Amy, I started watching on Facebook, and I took a break for a minute because I've been on this all day, and I was like, all right, I need a break. And I went onto Facebook and I saw your face and I was like, let me listen to what she's saying. And then I was like, I need to be in her presence. And I came back on and I was like, your channel is so pure. The light that you have is just so beautiful. I was like, just magnetized to come on here and be in your presence, be in your energy, and just, listen to you speaking and the words that you were saying. It was like butter just coming out. It was just so nice. And I appreciate you being you and you being in your power and you being in your light. It's really beautiful to see. And I've just started to follow you on Facebook too. So I look forward to getting to know you and learning about you. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I received that.
James. Muted.
My friend, you're not unmuted yet. I don't want to miss your beautiful message.
No, it's okay. I want you to keep talking. Fascination level 1001. Like I'm everything Sierra just echoed and then some. Like I had to dip off for a second, and I'm dealing with my kiddo and my little one, and talking to my wife about dinner, and I'm like, who is this fascinating voice? And I just needed to listen, and it like drawn, like I had to, like, I'm listening, I'm like, man, that's awesome, like you vibing on every level, and I'm like, I have to come in here and I have to say that that's incredible. So this is me jumping on and saying, Amy, that's incredible. Like, I'm going to seriously like need to find you and listen to you like all the time. I love what you were speaking on. I love what you like. Your tonality was amazing. And yeah, you have that voice. You could, and I mean that in the most loving way possible. Like, I think Deb's got "Hey baby, run for her money" type things going on here. So thank you for being you. Thank you for being amazing. And I am so glad that we got to see you today.
Thank you kindly. I received that. Thank you, James.
Absolutely beautiful, and job well done, Amy. Just sidebar really quick, and who on here, there's another speaker that if I were to close my eyes, you have the same energy and same sound that she does. Who on here thinks that she sounds like Martha Tripp? Same energy, yeah. Say, if you don't know Martha,
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I echo what Tim just said.
She makes vulnerability look cool, just like our girl Martha.
Yeah, like there, if you don't know Martha, you guys have got to meet, because you have the same like welcoming, loving energy that's like bright, and you have to meet each other, because yes, I think that you guys would be best friends for sure.
That's amazing. Thank you all for allowing me in this space. I'm excited to watch what each of you decide to take choices towards.
Fantastic. Thank you so much again. And guys, for those of you that are on the socials, you're watching live, make sure that you are showing Amy some love in those comments. You're dropping the green and black hearts. You're pressing super fast those red hearts and making them float. If you have questions or anything that you want to say to Amy and show her flowers in those comments, Amy, make sure that you go back and you check those out, and you can engage with those that are watching at home on socials. The ones that didn't feel the energy you're going off and had to jump back in the Zoom. So that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. You had a crowd come all of a sudden. They were like, oh, we have got to see her.
She's the first person. Sorry, she's the first person that ever like, whoa, I got to jump back on. So, yeah.
Love that. Absolutely beautiful. So, David, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Absolutely, y'all. We are going to take about a 20 to 25 minute break. We're a little ahead of schedule because we had, unfortunately, a speaker that had to drop out because of an illness. So this is going to give us a little bit of a break, and we're going to come back. And Ash, if it's cool with you, I would like to take this introduction of this next speaker because he's my bestie. And I need this introduction, or you and I both can give him the introduction. He wants 2 introductions. So, okay. So let's give him 2 introductions. Okay, I'll let you go first, and then I'll give a very brief one. So we're going to take a 20 to 25 minute break, y'all, on Facebook and YouTube. And then we're going to be back up. We'll be back to wrap up Day 2 of the Mountain Summit Virtual, and then tomorrow we'll be back for a bonus day with Tanya Brown. I have to keep remembering how to say her name right because I keep calling her Tanya, and I don't think that's how you say it. But thank you all for being with us. Love y'all, and we'll be back here shortly.